At the selfie, let me touch it. That is, hi, me too. Obviously, I get distracted by this. Would you all kind of maybe come a little bit closer to this way, Juan? And we got it? Okay, we're all in. Sorry, I'm telling everybody to move around. Okay, so we have to speak into this, but I am going to ask, who do you represent? I'll talk to you because I know you.
Oh, okay. Well, I believe we're all from the Cashmere Goat Association.
Right, including these guys.
Including these guys. Yes, they're the prize members of the Cashmere Goat Association.
Now, the Cashmere Goat Association is one that I have really been enjoying. You know, every year we sort of focus on one thing. We've been working with the American Goat Federation this year, which is kind of an overall, any kind of thing that a goat does. But the Cashmere Goat Association is one of those that we've kind of had as a subgroup of that because this is one of the fiber animals in the goat world, right?
Indeed it is. Yes, there are Angora goats, which are entirely different, and Cashmere goats are the primary producers of fiber in the goat world.
Okay, so
and Angoras, I shouldn't leave those out. There are some Angoras.
No, you should not, because they are
here at the festival.
wonderfully soft. So I'm going to ask you all to introduce yourselves, and kids, as you feel comfortable with, maybe just a first name would be good on that, or none if you choose. But I'm going to ask everybody to introduce themselves, please.
Okay, I'm Pam Hendel from Hermit Pond Farm. I've been raising goats forever, and I've been in the Cashmere Goat Association for roughly forever.
Yes, and you have some of the darker goats, because we were there. Christine brought us over there.
Black and brown and silver goats, mostly black and brown.
And you're trying to wean yourself down from 400, right? No, I'm not 400.
Not quite, but no, as one gets older, I am trying to reduce my herd a little bit, but I am 36 right now.
Yeah, we're trying to do that with filmmaking and running around the country, and it hasn't been successful yet, so I wish you luck.
Stand completely. Wendy, I think you're up.
Hi. Hi, I'm Wendy Pay. I'm president of the Cashmere Goat Association, and we raise cashmere goats in Maine. And we have a booth down here for Springtide Cashmere. So it's really exciting. The Cashmere Goat Association has been phenomenal in helping people become goat farmers in this country. And we meet every month and people are welcome. We have good turnout. And we do all kinds of different workshops like how to get your fiber, how to trim your hooves and all of that kind of thing. And Langston University is doing a big spread on cashmere and how to assess it. So it's really a wonderful organization.
Well, and that's a really important thing because there's a lot of information out there. We learned that with the Goat Federation. There's all kinds of information on YouTube and whatnot, but a lot of people say, well, I don't know if that's really 100% correct, so where do I go? So in my view, the breed organizations that have a little bit of structure to them and a little bit of history and that are based on real people that do the real farming, that's a really important source of information.
And the Cashmere Goat Association is a nonprofit, and you can go cashmeregoatassociation.org. You can get different seminars on. You can learn about who the breeders are. There's a membership directory. And every year it's been expanding, and farmers are beginning to figure out what they can do with their cashmere. Because if you've got 5 or 6 and you're trying to figure out what to do, this gives you a good input. And if you have a medical issue, there's all kinds of information as well. It's exciting.
Yeah, I do think it's exciting, and it's a reflection of your fantastic organization that all the members that we've met have been just stellar. It's funny. In the animal world, you have cattle people, but the beef cattle people are a little different from the milk cattle people. And in the goat people are very different from the sheep people sometimes. It's sort of a little Myers-Briggs personality test, right? But I will say that the Cashmere Goat Association has just been wonderful. They have been wonderful, and so you need to be very proud of it because yeah, we
talk about our animals. That's one of the best things. If you go to the website and find the members directory, I think everybody on there would be happy to talk about the animals because we do it because we enjoy it. You have to.
You have to because it's the bottom line is not always going to be black, right?
Indeed.
Okay. So we were actually, if I can say, we were actually thinking about starting a nun cam here at Rhinebeck because there's more than one nun, and I think maybe even more than 2, but you are one of them.
Yes, I am Sister Mary Elizabeth with the community of St. Mary. And we raise cashmere goats down up in Greenwich, New York. I've been raising cashmere goats since 2004, so almost 20 years now. And I have to say that the Cashmere Goat Association has been the source of information that I went to 20 years ago to find out more about raising these beautiful animals, and very grateful for that association. We have down in Greenwich Cashmere Kids 4-H Club, and that's our young people here today are from that club. We come to Rhinebeck as we can to show off today at the parade and at the jumping contest and all of that. So, but yes, I love Cashmere Goat Association just because of the educational parts and how much I've learned over the years from them, and then have been able to impart to the kids and the adults that had come to me since that time.
Okay, now I got to ask, and this is a personal question, so you don't have to answer it if you don't want to, but whether you're cloistered or not, whether you are in a community of nuns or not, goats and sheep seem to be a really popular thing. Why is that when you're in a community that's a sort of its own little nonprofit that has to be aware of economy and that, survives basically sometimes on the fruit of its labor? Why are sheep and goats such a great thing in the community of nuns here for the nun camp?
So most of the religious that you'll see who raise livestock in any form, it's part of a contemplative lifestyle in which they do work as well as study and prayer. And this gives us a hands-on kind of work that we can do. It's been very fruitful for me. We have to make our ends meet. And so that's always a struggle with cashmere because it's such a high-end item. But it's the contemplative side that animals feed into. Part of the tradition, the monastic tradition going back thousands of years. So yeah, I'm grateful for it. It's been a good project for us. But you're right, there are a lot of monasteries rather than active orders who have livestock, animals, sheep, goats in some form because it contributes to their life of prayer, doesn't distract from it.
I will say that at some point I may come and talk shop with all the nuns in the crowd, because that contemplative, philosophical, meditational thing, whether it's God or Buddha or whoever, there's something about being with an animal, especially a fiber animal that you either pet or comb, that lends itself to meditation. And I would venture to guess that sweater making is the same thing. It's a contemplative thing, correct?
Some of our sisters knit and do handwork of some sort, and that's part of their way they've developed their life of prayer. I just happen to love animals and raise the animals as part of my life of prayer. And I will tell you a little secret that Mother Catherine, who is here at Rhinebeck, her order was our first cashmere goat source. They still have, I think, a couple of cashmere goats, but that's where we got our goats 20 years ago.
We've actually been on that farm. We were there last year, and so we have footage on our YouTube channel from that. And yes, she has quite a flock up there. She's got goats and she's got sheep up the hill. So
well, her the Romney sheep are her primary operation, but yes, that's where we got our first 5 goats.
And a Shetland, and she's got all kinds up there. All right, so you're next. Who are you?
Emma.
Emma. Okay, Emma. Do I talk to the ears or do I talk to the ears? Both?
Yes.
Why do you raise goats? Because Mom tells me to. No. Why?
I don't know.
Do you enjoy it?
Yes.
Why? If you were talking to your friend and they said, well, why do you want to go hang out with a goat? What would you say? What is the first happy thing that you think of?
Walking with them.
Sorry?
Walking with them.
Holding with them?
Walking.
Wilting. Oh. Interesting. So I noticed you're petting this one now. Who is this?
Yes.
You got to say that again.
You like sight.
Euloxite?
Yeah.
My goodness, I was not aware. Where did you get that name from? I'm a Lara, so I'm all for unusual names. So where did you get that from?
It's a type of gemstone, a mineral gemstone.
Oh, you are interesting kids. Can I have you introduce yourself?
My name is Ella.
Wow. Okay, so after a gemstone, is it because the coat shines, or is it because she was sparkly, or those eyes? Look at those gorgeous eyes. Wow. All the above, or is just a name?
Well, his mom was Opal, so we just continued to give all of her babies gemstone names.
You're in a theme.
Yeah.
I'm a bookkeeper and I like things in columns, so I like that answer. That's a beautiful one. Fantastic. And who is this?
This is Onyx.
Does Onyx is Onyx thinking that you think that there needs to be a little bit more sparkle? Do I not sparkle enough? But when you guys bring the goats out, people come. They come to see everything. And boy, you put this on there, you get twice that, right?
Yeah.
I like your overalls, by the way. Yeah, they're fantastic. Very much a farm kid, aren't you?
About Ella.
I was going to go around, but go to it.
Ella attended a judging workshop with us at our farm, and she was the best in the class. She was.
So tell me, I know we only have a limited amount of time here, so before I grab you, but what is the story on a workshop? Why would you do that?
Well, because there's more and more people now raising cashmere goats, and they want to learn about the quality. Because if it's less than 19 microns, which is a micron's 1/25,000th of an inch, it isn't cashmere. And so people are very interested in improving their animals as meat animals, but also the fiber. And we only have a few of us that are judging now. And so we had a clinic sponsored by CGA, by the Cashmere Goat Association, and people came to our farm, and we had a wonderful time. We did confirmation, but we spent a whole lot of time on fiber. And Ella was unabashed about saying what she thought, and she was right. So we're real proud of her.
I will repeat that thing that I've heard here, from the sheep to the shawl, or the fiber to the fleece to the sweater, or whatever it happens to be, but I almost think it's from the dirt. Yes, because they have to muck the stalls, they have to go and get the goat in the pasture, and as you can tell from that gorgeous set of overalls, it's very much like the pants I'm having to wash every night. It starts with the dirt, right?
Yes, indeed. Indeed.
Okay, so I will mention, I don't know if you ladies know this, we've been racing a bit. This has been an exciting Rhinebeck with the rain yesterday and the wind and all the rest of that. I was told there was a rainbow, but our cameras were facing this way, and I think it was somewhere back there.
It was incredible.
It's beautiful. Well, it kind of ends here, doesn't it? I mean, that's sort of...
Yeah, you bet. The end of it's right here. Sheep and Wool Festival.
Well, one thing that we were trying to set up this year, we just sort of kicked the tires on it a little bit, but we have the RE Synergy Foundation that's doing some matching donations for a couple of the organizations that we're highlighting. Cashmere Goat Association is one of them. So if people want to, we've had some wonderful donations from Hulse Hill, and from Clean Cashmere, and from Lunan Bay over in Scotland. Lunan Bay Cashmere, I know that's the cashmere goat in Scotland. That was beautiful a couple months ago. And, well, hold on. Are you a cashmere person as well? Where's my cashmere people? Do we get any more? We'll bring them in a moment. So, and we'll be listing those cashmere donations as we go, of product, but we're people that are going to be giving donations to the RE Synergy Foundation. They are either going to match the money, and we're going to pick a couple here and there, and we're going to give away some really nice things. So we have some skeins of yarn, and we have some beautiful little cashmere jewelry, and very much like that. So throughout the day, we'll be highlighting people, and maybe we're going to have one of you come over here and say our giveaway for the moment is. But in the meantime, Cashmere Goat Association, we really, really appreciate your representation in all ways here, and we will definitely be doing some fundraising for you, because you are a nonprofit organization, and it, as we very well know, farming usually has a red bottom line, but it's really important to support small farms and small farmers doing what they do. So thank you all, ladies, very much. Now, right before we cut out, I'm going to say, if you could quickly put any contact information, social media that you might want to give people, so if they want to find you, where might they go? Anything?
I think the CashmereGoatAssociation.org is the best source of information for all of us, really.
Do you sell your goats? You don't sell your goats.
I sell like goats. Occasionally, yes.
We do have
We can be found on the CGA. All our farms, St. Mary's on the Hill, can be found on the website of CGA. So I think that's where we want to emphasize today. Yes.
That's great. Do you have a social media site?
Well, we have a booth for Springtide Cashmere, and Cashmere Goat Association has a booth right there.
Yes, they do.
So those are places that are selling cashmere.
Okay, you see the goats in the camelid barn, and you can come over here and see the cashmere booth right on the corner of 29, building 29 in the livestock area. Okay, thank you, ladies. Anyone you want to highlight? Do you have a farm you want to highlight? No? Go over there, right? Go to the adults. We're just holding the goats and doing a fine job of it. Thank you, everybody. We appreciate it. Tell your people to come for sweater shots. If they have cashmere they want to show off, doesn't have to be a sweater either. It can be a scarf or whatever. So Anybody can come by at any time. We are open, and Juan is over there with his live cam, and he's gonna be posting sweater shots all day. So thank you very much. Bye, guys. Thank you.
It's fun.
All right. You were one we've been wanting to talk to, but we're gonna wait for those goats to kind of head over here. People really want to come and watch where you step there. Yeah, I'm on my second pair of shoes here. So you're one that my niece has really been wanting us to speak with.
Yes.
Tell me your name, please.
So my name is Kai. If you want to find me on social media, my name is Fiber by Nature. So basically, I'm a spinner, weaver, dyer, and sometimes sewing, as you can see on my Rhinebeck outfit that I dyed with indigo. So yeah, just kind of hanging out and spinning today. So
Okay. Great. Now you are one of those that's sort of a self-starter, I think, and
Yes.
you've got a following going.
uh-huh.
How old are you?
I'm 13.
You're 13.
So I started during COVID because I got really bored. So, and my friend who has a booth here where I'm here with today, she has a sheep farm and all that stuff. So I got started with spinning because she gave me a spindle and some wool. So I started teaching myself. I got frustrated, so I kind of quit, but during COVID I got bored. So I had to pick a hobby up. So I picked up spinning, and now I'm a everything really. So I learned weaving as well when I was 7, because I was really interested in history. So obviously when you learn about history, you're going to delve into textiles somewhere. So yeah.
I'm going to stop you there because I'm going to say we had a gal in we've been doing this for 6 or 7 years now, I think. And we started doing a heritage breed documentary called The Holstein Dilemma. And we got to meet a great number of people in the process. And one gal that we spoke with, her name is Uji McGuire, and she's on a farm in Colorado called Desert Wear, and she started this whole thing raising black Welsh mountain sheep, and the whole thing was that she wanted to weave a cloak.
Oh.
But she wanted to weave a medieval cloak because she was a historian and she's also, I think, a little bit of a gamer. So because she wanted to weave this cloak, she said she started looking into the history and the fibers and how they act differently. And so she said, you know what, I need to raise the sheep as well. So tell me a little bit about how history impacted your desire to go into textile.
So, history for me, I really enjoy learning about other cultures, different styles of textiles and stuff. So, over time, as I became more of a history lover, all my books and stuff, at some point they all got to the portion of textiles and how they affected, like what people like in society. So, and I started delving into the different kinds of textiles around the world, and then I started being like, hey, if they figured it out, I can figure it out too. So I started looking into different kind of looms and tools. So at 7 for Christmas, I got a Harrisville Easy Weaver, and it was very simple little loom. And so I taught myself how to weave. So after that, I kind of just started getting more and more into it, and now here we are today.
So are you more focused on the meaning of fabrics or the purpose? Because there's so many different areas that you can focus on, and fiber's been used for so many
Yes.
things over time.
So a lot of times, like within my friends, whenever they have a question about historical textiles or anything related, they know me as the guy who always has meaning behind his projects. So any project, I will have either an inspiration from different culture or a different style of traditional weaving or spinning, dyeing, whatever it is that I want to like bring back, sort of, and make sure that it stays alive. So really, my goal in textiles is to make sure that nothing dies out, basically.
Nothing dies out in terms of the skill sets, or in terms of
people don't forget the skills and that they keep on living in the future.
Boy, I could not have asked you to do a better segue to that, because one of the people that we spoke with is a company in Scotland, and I'll talk about that after on the live stream in a minute. But they weave bonnets in Scotland, and they do the felting, and the the company has been in business for like 175 years making Scottish bonnets and the very culturally distinct ones that the pipers wear.
Yep.
But they're getting to a time where that division of their hat making facility is not quite what it used to be. And so you have to make a decision as a business. Do I keep doing this or not? And so it's very sad, but these ladies that have been making the bonnets forever are hitting retirement age, and so they're fading out. And this institutional knowledge that they've had for a long time is going to be gone unless he's doing a GoFundMe page, and I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. Did you see that?
Yes. So the irony is that my project for next Rhinebeck is actually weaving a whole kilt for next Rhinebeck. So I was
An entire
kilt. So I got a book and I'm learning how to sew all the pleats and stuff. So when I saw this fundraiser, I'm like, oh my gosh, I just need to support this. And I think probably I'm going to join a pipe band as snare drummer. So I was like looking at your thing. I'm like, what is going on? Like, this is everything that I've like seen. So so my next Rhinebeck project is a kilt, which is I designed my own tartan based off of the Filipino flag because that's half my heritage. So
I'm so glad you mentioned that because most people don't know that many people don't know, maybe only a couple of people don't know that you can design your own tartan.
But any tartan, even if you design it, it's not always tartan. It could be a plaid because it has to be registered in the registry. So even if you call it a tartan, then it's not really a tartan until you register into the Scottish Registry of Tartans.
Now we're going to be doing a little bit of a fundraiser in the future for them, and so the RE Synergy again is going to match some of the funds that we get. But for this particular project, that they can't match that because this is a for-profit GoFundMe, and we say that, but obviously there's not a lot of profit in making bonnets, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the catering really just goes to the pipe bands, which there are many pipe bands, there's pipe band competitions and all that stuff. So I've only really gotten into this in the last month or so. So yeah, it's really a tight woven community of craftsmen.
I get it.
Of craftsmen. So it just need to keep the line of pipers and kilt wearers alive because that's the people that wear the bonnets and all that stuff. So it's really just based on the community and who wears what.
Yes, it is. And your plaid, your tartan pattern, because I believe a tartan is the specific.
Yes.
I think did you get a copyright or a patent on that?
You get a certificate that says it's
This is mine. Yes. So we have a couple of pieces that we are going to be.
Excuse me.
Are you here for sweater shots? Okay. That happens a lot. That's great. We want people to come and do that. Not in the middle of an interview, but yes, no, that's wonderful. Honey, would you do me a favor? Would you grab the hat? The hat bag over there. So I'm asking Rick to go run over there and grab this gun. I'm going to show you this. I don't know. Did you see the video that we took on and put on YouTube for the GoFundMe campaign?
I don't think so. I was going to, but then obviously this
it's
lovely event happened. So
that's one of the reasons we do the live
if you want me, I can pull up the tartan that I designed. And
I would love it. I would love it.
So I designed it. It took me about an hour to design, and I did all the thread count and everything. So, yeah. And I've been working on pleating, and I have the book. So here, I'll show the camera. So here's the tartan that I designed based off the Filipino flag: red, white, blue, and yellow. So, yeah.
All right. So we are also gonna we're going to show a little bit more of this in the future. I'm going to take this out as soon as wow, that's beautiful. So what do the colors mean? We have red, like this aqua.
So this is the colors of the Filipino flag, and I want to tie my English sort of Caucasian heritage into my other Filipino side of my family. So I created a tartan based off of the Filipino flag. Now I don't know all the meanings because every color has different meanings to what they represent.
But oftentimes is what matters to you.
Yes.
What is the meaning to you? That's the kind of purpose behind meaning, right?
Yeah. So for me, this tartan represents the unity of my two cultures kind of coming together. So.
Wonderful. Yeah. Okay. So I'm just gonna show you what we have here. And so you can see, really pretty. If you want to hold these up, that'd be great. So this is the bonnet making component. that is going to leave us here very soon. They have this. I couldn't have planned this better. I'm so glad you're going to do this next year. So this is the example of what the after is. It's felted. So all of this is felted. I mean, this takes
really pretty.
quite a long time to do. And it starts out with a weaving.
Yep.
Like this.
Yeah.
And it ends up like that to be completely felted. I mean, that's a lot of work.
Yeah.
And these ladies are at this point they are retiring.
Yes.
And it's going to be lost 178 years.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just wild. They do.
Yeah. So like,
that.
for example, with the actual kilts, there's not many people that like there are many tartan and makers, but for example, there's certain kind of pleats that no one knows how to do. I know one company I've heard of, they only have one person that does the military pleating, or military box pleat, sorry. So it's really like a specialized thing. You have to learn individual skills so that you can make certain things. So like there's a couple companies that do it, and there's only a couple tartan mills left in the UK, obviously. So there's obviously a very small amount of weavers. So
Yes.
yeah, and they're starting to replace all the old weavers with looms, sorry, with the newer jet looms.
Yeah,
which-
we hear a lot about knitting here
yes.
at Rhinebeck, but I mean, this is
Yeah.
a beautiful thing as well.
That's why I also decide I'm not a knitter. I know how to knit, but I don't do it often. So I was like, everybody has their Rhinebeck sweaters and all knitted stuff. So I'm like, just be different. And I chose to weave my entire project.
That's
So
one of the beautiful things about all fiber textiles. You can be as different or as similar as you want to be.
Yeah.
Can't you? You make
Yes.
sure on that's wonderful. I get you to try one of those. Would you be
Yes.
able to try this on? I don't
Yeah.
know which ones might fit.
it's supposed to be tilted, right, to one side?
I think it really depends on the wearer. Is it too small?
I'm not
Too
sure.
big? Does it fit?
I'm not sure because I can't. I'm not. I've never worn one, so
It looks good on you. Does that match your flag?
maybe. I think because the crimson, like the blue and the red, matches. Yeah.
I would like you to keep that.
Really?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes,
So
I would
much.
keep that because the gentleman that we met, we're going to be showing more and more footage on the live stream as we go. The fundraiser for this, the traditional Scottish pipe band hats and caps and these, and again these other little caps with the pom poms and they're such a glorious heritage item. We would love it if you would
Thank you.
be willing to keep that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It fills my heart with joy to see someone your age doing this.
Yeah.
And then continue on with it. It's a big sorrow to me that I didn't keep up with knitting. My mom was a beautiful knitter, my grandma, and I just didn't keep up with it. This is a skill set that you'll carry a lifetime. Okay, I'm going to ask you again if people want to find you.
So I'm on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, all of that. Fiber by Nature, and so I post all my projects, updates on where I am. Like later this week, I'll probably post the Rhinebeck update. So if you want to check that out, that would be great.
Okay, and I'm just going to ask because my niece is about to have an aneurysm over there. Emily, just give me a quick.
Wants to come in.
So you want to come in and ask a question?
So these aren't exactly related to like what we usually talk about, but you actually like you put the nature. You really rep for nature. So you made handkerchiefs straight from the cocoon. Like you actually raised the silk moths.
did.
Yeah. That's really
Yes. So the name Fiber by Nature kind of came because it was kind of nature to me, and what I also do is I try to incorporate as much as local natural textiles as possible. I try to keep out all the, big companies like that sell like
dyes.
all the dyes, the acid dyes. So yes, I do. I have an indigo plant growing in my backyard. So yeah, I try to keep as much as local and natural textiles as possible because I really don't like using like all the chemicals and stuff. Like I want to keep the traditional textile traditions alive.
Can you tell me about some of the like very kind of weird stuff that you're doing, like making fiber like thread out of rhubarb?
Yeah.
Rhubarb,
Yeah.
just actual rhubarb.
So,
And pineapple too.
Yes, so pineapple is actually the Filipino thing. I don't have it with me, but the traditional Filipino shirt is called a barong. It's all hand woven, made out of pineapple. I got it. My grandma brought it back from the Philippines. So yeah, it's really all just trying to use as much natural things as possible.
Yeah, I say weird, but I've never seen it before. It is the most cool thing ever.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, thanks.
You're welcome.
Wait, is there any like future fiber that you want to create or
So I have a lot of yak and quiviate that I want to use. I just haven't used them yet, which is like yak and bison. So that's what I want to try to use more of. And llama I've never actually spun before, so
okay.
it's down there. So I'm gonna see if I can pick up some today. But I'm trying to use as much as possible, basically.
Cool.
I'll just say, if you need a connection for yak and bison, boy, do we know some people for you. Yes, up in Alaska, we have a couple friends of ours, and yes, Steve and Anita. Sorry, Yep, Sunny Hill. Okay, sorry, my brain is not always that high function. Sunny Hill Farm in Alaska, and they raise yaks, and boy, they'd love to set you up with some fiber, very definitely. So I'm just going to ask you, would you spin for us for a minute, please?
So
Thank you,
this is
Patrick.
the drop spindle that my grandfather made. My grandfather also made my spinning wheel. So basically, this is a very old tool that has been around for ages, and this basically adds twist, and you draft out the fiber, and that twist kind of turns it into yarn and makes it stronger.
You really don't need a whole lot of technology for this.
You really
do
don't. So even the most primitive style of spindle is literally just a stick, and you would just spin it around your hand, and that would just create the yarn. You got to hold it like this, and then pinch it, and I don't even need to let it. I could just hold it in my hand. So those are called support spindles because you're supporting it with your hand.
Well, this is like welding. I don't know. Have you ever done welding?
No.
Okay. Well, if you put the bead in the right place, you're great. But if you just put too much in for any period of time, you're going to have an issue with sticking a hole in the thing. And and that would be my problem with this, is that you pull too much or not enough. It almost looks like you could pull it apart if you did it wrong.
Yeah, so that's what really gets most beginners, is getting enough fiber and getting it just right, because that really just affects everything. So, yeah, that's spinning.
This is a thing that we saw when we went to the Heirloom Festival a couple years ago in Santa Rosa. It's off in California.
Yep.
There was a little lady there that was Navajo, and she was spinning from the Navajo churro sheep and singing as she did it. She was rocking back and forth and spinning, and this is very soothing, isn't it?
There's many songs around the world that involve weaving and spinning, because like I said, it's a big part of society. So like in Scotland, you've probably heard of them fulling, where they take the finished fabric and they walk it and they move it around while they're singing to keep time to finish the cloth.
Not. That's fascinating.
So,
here, why don't we come on? I'm right over here. I'm trying to block that sound, but that's not going to go here.
So yeah.
Okay, so what is the purpose of the little hook at the end? It's just
that's just to make sure it doesn't fall off.
All right.
But you really don't need it. I could use what's called a half hitch, which a lot of spindles didn't have hooks, so you would wrap it around your thumb like that and twist it over like so, and that kind of keeps it like that, and I could spin without the hook. But
what do you do once it's on the spindle?
So once it's on the spindle, that just kind of stores it until you're done with your project. And then when you're done with your spinning project, you take it off and you finish your yarn by washing it and making sure you get all the extra twists out of it. And then you can weave, spin, whatever you want to do with your yarn.
What's your favorite yarn to work with right now?
Probably silk. As much as I don't use it that much because it's really nice material. Whenever I do, I love it to death. So this was a silk that I spun, the gold on my project. Yes,
please.
It's very soft.
Yes, it is. Wow.
So this is a special kind of silk that comes from India. It's called tussa, and the white pristine silk that we know is called mulberry silk or Bombay silk, if you want to use the scientific terms.
See, I see how you pulled a little bit extra.
Yeah.
So you're just actually just adding a little bit more.
Yeah.
Huh?
And
that adds a really nice texture to the
Yes.
to the eventual fiber, doesn't it?
yes, it does. And by drafting out more or less, you can make it thicker or thinner. Like where the spots get really thick, that's because I drafted too much. So if I pulled out a lot of fibers, see that gets thicker. And then if I pull out a very tiny amount, it gets thinner.
Do you care? You have to all go one direction, right? It's going to do
Yes.
that automatically when you.
Yes. And then when you ply your yarn, which means that you twist 2 or more fibers together, you twist it in the opposite direction to counteract the twist.
But that's what I was wondering. You always have
Yes.
to twist in the right direction, or you do not.
Yes, you always have to twist it in the right. So it's counterclockwise and clockwise, basically, is how it works. So right now, if I just let this fall together, that would create applied yarn because these are 2 yarns twisted together.
Wow, that is fantastic. That is wonderful.
Yep.
I'm smiling at my hubby because this is the kind of things that we absolutely love when we see something new and interesting. And I have to tell you, you're all of those things.
Thank you.
You are. You're what, 13 you said?
13. Yes.
But what a career you have in front of you. And even if you don't want to have it as a career, what an interesting life you will be leading.
Yes.
And I have to thank you for finding the historic side of things. That's just such a refreshing thing because I know a lot of people these days look on their phone and that's the extent of their history. But people that actually look for new things.
Yeah.
And
And
really to be admired.
I'm not the general person that has all the novels and stuff. All of my bookshelf is all how-to books and history books. It's all it's
A little
basically.
sci-fi in there for you too.
Yeah. So,
All right. Well, thank you so much. I hope if we're here next year,
Yes.
and you're here next year,
Yep.
I hope maybe we'll see you in a kilt with a hat.
Yep.
I
Definitely
would
will.
love it. Will you come and make sure you come and talk to
I
us?
definitely will.
Yes. My niece is so excited about this. Thank you for
Thank
filling
you.
in. That's wonderful. And I appreciate it. I hope
you.
everybody looks and finds more information on what you do. Thank you.
Bye.
except you have to stop touching strangers.
I know.
No, it's okay,
I
'cause
know.
that's-
I'm so
that's-
sorry. It's so beautiful. So tell me did you make this? Obviously.
I did make it. This took several days. So I made the underskirt for it, which is a tulle underskirt. This is one fleece, partially felted. I didn't dye it, but it's from Windsong Farms, Wensleydale. And so I tacked it onto the skirt, and then this is a separate corset. So I bought their yarn as well, and I knitted this part of it and tacked it like this
Right.
across the corset. This came with this, and then I thought that I could maybe make a collar. But when I originally saw it hang on the wall, I thought, I need that. I'm going to make something.
How many years
I didn't know
did it
what I
take
was
you
going
to
to make.
this?
It took me many days.
Well,
many
that's what I'm
days and
thinking. I mean,
hours.
this is a pretty complex thing.
Yeah.
Wait,
And when
you
I
gotta-
laid this
I gotta
out,
see the back.
yeah,
Like, look at
there's
the-
a.
so
it's
We haven't got to
you
the
can
point
see
where I
the
make them
corset.
permanent, right?
And so I laid this out on the table, and I thought, oh, okay, I can make a circle. So I made up like a hole in the middle. I pulled it apart in the center, and then I kind of spread it out. I thought, okay, two little thingy hoop to hold it up, and this was the final result.
Okay, so now I'm the like on the animal side of things.
Okay.
But so now why did you pick Wensleydale?
Well, the locks for one.
Yes, because
It's
it
the
has
locks.
that curly lock thing. All the way
And
through,
really
right?
good long length. And I did a history on Wensleydale a while back, but I'm not going to be remembering. But you can see the lovely long locks and the softness and fluffy, and it looks like cotton. It looks like a cloud.
It does look like a cloud.
And the colors are incredible. And I thought, yeah, I love it.
Yeah, but you got this problem where everybody wants to come by and like pet you.
They
as
want
you
to
go
touch
by.
it. They
Yes,
do.
I do.
And they have, and that's okay. I'm old school. You
But
can
there's,
touch.
there's this pelt behind me that I'm like doing this in my brain as I talk to you. But your
know.
skirt's
Exactly.
kind of going like that too. So I'm sort of,
Cashmere.
which way am I going here?
Oh,
Yeah.
it's beautiful.
Thank you.
Very
Yes.
happy sight to see today.
Well, thank you, because I
This
got up
day.
this morning. It was kind of like this. I thought, I didn't know if I wasn't feeling it. I'm like, I'm just doing it because it's going to make me happy. And if it makes others happy, it makes me happy. So I've been smiling all day. That's good.
Yeah, I am in no less than 2 layers. So my hat goes
Oh,
off to you.
but you know, this is warm. This is very warm because it's warm wool, and I'm wearing this. I'm all warm. This is not bad. It's fine. I'm fine because my body's so hot.
Well, that's one thing that they say that the sheep have this. I mean, you look at them in the field, and when it's cold, and you say, "Oh, that sheep must be freezing. Why don't they put them inside?" But wool is just
Yeah, all that
Exactly.
crimp locks
Yes.
in, all that warmth. And if you
Yeah.
keep moving, you're like,
Exactly.
it works, right?
Yes.
Well, thank you.
And I wasn't so worried about it getting a little damp because, you know, that's what wool does.
Yeah,
it
natural
bounces right
fibers.
back. Natural
Yeah.
fibers. It's already dried in no time.
okay. So give us this information one more time. Any social media you want to tag? Anyone you want to?
Yes, absolutely. So I'm with Cabin Boy Knits, and
Okay.
we're natural yarn dyers, although I didn't dye this. But I'm Bleu Belle Bijou.
Yes, you
and
are.
on Instagram.
Okay.
New on Instagram, and this is all new.
Do you ever wear anything other than blue?
I do.
Kind of stuck. You have
But
to because your name.
there's usually
right?
a little
I mean,
hint of blue in something.
And he has the greatest videos when you just said who you are. So we're Queen Cashmere and we follow you.
Oh,
so you do some
okay.
great videos
Thank
and
you so
tutorials
much.
with
We do.
yes.
We try to be
yes.
informative, and like I said, I have done the Wensleydale. Because when I picked this up, I did the Wensleydale sheep last year. It's history, but I've done history on probably 24 sheep, and so I can't remember all the details. But if I looked at it for like a minute, I'd be able to tell you all about the Wensleydale sheep and how it's bred. And
yeah, well, so
history
we
and
did the
background.
reborn. So now you got a cashmere connection, and I can make a
Cashmere.
Wensleydale
Yes,
connection
you
because
let us
Jerry
know.
runs Wensleydales, and I think
Oh,
there's a
yeah?
couple more. Yeah.
Okay, because we had a source for Wensleydale, and it seems a little difficult to get our hands on because it dyes beautifully with the natural dyes.
So it's
Picks
not
up
just the
beautifully.
curl.
No, it picks up natural
Yeah.
dyes and dyes beautifully.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we love to dye with it. So we're looking to get our hands on more Wensleydale.
Because it's very specific, right? It's not just about the
Absolutely.
type of fiber. Can I touch your skirt?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. It's not just about the type of fiber or the curl you're looking for. It. How does this take the dye?
Exactly.
And what do I want to do with it? And is that going to start good in a good space but end badly, right? If I walk around in it, if I want to use it for a pillow, what do I do with it? And so all fiber is not the same.
Exactly.
It is not.
Yeah.
Yeah, so very different. I know I come to you for the little soft stuff that I'm going to, just
Well, next
go
year
that.
we're going to get you in cashmere.
Go that one.
I'm going to be thinking.
I would love that.
I'm going to think you just need some kind of accessory
Exactly.
in cashmere so that we
Yeah.
can just pull it all together for you.
Exactly.
All right.
So now I'm petting
Find
my
us.
thing all the
Yeah,
time.
your
You
cashmere.
got me doing this.
Oh, there's a
This is her, so
Very
yeah.
good.
Yeah, but I do that with the sheep too. It's not just the people. I do
And
it with the sheep too.
I dove for these pearls. No, I didn't.
Okay, stop at the I dyed the skirt part. I mean, that's, the part, not the part dyed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you as well. Thanks for following.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God! You just said your name. I'm like, I know
Yeah, he's
exactly
over
who
there.
you are.
American Goat Federation, representing all goat production. American Goat Federation, representing all goat production.
Hi, I'm Christine, and I'm a board member of the Cashmere Goat Association. The Cashmere Goat Association is a non-for-profit organization with the goal of providing education about cashmere goats. CGA brings together breeders, fiber artists, and others interested in raising these majestic animals. The Cashmere Goat Association is dedicated to educating about all aspects of the cashmere goat, including its fiber, meat, pelts, horns, ability to serve as pack animals, and silver pasturing. The Cashmere Goat Association is a proud affiliate member of the American Goat Federation. To find out more about what our association can offer, go to cashmeregoatassociation.org, visit our YouTube channel or any of our social media sites at Cashmere Goat Association.
Cattlemen's Texas Longhorn Conservancy, preserving history.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. I came by and attacked you yesterday because I wanted to come to your booth. I hear you're the one with pelts, and we're going to get into that for a minute. But I'm just going to start by saying you have a gorgeous sweater.
Thank you very much.
If you would introduce yourself. Now we got the sweater part out of the way. Would you introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Callie Robertson. Myself and my husband own and run Sawkill Farm, which is right up the road in Red Hook. We're about 7 minutes away. My sweater is Kava by Thea Coleman, and it was designed in our worsted weight yarn here.
I need to be polite and ask me. I tell you,
yes, you may.
Thank you.
It's just a given here at Rhinebeck, I feel like.
Well,
thank you.
I hope that's the case because boy, oh boy, do I feel like I'm inappropriate at times. But I just want to touch it. Look at the texture and the depth on that.
Yes.
I mean, that's gorgeous.
It's like a sweatshirt. It's just so comfy.
But it's got a beautiful neckline too. I mean, that's
you.
a really. I sometimes don't like things around my. Sometimes
I know.
I'm okay with it. But
well, that's why I love this, and you can get like a little turtleneck under there in the winter, and it's kind of like just like a winter jacket almost. It's really warm.
It almost has a little bit of breathing space there on the side, so that's good actually.
Yes.
Well, it's a beautiful color too. What
Thank
is
you.
that? What I guess it's like it's not aqua.
I call it indigo. It's not dyed with indigo, but it was inspired by indigo. So
it's absolutely beautiful.
Thank you.
Beautiful. So what do you do at Sawkill?
So we're in a bit of a transition right now, but right now we're raising sheep, and so we have about 45 ewes on the farm, and we raise them we do some meat and fiber and pelts, and then we make the yarn. We get it spun in Putney, Vermont at Green Mountain Spinnery, and then also at Battenkill Fibers, and then we sell it here at Rhinebeck.
Right. It's a beautiful display here, and I have to tell you, your colors are gorgeous.
Thank you.
Absolutely gorgeous. I know it takes a long time to set up things like this. People just walk in and say, "Oh, there it is," but boy, does it take some planning.
It's taken it. Every year we add a little bit more, and so it's grown. It's grown. The first year we were here, we had just one little basket of yarn. So
it takes a lot to come here. I know the vendor barns are something that's very exciting, and it's where the rush comes because everybody wants that first flush of, oh, I've seen that fiber. But so tell me a little bit about the types of yarn that you have.
So we have over here on the side, we have a DK weight, a worsted, and a bulky.
I can touch this one too, right?
Yep, that's also a Thea Coleman design. That was from a few years ago. And these are all 50% Sawkill Farm wool fiber and then 50% domestic merino. And from our farm, it's a mix of Romney and Finn. And then over here, we have our fingering and sport weight. This is spun at Battenkill Fibers, and this is a mix of domestic merino and our own Romney and Lincoln fiber.
Yeah, I'm hearing the Romney a lot.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a very popular thing. Why is that?
Romney it's an easy sheep. They're good breeders. We also, we raise them for meat too, so they give you
nice balance.
Nice size, and it's a fluffy fiber. They produce a lot of fiber.
Yeah.
And then, we mix it with the Lincoln for the length and the sheen on this, and then the Finn on this one, and also the Finn and the Lincoln mixed with the Romney on our farm give us these gorgeous pelts.
Okay.
And so it's a little bit like we breed for a little bit of everything. It's not like we're just doing fiber or just doing meat. We have to kind of...
So you're a true farm. I mean, that's
really
important. No, that's really, really important. And it's important when people want to trace things from start to finish.
Yes.
To be able to say, I'm not just supporting some big conglomerate company, I'm supporting a farmer that's really actually doing farming and not just posting on Instagram, right?
Yes.
So the fin component, I've heard a couple of people talk about fins, and as a farmer, I would think that's important because the fin sheep actually have triplets and quads, do they not?
So yeah, that's one of the reasons we have the fin. They're much smaller than the Romney, so for meat production, it's not as good in that regard, but they have triplets and quads, so you're getting more, and then you're also getting this this gorgeous fleece. They just have really beautiful colors, and when you mix it with the Romney, also, so you get a little bit bigger lamb, and then the Romney and the fin combined just make, because the Romney pelts too are a little bit thicker, so I don't know, it's a really nice combination.
Yes, I could see that, and that's one of those things that I've spoken to farmers in the past, but the farmers that are also wool people, they do this, I'm going to make a different cake thing, and they start putting together breeds and go, ooh, I want that. I want a little bit of the Leicester or the Lincoln in there, and I'm going to stick a little Romney, but next year maybe I'll stick up
We've done so many different things.
Well, you know, there are many different kinds of cake in the world.
Yes.
I'm going to put this down. I'll put it in the right place, but I'm looking, I keep looking at those colors. I'm trying to pay attention to you.
Well, that's what I have here, so.
So that's interesting that, look how pretty that is.
Yeah.
But that's, I mean, the weight on that is really nice. Okay, so one of the things that brought me to you is that I was talking to Nana and I said, hey, if I want a white pelt, I've got a client that wants a pelt for a present.
Yes.
And so I said, okay, well, tell me what you want, because I can kind of find a lot of that type in this place. Rhinebeck is phenomenal. New York State Sheep and Wool Festival. I have to say that, but everybody says Rhinebeck, right?
Yes, yes.
Must be nice to have such a household name that it's ubiquitous when you know the town. So she said, you know, you might try Sockhill. And so I was so delighted because this is exactly the type of thing that he was wanting.
Yes.
Now, tell me a little bit about your pelts while I pet this one, because I have prearranged, I've reserved this one from you.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really special one. The curl on it, the staple on this fiber is really special. This is going to be a mix between Romney and Finn. And these you can see are, you know, it's hard for me to remember exactly what sheep is.
It almost looks like a Herdwick in a way, but it's got, is that maybe
This is probably just full Romney, I would think.
Yeah, because that Romney's got the gorgeous brown, right?
Yeah, they have great color, and then they also just have this thick fiber, and so you can see just the difference in all the different pelts.
And nice tones between the lighter brown and the darker, and boy, that's almost black there, isn't it?
They've got dark, and then some of them come out white, so that you really get, and you also get a lot of grays and multicolor ones, which we have sold out of. Those are always the first ones to go.
Yeah.
But yeah, you get a real variety in the pelts from these.
It's just beautiful. Now, tell me about tanning. Why is tanning important?
So tanning is what preserves them. This one is tanned at Bucks County Fur. We send some to Bucks County and we send some off to Stearns. And it just depends on where we want to go at that time. But they do have a different tanning process, and I don't know the specifics of that.
That's okay. That's okay, because I know that not everybody tans. I know that a lot of both cattle and sheep, if you want to, I want to say pelt, if you want to hide tan, you can get them from down in Brazil and wherever else, and they're $100 tops.
Yes.
You know, and that's including shipping and all the rest of that kind of stuff. But a lot of those are sort of more of a mass production type thing because they can afford to do them so inexpensively, correct?
Yes, and you know, for us it costs us at least that just to get them tanned, let alone raising the fiber and shipping it off and the work that we do on our end.
Yeah, but this is a beautiful, this type of thing is a beautiful gift, and every single one of them is a little bit different.
Yes.
He actually, the gentleman that asked me for one, I bought him one a couple years ago, and he hangs it on his wall.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he doesn't use it to sit on or anything. He says it is beautifully, the visuals on that are just gorgeous textural, and every time you look at it, there's a little bit something different in it.
Yes.
So, yeah, this is a beautiful thing to come and purchase and just say, I'm supporting my local farmers. And what would you say to the people that say, oh, well, I don't want to take the skin, that seems terrible?
I mean, you know, we've had some people come and they want to buy fiber from farms that don't slaughter the animals, but it's part of the health of the flock. It's keeping the flock healthy, and it also, from the farmer's perspective, you know, we raise them in the most humane way we can. We care for our sheep immensely, but in order for a farm to be profitable, and in order for us to be able to do what we do in any capacity, you know, you have to be able to sell your product.
That's true. And I don't know about you, but one of the things that I abhor is waste. And it's not just a penny pinching kind of waste. It's that, you know, the life needs to regenerate and it needs to kind of go in a circular fashion. And on a farm, that's particularly important. That, you know, things are not necessarily what we would consider waste in the city is not the same thing as something that can be used and go to another purpose.
Yes, and that's a big thing with our farm. We try to use as much of the animal as possible. And so if you were to come over here, I make soap using the tallow from our beef. So this is one way that I utilize as much of the animal as possible.
Oh, that's a nice light smell, isn't it?
Yes, that's the grapefruit.
I tried to. Now that's not an easy thing to do because we have a neighborhood thing where I usually go and get a steer and then we all split it. But rendering tallow is I don't know what you are charging for that, but it's not enough. The smell of French fries everywhere. So.
It's not my favorite day on the farm, tallow rendering days. But
well, tell me a couple of your, I'm going to come to this side here. Tell me a little bit about a couple of your soaps here. Give me some flavors.
So what we have lavender and lemongrass tends to be our most popular. I have to say fennel here at Sheep and Wool is always a big hit. Like it's not our best seller anywhere else, but Sheep and Wool, the fennel is a huge hit. I love the peppermint.
Ooh, that's nice.
And the bergamot is my 7-year-old calls it the spicy soap.
Spicy soap.
It's like Earl Grey tea.
Ah, very nice. And then you have little gift sets.
With the gift boxes, you can just come and get one. So.
Okay, so if people are not at Rhinebeck, but they're listening to the live stream and they want to be able to find you again.
You can go on our website, it's sawkillfarm.com, and we have a web shop so you can order our soaps and our yarns on the website.
Beautiful. And you have social media as well?
I do. I'm not that good at social media, but I do have
somebody
it.
that does it for me. Sometimes it's the hubby and sometimes it's somebody else. But yeah, it's difficult to keep up with everything else, let alone social media.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
and I am paying attention to you. I'm just smelling your peppermint. That's lovely. Well, thank you so much for speaking with us. And I'm going to go buy a pill
Thank
from
you for coming
right
by.
Thank you, honey.
Thank you.
The Mohair by Yushita, and that's called Squirrel Kids. And yes, very cozy, very warm, perfect for this windy weather. Oh God, this took me about 3 months working on and off. I was slacking for a while. I had to rip out the hem a couple times because at first it was too short because I just wanted to finish it, but I'm happy I went back in and made it longer. I love it. Okay. My name is Vivian. I'm on Instagram as vivsknits, vivs.knits. Okay. That's it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. What?
You're good. Yeah, that's fine.
The leather dye was awful. You would never tell me. I have literally had it still
Hello.
Right now.
Except you'd have to make.
Okay.
We've got that.
Because sweater dresses are not real forgiving.
So the Angora wool is about 30% more warm than the sheepskin. And 30% more warmer. Yes. And it's the fiber is hollow, so it absorbs about 80% of its weight in humidity. So when it's really hot in the summer, I wear an Angora scarf. And I
No, with sheepskin that tends to have like a lot of lanolin built in that has a lot of water.
This has no lanolin.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is there any kind of water repellent property to Angora?
Yes, it absorbs the water, you know, and then you just flick it like this and it's not wet. Yeah. So then I'll show you how I process the one already off the rabbits. So when you so there is no pulling or anything. See the hair just coming out.
And that's because he's already molting, so you
Yes.
yeah. So you have to wait till like a certain time to be able to do it, or is he always molting?
No, it's just like us. When we brush her hair in the morning, there will always be hair in the brush.
But yeah. I did this in conjunction as a knit along with my brother and my mother, who are both wearing coordinating doodlers. They started the same year, and we just finished them 2 weeks ago in time for Rhinebeck. This is my second Rhinebeck.
It's like an amazing outfit.
Thank you.
Sorry, do
No.
spin.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Like, seriously.
And it actually shoots and down to the I see. Yes. Put this on my mouth right here. Very soulful. Next year we're gonna do a pretty extra nice. Absolutely.
Yeah. You can tell. Yeah, of course. Wait. What's the problem? Oh, yeah, yeah. You're right. You're right. But yeah, we're in active. Yeah. Everyone's like, this is my favorite. I've noticed the love has like that because that's Andrea Mowry. I'm here.
Table without others. Sorry about that. So
Yeah.
you say this stuff on camera?
Yeah, right on the X.
Okay, and hold this up or okay.
Right on the X.
On the X.
That's a nice deal.
Thank you. Good morning. We're here on Sunday. My name is Mary Annarella, and I'm wearing a sweater that I knit and designed, and it's called the Killer Queen Pullover. It's called the Killer Queen Pullover, and it's knit up in Malabrigo Rios, although the original is actually in Yowza DK, so this one's a little heavier. I am Lyrical Knits on Instagram, and I'll show you the back of the sweater. And it's knit with only one strand of yarn for every round, so it's color work that's pretty easy. And I hope you have a great day at Rhinebeck. This probably took me about 3 or 4 weeks off and on to knit. You know, most of us here, it's all knit in the round, top down. Knitters know how that goes. But it was a fun knit. Yes, I actually knit a hat that's called the Bubblicious hat, and it's pretty scraptastic. So I used scraps of Miss Bab's Yowza, which is a DK weight yarn, and it's the same bubble pattern as on the sweater. And it's super easy in the round. It's a cute hat. There we go. And it's just called Bubblicious because bubbles. Bye, everybody. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, super easy.
Yeah, I'm needing the cat now. Yeah, let's get this one. Okay, enjoy.
So, oh, this is the mic. Just okay. This way.
What are we doing? Dun 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 dun.
Designers adventure shop.
It's Amba O'Brien. Amba O'Brien. I think. If that's not right, then yeah.
That's right.
Okay. Okay, yeah.
All
right. Here, you want to start to
Let's
just
get this
sit down? You want us to
Pass
just
it
start
down.
here and pass it down?
Oh God, will
Okay.
this all come to me in my little brain? Yep. Yep. Yeah, if I made it myself, I'll tell you if I made it myself. Yep. Okay. Yes. Hi. Okay. Perfect. Here we go. Okay, so this is the striped sweater by Andrea Mowry, and I knit it with Brooklyn Tweed Loft scraps. And I'm Garden Knitter on Instagram and Ravelry. Garden, Knittr, because the other Garden Knitter took the good handle. Oh, turn around. Oh yeah, turn around. Turn around. Shall we sing for you? Turn around.
Vicky. I'm Miss Vicky Knits, MSVICKI Knits on Instagram and around town. Here from the DMV. You're from Maryland.
Yep,
I'm from Maryland. There's a big DMV representation here. This is, the yarn is unfortunately no longer available, but it's a fabulous, brilliant dyer who went by Skaney Dipping. And we will miss, she's fine. It's not like, no, don't, you looked at me like, oh, no, she's well. In fact, she's on a plane to Spain today, I think. The pattern is called Whispering Fields. It's by a UK designer who does a lot of really fabulous color work sweaters. Her name is, we believe it's pronounced Rachel Ilsley. She goes, I think her handle is Unwind Knitwear. And the pattern was brilliant. Took a little while, but pattern was brilliant. Beautifully written. I probably worked on it on and off for a couple of months, but it's not like I was knitting for hours every day. It was like, I'm going to knock out 5 rows today, that kind of thing. But her patterns are beautiful.
gorgeous.
To you.
Thank you, Vicki. So I'm Sandra. What's that? Yes. Yes, you have to turn. I'm sorry. Love it. Perfect. I'm Sandra, Duck Duck Wool on Instagram, and I'm wearing another striped sweater like Jen, and it's by Andrea Mowry, and the fiber is Hudson Bay, dyed by Jill Zielinski, and that's it. That's it, right? Yeah. Yeah, it took forever for me because well, we're not going to talk about that. I got that. I got the last year, and I got it finished for this year. So yeah.
Hi, I'm Amy. I am Amy Suzanne 1970 on Instagram, and this is Late Bloomer by Heidi Kermauer. And thank you. And the yarn is by Yoth. And I can't remember how long it took me to knit it because I finished it a couple of years ago, admittedly. So, ooh, what? Yoth yarns. Yep. Yep. Oh, thank you. You should do your shawl. Hold your foot. Oh, there you go.
This is the Adventurous Wrap by Amba O'Brien. It is knit with Duck Duck Wool, which is dyed by Duck Duck Wool, and Gins Girl on Instagram. Oh, Spin Willie.
Hi, I'm Amber Gale on Ravelry, Amber Gale 79 on Instagram. I knit this shawl several years ago. It's the pattern is Tara by Jared Flood, and the base is it's no longer available, but it was Tara by Plucky Knitter in a beautiful magenta glowing colorway that I love. And I'm not sure, I'm a pretty slow knitter. It probably took me a while on and off, among other things, but it's one of my favorites, and it's nice and squishy and perfect for a day like today. Oh, luckily, it did not take me a couple of years, but probably a few months on and off. I'm not a very dedicated knitter. I'm sporadic, but it's nice to have when it's done. Well, thank you. Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just a random. Thank you guys. It's fun, but it's like a
Hi, we're at Wing and a Prayer Farm.
So who do you have right next to you, right here?
Oh, this is Pemberley the Cute. He's a Cotswold.
Okay.
And Drama just moved along. She's a Wensleydale Romney. And Dilly, who's Valet Blacknose Teeswater, is over visiting Rick. Everybody else left. Here comes some chickens. And then, yeah, we have many breeds. The Shetlands went off. There's a few of the Shetland girls over there. The Shetland boys are in another pasture. So I have a few Cotswolds, Wensleydales, Teeswaters, Valet Blacknose, and let's see, Cormos, Merinos, Clun Forest, and Dorset sheep here on the farm.
Introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself and your background.
All right. Well, my name is Scott Bowdridge. I am a associate professor of food animal production at West Virginia University. I grew up raising sheep in Southern California in the middle of the desert in between LA and Vegas. So my family raised Rambouillet and Oxford sheep there. I went to college at Chico State in Northern California, taught high school ag for a couple years down in Central California, then moved out to Maine. And I was the shepherd for a nonprofit rare breeds farm in Mid-Coast, Maine. And then I got interested in parasite resistance and parasite problems in sheep in general. So I worked with some guys that were doing the Katahdin hair sheep project. They were doing some upgrading of Katahdin sheep in Maine. Did my master's at the University of Maine, then went down to Virginia Tech to work with Dave Nodder and did a PhD there before starting here. So my research interest and my focus is on improving parasite resistance in sheep and kind of understanding immunological mechanisms, selection for, so some of the consequences for selection for parasite resistance, and just generally helping out sheep producers across the country.
I did want to say that you mentioned that you had to shear your sheep this morning when we were talking about scheduling. So you definitely are a farmer or rancher. Which do you prefer?
Well, so I'm on the east side of the country now, so they call them farmers out here. Where I grew up, everybody's called ranchers, so it's just a difference of vocabulary. So a part of my job is also running the sheep unit that we have here, and because running it is so integral into our research program, I get pretty involved in that stuff.
Okay, go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Heather. I'm Charm Knitty on Instagram. I am wearing the Soothsayer dress or tunic by Susanna Winter. The yarn is hedgehog fibers. I did the DK Fade Club one year, and this is how it came. And the best part is it has pockets. We're good. I think that's all of it.
Okay, stand right there for just one moment.
Sure.
But one of the things we're trying to do back at Green Films, we have organizations that are represented here in the barn, and so we're every once in a while in the sweater shots, we're trying to say thank you to people coming by. So this is from the American Goat Federation people in Dry Creek Livestock in Utah. Thank you for being a part of our sweater camp.
I was yesterday too. You're not gonna do it.
I'll do it.
You're so
I'll do
cute.
it.
You have to do it. I'll do it.
And it's your turn now too with that beautiful sweater.
Okay. Am I ready to go right up? Oh.
Sorry.
It's okay. I remember what it is. Okay. Do I get started? Okay. Hi, I'm Sarah. I'm wearing the Homestead Cardigan by Olga Pitano. And the contrast color is a Spin Cycle Moondrake collaboration. And the main color is Primrose Yarn Company. Purchased at Rhinebeck last year. And my Instagram is Sarah Gorel. Thank you.
How can I?
Oh. Probably about a month, I would say. Yes. Yeah, I would say a month, maybe slightly more. Yeah, the beanie was really fast. It's Ching fiber, melted sari.
Do you like a soap as well?
Sure.
I'm just picking people at random. American Goat Federation. I just
Nice,
I
thank
was
you.
mentioning that we're trying to raise awareness because a lot of the different fibers come from the barn side of things. I'm sorry, what animal was this again?
It's all merino wool. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't even know. They didn't tell you?
Oh, oops. I didn't ask. Has anyone not been in sweater shots? Would you like to be in the live stream sweater shots? Did you? Excellent.
Yeah.
All right. Do you want to wear mine for a little bit?
Huh? No. Okay. Oh, Andrea Mallory.
We always want to be aware of that. Just gonna do the. You're gonna do the llama, the leaping llamas.
Checking with the change to let me know that I can.
Okay, I'm gonna go. Do you need anything?
Seems might still be on. No more for now. Yep.
I'm just texting me about this. What is this?
So we're a agriculture podcast, and we're here this weekend doing a live stream of Rhinebeck. This booth in particular is doing sweater shots. So anybody that's kind of knitted either a sweater.
I'm Bruce McCord from Milan, New York, which is only a few miles up the road right there.
Yeah.
I am one of the directors of the Sheep and Wool Growers here in Dutchess County, and also a volunteer here at the Sheep and Wool Festival. And one of my main responsibilities is overseeing the equipment sale, and we've hosted that for the last 5 years. And each year it seems to grow, and there's some very unique pieces that we see from year to year.
Yes, there are.
It's never the same.
No, it's not, but it's kind of an exciting thing. And we're here, what, 7:40, 7:45 in the morning to set up for this thing, but it's Friday here. So tell me kind of what goes into your side of things, because Dutchess County Sheep and Wool Growers Association is the organization, the nonprofit that puts on what we all call Rhinebeck, or the New York State Sheep and Wool Festival, right?
That is correct. Yep.
Okay.
We're a pretty active group. There's probably 60 different shepherds here in the county, but we do have a core group of volunteers that actually run the festival itself. And I think probably you'll see during the course of the filming here that there are many different aspects of the festival, not just the equipment, not just the animals, but there's demonstrations, there's a fleece sale, there's workshops that actually instruct people on doing different fiber projects. So there's a lot of different facets to the festival itself right here. And we run for 2 days. It's only 2 days, but we have a pretty good following of 30,000 people that come every year.
Yes, you
just
do.
to see the festival, take in the activities that we have here, purchase equipment, fleeces, what have you. So it's a jam-packed weekend it is for us.
Yes, it is, and it's interesting to me that you first went into the shepherds. We have the shepherds here, you said. Now we have the breed barns, and you have a couple of breed barns. We have all kinds of things, sheep and goats and llamas and alpacas and just all kinds of things. So we get the shepherd component, but the board is really focused, if I'm not mistaken, on the educational component and having people be able to learn what it takes to get something from the farm to the sweater, right?
Absolutely. And not only here at the festival we do that, but also at the Dutchess County Fair, that we try to educate the people, because how many generations are we away from the farm? I mean, we all can look back in our families, and somewhere back several generations, everybody had a garden, everybody raised a few animals in their backyard, or actually had a farm right there. And now people just don't understand where their food comes from.
Yes.
And fiber also.
Yes, that's very much the case. There's that old saying, once a year you need a tax preparer, once a year you need an attorney, but every single day you need a farmer, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's
Absolutely,
the case.
for
That's
sure.
the case. And there are some things that, you know, that time concept that we just kind of spoke of, once a day you need a farmer. It's interesting that much of what you're doing here in this equipment barn is something that is almost timeless in a way, right? I mean, I don't want to say that, but you kind of are. This equipment has had many lives.
Absolutely, and it's kind of interesting for myself, as different pieces come in, I'll ask the individual, is there some history about this piece of equipment, whether it's a spinning wheel, or whether it's a carder or something like that. And most generally, people will stop and say, you know, I've had this thing for 40 or 50 years right here. I've spun with it, you know, and for me, it's quite interesting. But there is a lot of history behind a lot of these pieces right here. And some of the pieces date back 150 years or better right here.
It's a little time capsule, isn't it?
Absolutely, it really is. So it's quite interesting for me.
Well, I think it's fascinating. And you would know. You've been in. Your family's been.
We've done sheep since 1980.
Yes,
okay?
you have 3 generations that have participated here. Is that right?
And they're still active in sheep. They'll all be here over the course of the weekend. They're quite heavily involved with 4-H, and that's where we started with sheep also. My daughter and son, they were in 4-H for a number of years, and now their children are in there, and even their great-grandchildren are coming up through, and they've started showing sheep this year. So yeah, 3 generations.
Yeah, that's what I understand, because you could just say, I'm just going to be on the board of directors, or I'm just going to do the equipment auction, but one of your grandkids does the sheep, right? And
well,
your daughter,
all the kids do. All the kids do. My daughter, we started in 1980 with our first sheep. And like I mentioned before, it was a Suffolk ewe. We threw her in the back of the station wagon. We took her home, and that's where we started. And now we're up to, we've got 50 ewes that we care for during the course of the year and lamb out. We usually lamb in late December, early January, because our breed is a South Downs, and it's a meat breed, and we supply the ethnic holidays during March and April right there.
Yeah,
So.
and you're not just sheep, I understand. You're the apple guy, too, that brings all those glorious looking apples into the office.
I co-manage apple and vegetable farm, 200-acre farm right there.
Do you really?
And so we're spread out. We get kind of thin this time of the year right there, because it's full harvest time right now.
Yes, it is.
On the fruit farm right there.
Yes, it is. This is sort of an interesting thing to have an event like this in October, which is, again, you have harvest, you have leaves. There's a lot to do in a farm right about now, but that kind of accentuates things too, doesn't it? The sheep need to be,
well, actually, all our sheep are bred for January right there. My daughter-in-law, she has an ultrasound machine that she utilizes, and we were scanning last weekend, and we saw those little twins floating around in there, and we were quite excited right there.
Well, it's funny that you say that, because that's a highly technological moment there where you're doing, I mean, think about it. If you said to somebody 50 or 100 years ago, we're going to have a sonogram to find out whether our sheep have been bred, that's a really phenomenal thing, right?
Well, as all industries, it certainly has changed a lot. Technology has come in and helped us be more efficient, and we're certainly taking advantage of it right there.
Yes, I see why. So now, if you have equipment like that, that might or might not work 50 years from now, but then you have equipment like this. Would you walk through some of this equipment with us and tell us the types of machinery this is? Because I don't know if it's going to be like the sonogram where it's done 10 years from now and you throw it away, right?
There's not a lot of, quote, new technology on these tables right now. I mean, this is a floor loom right here, a small one right here.
Yeah, it looks like something like you play an instrument, like there's a piano in there somewhere.
And it has to be warped, so it has to be set up with individual strands of yarn on there to eventually make a small rug or a shawl or something like that there. We go in, there's a small sock machine right here.
Oh, now I've heard that the old sock machines are worth some money.
Yes, they are, and they're a lot more complex than this small one right here. So it ranges in size and the looks. And here you go to this large great wheel right here, and this wheel is probably at least 150 and maybe almost 200 years old right here.
I don't
and
really want to use that though. Look how glorious that is.
It's still a functioning wheel, what the owner told me right there. And maybe you've seen great wheels before, and they'll be even larger than this. But sad to say, most of them are just dust collectors right there, because there's certainly more efficient type spinning wheels that individuals can use to make yarn.
But I would keep this as an art piece in my living room, so I can see how if you're a spinner and you don't necessarily want to have something that looks very mechanical, this would blend beautifully with woodwork and
absolutely,
tapestry.
absolutely.
So
right
just tell me, what is this too?
This is a drum carder. This is a drum carder. So you would put some wool in here, and actually this will pull it apart and make it more viable to spin. Okay.
Okay.
And this is a small one. There's a larger unit right behind you, right there, an electric one right there.
Oh, this big one up here.
And so there's as technology evolves, it's electric. Okay. Whereas the other ones were hand crank machines right there, drum cutter next to it, and just to compare sizes, we see the great loom right here we just talked about, and then you go down to a more efficient spinning wheel like this level down here. This is a spinning wheel right there. So there, just comparison in size right there. You go from large to something that's somewhat compact. This would be a novel type spinning wheel for somebody in an apartment, or or in a small home right there.
So do you think that one's going to be around in 100 years? Do they make them like they used to, is my question.
That one there probably will be. Just the quality of the workmanship right there and the materials they put in. Yeah, I think that will be there in 100 years right there.
Interesting. Okay, so what is the thing with all of the little...
All right, well,
yes.
I mean, this is, they use this frame for rug hooking. This is the start of a small rug right there, actually, and you can see the pattern that they've started on it, okay? There's an apple tree. There's an apple up on the top right there, and I think there's the start of a pumpkin right there. Another, maybe that's a tomato down there.
So it's just to hold it steady.
Hold
so
it steady.
On both sides.
This is a cloth here, right here, and so these are all individual felt fibers that they've pulled through with a special tool to make a design. And normally there's a decal or a stencil in the background that they use to follow a given design.
Fantastic.
But actually, in the area right now, we've got a pretty active group of rug hookers right there, and that's what they call this is rug hooking. Okay.
Okay.
And so this can go from the small size to something that may be 4 or 5 feet wide right there, and you would use that as a rug in your living room or some other room in your home right there. But there's a very active group in that right there. Okay?
Now, what is this?
All right, that's a Inca loom right there. That's a frame for, again, stringing yarn around there to make a design. And actually, we've got several of them in the sale right there. And then you go from, we use the small table loom down at the end right there, and then we go to a full-size floor loom over along the rail right there, okay? Which is much larger. You can do a larger rug.
That's serious business.
That is serious business. You got to be a serious weaver right there to have one of those in your home right there. Yeah, that's not for the novice to start out with. You would start out with more of a tabletop, the smaller one next to it, and gradually work up to something that's as large as that floor loom right there. Yeah.
Now you know all of these different pieces of equipment. Do you have
I've learned that for the last 5 years. I'm a sheep person. But anyway. But since I've taken on this role, I've learned a lot about the individual pieces and how they work and how people utilize them in their shops, in their homes right there.
Okay, so now you, in a little bit, tomorrow, I guess, tomorrow morning, when is your equipment auction going to be?
Saturday morning at 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock. Okay, so you run that, or does somebody else say, hey, 10, 10, 10, 10,
I just picked this up, hold in the air, and my auctioneer, he does the hard work.
So you do have an auctioneer?
I have an auctioneer, yeah. Tyler Lovedale, he comes from Illinois right there. He's also a sheep person, but he has his own auction barn out there. And we were fortunate to find him, several years ago. And he comes, actually, he'll be here later on today, yeah.
So do you have that moment where you have 100 people in here and you have
We were actually fill those stands Saturday morning right there.
Is it like the opening moment at Toys R Us when the Cabbage Patch dolls go on sale and everybody races in?
Well, certainly there'll be a lot of people in here, you know, walking around, taking notes, and kind of determining on what items they want to bid on, and maybe how much they want to spend on an item right there.
Yeah, because you're going to be married to that thing for the next little while. So whatever you're going to spend on it, it better be good money, right?
And we've already, and you know, and people, they'll meander in here today to look at things over and again pick out a piece that they may want to bid on. But tomorrow it'll be a little crazy in here when we first start and things settle down. We used to have the auction where people would just walk around the tables, you know, but it would just get so jammed. A lot of people couldn't see the item.
Yes.
We'd miss a bid or something like that there.
Yeah.
So we said, you know, let's try it. And with COVID, it kind of forced us to separate people.
Yes.
So we got them up on the stands right there, and it's really worked out quite well the last 2 years.
Yeah, I could see how it would, because you have a spread here. It's not just complex or something that requires a lot of moving parts. You have something here. These are just little carding paddles, right?
These are just hand cards.
Are you impressed that I knew that was a carding paddle?
Yeah, well, you've been here for a couple of years, so you've kind of picked up a few things.
But yeah,
these kind of look like cards. I mean, you really,
give me that.
You're not using them on your hair or anything like that. But these are to pull the fibers apart right there. Okay.
So is it something like this? If you're working fiber, or you work in fiber, you can do cashmere on this. You can do something like a Herdwick if you want to take Herdwick fiber, right? I mean, you can really do all aspects.
Absolutely, right there. Yeah, you can use these to pull them apart right there.
All right.
Okay.
Fantastic. Now I know we're sort of bumping up on the time that you're gonna
no, we're okay.
need to be out of here.
Yeah.
But when you have all of this, are you gonna have tables that are full all the way through?
So yesterday was Thursday. Usually I get a few pieces Thursday. Now today will be very busy. So this will probably triple in size with the number of pieces that we'll have. So we'll fill this end of the barn right here with fiber and sheep items right there for the auction right there.
Okay, so I want to come this way a minute because you, when we first walked in here, there's something that really surprised me, because if you're at a sheep and wool festival, and there's all of these fiber people here, I get the carding machines, I get the spinning machines, I get the weaving machines, and some of this. But then we come to this over here. So this is a true sheep and wool festival. You have this for the back end of a truck.
Yeah, this is
a trailer top, or
absolutely. I mean, like I mentioned before, we started out where we used to throw our sheep or our goats in the back of the car to transport them home. And as you graduate, as you get more animals, you need something a little more efficient to move animals around. And this is what they call a topper right here. This goes on the top of an 8-foot pickup truck bed right there. And you can see it's got a compartment to separate sheep inside. It's got a rack on top. You can put your tack, you can put your hay on top. So you can go to the local fair.
That's the next step up from the minivan. You do the minivan, or actually the back, the back seat of the Toyota with your sheep, and then the minivan, and then
maybe to the pickup truck after that right there.
And if you want to sit and take care of your sheep, you have a stand.
Actually, we call that a trimming stand. But it can be used for multiple purposes right there. You can milk goats on that. You can put your sheep on there. You can shear them on there. You can trim their hooves. But it's a piece of hardware that a lot of shepherds will have in their barn right there.
So it's not just the knitters that are going to come in here. It's the shepherds. And is that always the same thing? Do you have people that are mostly just shepherds or mostly just knitters? Or is there kind of that little crossover with everything?
For this festival to be a crossover, okay. Other festivals, it may be just animals right there. If it's a sheep sale or a goat sale or something like that, yeah, that's a little more specific. But this festival, we cover everything. We cover everything.
That's one of the things that I really love about this, is that they really have this educational component, but it's not just, look at the pretty sheep. It's you as a fiber artist, or you as a member of the population. You might know where that wool comes from, you might not. But we're going to show you all aspects of it. You get to see the Herdwick sheep in the back that might be a little more coarse, but has a real purpose. I mean, there's a reason. Maybe it's a meat sheep. It's a little introduction to, some of the other parts in life, especially for little people.
Part of the industry right there.
Yeah, and if you want to see a Gotland, and see that glorious gray fiber, and then maybe find some Gotland fiber somewhere around here, you as a knitter can really see all aspects of it.
Absolutely.
And that seems to me one of the best things about this festival.
I mean, it starts right from the beginning. I mean, we're going to have the sheep shearer down here. He's going to be shearing sheep. And that's where it all starts as far as fiber is concerned. You got to get it off the animal right there, okay? And from there, you can go and see their herding demos out there. And we, as shepherds, we do have sheepdogs that we use to herd our sheep. It's certainly, it's a lot better than me running around the pasture and trying to get them in the barn.
Well, and I've heard that if you have a good sheepdog, they're not cheap, and there's a reason why, because they can often do quite a bit more than the average
They're
person.
worth their weight in gold, they are right there.
Yes, they are, and
You
no
got a good
workers'
dog.
comp on top of that,
No,
right?
absolutely right there.
So we are really looking forward to this festival, and I so appreciate you taking time ahead of time to sit down with us and
appreciate
talk.
you folks being here and recording it.
It's just delightful. This is fun. Even without all those glorious leaves, this is one of my favorite times of year. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. It was nice talking with you.
And
Thank
you as well.
Okay.
Excuse me, let me just squeeze by. I gotta get to the camera over here. I need to.
Okay, good. All right. Do you mind holding? I'd love to hold. All right. This is like losing its. It's losing its life. I know. Go. Let me go find. So we'll call you in by farm. Yeah. And I'm just waiting for Mike. Where's Mike? He needs to set up the jump. Oh, he's coming around. Okay, he's good. Okay. Okay, we're good. Are you coming to set it up? Yeah. Excuse me. All right, excuse me, everyone. I have to get to the microphone. Go to the barn, A5. Testing. Nope. Oh, it's never that simple. Maybe it's the wrong one. Should be that one. On. Testing. Nope. It's this. Testing. Master power A6. Oh, it's because it's the wrong one. To clear this path so I can go back and forth since I'm doing the emceeing. You guys are going to need to clear this path because I got to go back and forth the emceeing. Thank you. Oh, good. Just wanted to let you know. Do you know the mic then? Yeah, I can't get this to go. Do you know? It says A6. I picked up A6. Excuse me. And I cannot get sound. So I cannot get sound. Testing. Do you know how? I'm not either. Let me try A5. Testing. Nope.
You're getting levels on here.
Testing. Testing.
Not on the A6, but on the A5.
Okay, so let's turn this off.
So
Testing. Test. Well, as we work out some technical difficulties with the sound system, I'm going to yell and walk around as best I can. So the way the day goes, or I should say the next probably 45 minutes, we will introduce all of the farms, and then we will go into our infamous leaping llama, alpaca, goat competition. So in the meantime, before I introduce the farms, because I think they are definitely due the intercom to be able to hear all about them, we're going to just do a parade in this arena until the technical, the AV team shows up, okay? All right. So we will start the circle, and then we will go into the reading. So just start walking around. So let's do 2 rounds until they can come and figure out the microphone. Yeah, just circle around. Yep. Because if I read, they're not going to hear the farm profiles. Can you go let me know if someone shows up over there? Circle around again. I'm gonna need to get in here, guys. Wow. Here, come out. Come on. All right, good morning. We're so fortunate to have technological people here. I'm going to move the microphone around and turn it down a little bit. Just another little alteration to happen. We're being told we're blasting everyone out of the other buildings.
He just went over to fix what's going on over there.
Check 1, 2.
Are you Nick? Everyone's coming over from the other buildings and saying,
Oh, it's coming up.
it's in the other buildings and they're all running over saying, please stop.
So we're there. I guess they are still getting channels over.
Business unless you see other people running from the barns with their hands over the ears, but we're going to give it a go. So thank you. Thank you for being patient, more importantly, because I know you guys have probably a big day planned, but I will say this is an event not to miss. However, we are going to start with introducing our farms, and I need to find my glasses, the story of my life. You all know about who's got extra glasses all over your house and your desk and multiple pockets. So first of all, let me welcome all you officially to the New York State Sheep and Wool Festival. It's so happy to see such a large crowd. We love seeing you guys. I will tell you, we've been coming here since, I think we're on our 15th year now. And the festival itself has been going since the 80s, 1980s. So it really has a long following. So before we get started, I am just curious by a show of love, whoop, whoop, because I know a lot of you probably have things on your laps or you're knitting as you go because every minute is very precious. How many of you have been here before? Give a big whoop. All right, for those that are first timers, let me hear a whoop, whoop. Nice. And for those that are going to come back next year, let me hear 3 hoots. Nice. Wow, how exciting. So the plan is, for the time that we have you here, we're going to introduce the farms first, and we are representing the Camelids and Cashmere barn. That is barn 27. And following up on the long-standing, though in the program it says leaping llama, it's actually llama, alpaca, and goats. So we like to kind of keep things going here. And in this whole mixture of llamas, alpacas, the goats that you're going to see shortly, and we're going to tell you who's who, we have cashmere goats and we have Pygora goats. And so that's kind of fun. So we're going to introduce the farms first, and they're going to circle around. And I would love to hear a round of applause for each one. And then we will then proceed into the leaping animal competition. So starting with Hermit Pond Farm, we have Pam Handel. With her, Unadilla is the name of the goat, aka Unadilla, aka more importantly, Tiny Goat. Who's been here before? Tiny Goat, Tiny Goat. So this is the chant that she is used to having when she is trying to jump the limbo bar each time. But let's give you a little information about Hermit Pond Farm to start with, which, by the way, does have a hermit and a pond. It's located at the highest point of Madison County, right in the center of New York State. Pam moved there 25 years ago. Herd of cashmere goats began disrupting her solitude about 23 years ago. The goats are mostly black with fine, crimpy tan or gray cashmere, and they tend to be on the small side of the scale for cashmere goats, hence tiny goat. There are kids for sale every summer and breeding animals available year-round. Most are friendly and all are characters. So thank you again, Pam, for coming back and exhibiting in the Camellias and Cashmere Barn. Next up is 4E's. Okay, so 4E's Farm is a family farm in Washington County, New York. We have Ella and Emma walking onyx and ulexite. They are learning and have fun together with all of the goats, a pack of sheep and bunnies. Together we've realized that you can really grow a sweater from scratch. Today we have Onyx by his favorite person, Ella. Ella, raise your hand. Excellent. Onyx, also an infamous jumper. You'll see he will be probably one of the winners. Onyx loves his neck scratched and to steal treats from pockets. Emma is leading her goat ulexite. Raise your hand, Emma. And she loves to go on long walks to snuggle in the hammock and also snuggle in the hammock with Emma. So welcome back, 4E's Farm. All right. We have Sister Mary and her group. This is Sister Mary on the Hill, Cashmere's and the Cashmere Kid 4-H clubs. So we have Sister Mary. We have Althea. If you guys want to raise your hand when I call your name. We have Courtney. We have Leaf. We have Stephanie. And we have Dan. Sister Mary's on the Hill. Cashmere is a work of Anglican community of the St. Mary in the Greenwich, New York area. The sisters raise award-winning North American cashmere goats and produce fine cashmere yarn, roving, and other products, and work with local youth through the Cashmere Kids 4-H Club. See our yarn for sale in the Cashmere Goat Association booth in Building 29. Thank you for Sister Mary and the whole 4-H crew coming to bring your beautiful cashmere goats.
I'm subbing for Dan. I'm Elise.
Okay, this is Elise, not Dan. Okay, next up is Cloverbrook Farm here in Hyde Park, New York, which is where I'm from. So keep coming. Yeah, we've got, all right, thank you. We have a whole crew of handlers. So Cloverbrook Farm is located in Hyde Park, not too far from here. We are a family farm. Actually, as I mentioned, we have been coming to the Sheep and Wool Festival for about 15 years now. And so we are also a 4-H club, and we will introduce that group after because they are the ones that truly need to be introduced as they are the future of our fiber industry. So we have in the front here, we have Lila, who is one of our 4-Hers, and she is walking Tessa, who is a Pygora goat. We also have Kate, we have Rose. So this group here are Pygora goats, which is a blend between pygmy goat and Angora. That's where your mohair comes from. And then we have Twist, we have Jameson, we have Kaylin, we have Brooke, we have Herd, and we have Kate. So they are representing dual purpose, yes, right now, Cloverbrook Farm. And again, some of the things that we do at our farm, not only raising llamas and alpacas and Pygora goats for fiber, we're also an experiential farm where people come and they take llamas and alpacas for walks. They take goats for walk. We do donkey walks. And we do a lot of fiber arts at the farm. So something to look into. We really enjoyed coming here. In fact, this last girl here at the very end, Kate, raise your hand. She has been coming here since she was 2. And her very first time through the arena was pulled by an alpaca skiing through all the wood chips. And the whole crowd just went, oh, and then she got up and she shook it off. And so here we are, let's see, 16 years later. Okay, so we're going to switch off to our 4-H handlers and introduce the Spitters Club. So let's start with Molly Jameson. So, and Kaylin, Herd, Kate. All right. So just breaking out the animals, we are also, as Cloverbrook Farm is also the host for the Spitters Club, which you may be familiar with. We are a camelid actual club. We have been in existence, oh gosh, I think we're going on 15 years now too. We've actually go through 2 cycles of generations of children that have been part of the club. But what they learn about here as part of 4-H is both not only animal husbandry, maintenance, fiber, but also education. And so they do a lot of working and talking with people, with their animals, and sharing them with crowds like this. And in fact, this afternoon, we are doing a obstacle course demonstration, and it's going to be specifically around public relations, because a lot of the times that when you bring large animals out in the crowds, you need to have a safe environment, you need to have a calm animal, and this is a great representation of this. And so later on, if you're circling back by the livestock arena, that's actually something that you can participate in once we describe how the obstacle course public relations works. Okay, so here is where we begin with all the excitement. But to start, before we begin our leaping, I need 2 young volunteers from the crowd that can come and help us with leveling this bar here. Okay, we have 1. Step up. Do I have 1 more? Come on down. Okay, stay right here, Declan. Hold on. All right, we're just waiting for 1 more. I promise you I will give you all the instructions of what you need to do, but most importantly, you're going to introduce yourself. I'd love for you to give your name, your age, and your favorite part about the New York State Sheep and Wool Festival.
Hello, my name is Declan. I'm 10 years old, and my favorite thing is I like the animals a lot.
Good spot to be.
Also, and I also like the animals.
Excellent. All right, so come with me. All right, so this is the competition, okay? Though we like to have a lot of fun. So we're going to have you guys 1 on 1 pole, 1 on the other. And you can see along the poles, there's nails, okay? So what happens is the first round is everyone goes around and they walk over the pole. We're doing a practice run, okay? After that, the pole gets set up on the first nail, right? Every time all of the animals who have successfully walked over this without knocking it off, that will be 1 round, and then it will continue to go up and up and up. And so you can see, for any of you can see, the top nail is probably about 4 feet. We had a llama and an individual that we actually had the pole resting, I think, on the top last year. It was able to jump the whole thing. Unfortunately, that individual sprained his ankle and it's not coming, but we promise we will have a great show for you. So that's going to be your job, all right? Most importantly, you guys are always going to stand to the side of the post. You never want to be in the middle to where the animals jump. Okay? Questions? All right. So we are going to start. It's a big parade that continually walks in a circle. The first animal that knocks the pole off, which is nothing to go off because we're going to do a practice run, it's on the ground, basically is eliminated, how it works. And then it just to kind of decrease down to the most cooperative animals and generally sometimes the tallest, but that's always the case. You're going to be surprised probably about who's actually going to win. So we're going to start with the goats, followed by the alpacas, followed by the llamas, and they know the routine. So just enjoy watching them circle and also how they're going to, as the bar gets higher, be able to try to entice their animals to jump or not. All right, ready to start? Let's go. So just keep circling, come down, the whole routine, circle around, right? All right, so we're starting with our cashmere goats, followed by our Pygora goats. Then we'll be followed by the alpacas. Now, at any time, we're just doing a practice run so all of the animals can see how pretty simple we've set it up. There's no way of knocking that bar off the ground. I hope. Lost my microphone. There we go. It's back again. Okay. Try to keep the gap small. Just keep pulling, pulling, pulling. Try to keep the gap small. Okay. I keep losing the microphone. Yeah.
They're going.
Jeez. All right.
That's the big no.
Okay. We're back. Julie, get a long walk in. Yeah, start that, kind of go circle around. Take up the whole ring. It's kind of like if you're riding dressage. Okay. So keep circling around. Yep, exactly, Ella. We're going to start our new line right where you are. Perfect. Just wait for everyone to get over, get around. Did you ever hear about the stubborn goat? Yeah, there we go. That may be their one and only time around. We'll see how they do. All right, we've got a couple alpacas, at least the one in the back. Ringo loves to jump. Specifically, actually, this llama in the back is Miss Dana, and he loves to jump. We'll see if he's cooperative today. Okay. Now, they're used to the whole routine. They know the bar. My helpers here know the routine. Good job. All right, here we go. So let's get this going. A couple whoop whoops. And here we go. Start around. All right, so everyone has a different technique. They jump over the pole. Some of them like to jump with them, get a running start. Some of them like to encourage them. Some of them have a nice kind of a hop right over. And I just want to remind all of the handlers, if at any time you don't want to jump, you can walk to around the other side of the pole. So remember that, and your animal still jumps. That's where I would be. Time to go. Okay, keep circling. Excellent. Good job. You're starting the new line, so why don't you wait right here, in here. So every time, start the new line. Okay, let's come on. We've got Tessa, we've got Paige, Piper, and Phoebe. Anybody watch the Charmed ones? We have Lexi. Let's go, goats. The goats are stubborn. They do what they want when they want. And sometimes they don't play these human games either. So ridiculous. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, well, you know what? Whatever measures it takes. There we go. There we go. It's just a little encouragement. Okay, we have Twist. We have Ringo. Who couldn't be bothered? We have Hal. Excellent. We have Prince Caspian from Narnia. And we have Danon. Look at that. No, maybe he's got his jumping legs on today. Okay, look where the pole is. We're now up on Notch 3. This may be a process of elimination at this point. Now, remember, goats, there's no limbo under the bar. It's always over the bar, okay? Unless, of course, there's extreme measures, you know, we may give some handicaps to a couple people here. So anyways, okay, Emma, you ready to start? Circle wide. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful cashmere goat. Okay, here we go. She's got a little pep in her step. Maybe her goat will add a little pep over that bar. All right, we've got Ella. Here we go with Onyx. Okay, clear the way. Sister Mary's coming through. She needs like a long landing pad here. There we go. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Let's go, Sister Mary. Whoop, whoop. Yep. Redo. Go all over here. There we go. Okay. Do you want me to hold the lead? Here we go. Here we go. Okay. A little help from your friends. That's what it's about. Okay. Let's see. Come on. Come on. Get out the way. Oopsie. I knocked it down. Okay. There we go. All right. Little goat. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, 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 it's bending. So now one of the keys to this, we bring the most bendy pole as possible. You notice that? As we pick out that infamous PVC, we make sure it's really bendy to give the animals a little bit of room. Because sometimes with goats, this is a practice session. It's just not their thing. Unless, of course, there was a fence and green grass on the other side. Maybe that's how we should do it. Then the goat would definitely jump. Come on, Leaf, you've got this. Encouragement, a little snack, a little extra energy. Let's see what you got. Leaf, you can actually start back over again, back up away from the bar. Oh, 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 oh. That's great. Okay, we have tiny goat. Tiny goat. Tiny goat. Oh, little encouragement. Little encouragement. Little encouragement. Excellent. The only way they're going to go over is to take this first. If they will not go, Tess isn't first. The brown one. The brown goat. Yep, she's got to go first. Okay. Excellent. Good job. Gotta go there. Excellent. Okay. Let's see. This is level 3. We got this. You got this. Come on, Elise. You got this. Close. Oh, little encouragement. Come on. Come on. Oh. Good job. Good job. A round of applause. Got through 2 levels. Let's finish off with a positive rock. There we go. This one has to go first. This has to go first. They will not go if he doesn't go first. All right, so Tess is the lead goat here. That's this brown one. So we like to go as one big unit. This is called a herd, right? Herd mentality, love to stick together. And now they're questioning, why did we start this? Why are they here? All right, little help, little assistance here. Okay, let's see what we got here. So we actually, these Pygora goats, the brown mom, the one brown has two daughters behind her. And then we have another mom to the right who's all white, and she has another daughter. Oh, 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 oh. See, I never said that goats weren't smart, that's for sure. Good try, good try. There we go. Let's see. Maybe we can get some jumpers out of here. Let's go. Oh. Excellent. All right, good job. All right, here we go with our alpacas. We've got Twist, we have Ringo. Remember, we're on level 3. Good job. Oh. All right, so you give lots of space for them to get a running start. We've got Sydney. Let's see what you got, Sydney. Excellent. And Hal. Hal. Oh, yeah. And Prince Caspian. And then we've got Dana. All right. All right. We have a few less animals, and we are moving up to level 4. Ready? Okay. Let's see who else makes it to level 4. All right, Emma. Let's see if you got this here. Come on, Emma. Let's go. A little more pep in your step. Come on, come on. Oh, 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 oh. So close. So close. All right. Good job, Emma. All right, here we go. Here we go. Ella with Onyx. Oh, what was that, Ella? Okay. I have a feeling where Tiny Goat's going to go. And we're fine with that. Tiny Goat. Tiny Goat. Tiny Goat. Tiny Goat's very smart. Good job. Thank you. Okay, Sister Mary. Just making a couple adjustments here. Yep. Yeah, well, I don't think the goat likes him. It's like, what was that all about? Okay. So some of the training that some of these guys do with their goats, and actually llamas, alpacas, is clicker training. So they have a little feed pouch on their side, and what they do is they do a little bit of encouragement. So you're probably familiar with clicker training. It's a click and then a little reward of food with the hope that the reward ultimately will be the food. So she is working with the goat. Let's see. Let's see. Yep. That was some air. Wow. Wow. Okay. All right, Leaf, you're up. What you got? Come on. Come on. You got a pocket full of grain. Sydney, you want to talk? So I will say while we're doing this, I actually, even though this is a lot of fun, but we do not like to train our animals to jump things because we've been doing this for years, and the downside is they learn to jump fences. Because they're like, if I can do a pole that's 4 feet, I can do a fence that's 5 feet very easily. And we have run into that at our farm. And so we had to put in 8-foot poles with strings on the top to keep them from jumping. So I will just say the things we go through for you guys. It's a lot. It's well worth it. It's a lot of fun. Oh, all right. Thanks, Leaf. All right. So we are on level 4. And as they reassemble and get set up for the next cashmere goat. Yeah, tell me. I tell you, these goats are smart. Smart, smart, smart. Good job. All right. Let's see what you got, Althea. Okay. Sometimes what we do is we'll leave a goat on the other side really close. So we'll encourage them to jump faster. Thinking about it. Okay, let's see what we got here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. It's really, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. There you go. Bring a little encouragement on the other side of the fence. Yes. Stand right on the other side. Yep. Hey, anything goes with this. This is our game. Stand right in there. Stand right in the middle. Okay. I think they know better. This is the mother and daughter unit. Nice. Okay. Last two standing for goats. They got the same thing as the cashmere goat. All right, Rose, let's see. Can you get this little pygora to jump? Yeah, it was worth it. Okay, we are moving on to we have 1 alpaca and 4 llamas left at level 4. Let's go. We've got Ringo. We have Sydney. I'm on Sydney. Yeah. That doesn't surprise me. Sydney's our biggest llama. He's like, I don't jump. All right, we have Hal. Let's see what we got, Hal. You can do it. Prince Caspian. Let's go. You got this, Prince Caspian. Oh, lazy job. All right, Danon. Okay, we are moving on to level 5. Is that correct? Is that the right level? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Making the round, starting with Sister Mary. Take your time. Okay, let's see what she's got here. She needs a little help here. Yep, you can do it. You know it can do it. Oh, oh, little encouragement, little sweet treat. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, 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 oh. I tell you. Good job. Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful. Oh my gosh, Emma, you're the last goat standing. Let's see what you got, Emma. Let's see what you got. Oh, yeah. That's right. Try it again. Try it again. Let's see. Let's see what yep, that's what we do. We try to sneak around. The goats are like, I'm gonna follow. Come on. Good job. All right. So before we start off, let's see who we have left. We have 3 llamas. All right. Make your bet now. Who do you think is gonna win? And sometimes it's a big surprise. So here we go. Jameson, go ahead and start. And please don't trip over the jump. Tell him to walk. Hold on, we're just gonna, yep, okay. There we go. Okay. There we go. Let's give this one more shot. This is his first time here doing the jump, so we have to give him some pointers. That's not quite it. Yeah, so you're gonna probably come around. Now, Jameson, my suggestion is walk up to it, not too close. Keep the lead at the end and go to the other side and see if you can get him to jump. Ringo knows a routine for sure. Let's go. Okay, that's good. All right, hold on, let's get it back on the right. Okay, now, number one, no one hurt themselves. If you need to step to the side, that's what you can do. All right, we have Prince Caspian and Herd. Let's see where we, oh, yep, little, get it back up, give him some, get a little bit of running start, so to say. He knows what he needs to do. Let's see, we're almost there, almost there. Almost. Come on, Prince Caspian, come on, you can do it. Cast me in, cast me in, cast me in. Do this if you wanted to. So it's a matter of, right now it's a battle of the wills. You're gonna jump, I'm not gonna jump. He's a very sweet llama, but sometimes they can all be a little stubborn. Oh, he's like, why do we do this? Why do we do this? Bending that pole little. Silly human games here. All right, one more shot, Herd. Let's see if you can pull him over. Maybe some clicking, maybe some encouragement. Come on. So I would do one circle, come back around, come out here, circle. Yep. And then keep the lead long and see if you can get him to walk in the middle and you scoot around the side. Yeah, get it. Long lead, long lead, long lead, long lead. Yeah. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. All right, it was worth a shot. Where are we? Oh my gosh. We're down to 2 llamas. By the way, these guys are sisters. This is Brooke of Cloverbrook Farm, and this is her younger sister. Let's see where the will is here. Oh, she has Hal. As I said, we've been doing this for about 15 years. All right, then we have Danon here, who has a little advantage on Hal because he's much taller. And he's younger, by the way. Let's see if he feels it's in his cards today. Most importantly, thank you for all of your help. You guys were great assistants. So you guys are dismissed. You're good. And thank you, everyone, for coming. If you want to see our obstacle course, come back here at 2. Have a wonderful day if I don't see you. And thank you again for coming to the Sheep and Wool Festival.
Lovely.
Thank you. Is there a sheep parade here now? Sheep parade? I don't think so. Just one. I am.
doing okay. I hope we might grab you for a 5-minute moment, maybe.
Oh my God, what do I
Would that
have
be
to
okay?
say to
No,
you?
I'm just going to talk to you in a minute. But I'd love to talk with these guys in the background if we could, because this is one of the really fun things.
Yes.
Yes, and I wanted just 1 second to talk about, also about that, if you don't mind. I'm going to mention it. Can I mention the fact that you understood that? Okay, good, because we are trying to bring attention to that as well, and it's the same prices that goes on here, right? That there's certain skill sets, institutional knowledge that's dying out.
Conversation.
We will. Man, I have to keep everything written down. Drives me nuts. Okay, he's filming right now. Honey, are you picking me up?
One year they came as the characters from The Wizard of Oz. Even the weaver was wearing knitted red ruby slippers. And the girl who was the scarecrow did have silver paint all over her face. I mean, they she get extra points for having a theme and so forth. So they really out of any blathering
No, we're
footage
good.
that you have.
Well, I wanted to say thank you again for having us here this year, and I wanted to highlight some of the excitement here. But first off, if you could again, everybody knows who you are, Claire, but you're Claire.
I'm Claire Houlihan. I'm president of the Dutchess County Sheep and Wool Growers Association.
And head of the Adams family here. No, you're not head of the Adams family.
No. The Adams family is a team participating in our Fleece to Shawl competition.
Okay.
They're from New York City, and their group name is Spin City. They've come the past several years, and they always go all out in their garb because you get extra points for having a theme.
You do.
This year they're the Adams family.
It's not enough to have all these skill sets that you use. You have to dress up too.
In previous years they have been the Wizard of Oz. Even the weaver had knitted red ruby slippers.
And you said silver paint for the Tin
silver
Man?
Paint for the Tin Man.
Hopefully did not end up the same way the original Tin Man did with all that makeup.
We always enjoy seeing what the team from New York will be wearing.
Yeah, Uncle Fester over there, that was Rick a couple years ago, and he shaved off his beard, and I came home one night and said, who is this man who's sitting in the driveway? It was very scary. But this takes a lot of work.
It does. Last year they were the Blue Jays. They had a hand-painted warp, so it looked like a Blue Jay wing. And I can hardly wait to see how this is sort of a sample of what they may wind up with this year.
Okay, so what's the whole process here? Do they get to go on their own? They have to make it in a certain time period? What's the contest?
Well, every team has 5 members. They have a weaver, they have 3 spinners, and a plier. The plier also usually is an announcer. At the judges' behest, they will stand up and talk a little bit about the pattern they're using, the fiber, and their whole concept. As you can see, for example, for this team, they have a weaving draft showing you the treadling and the threading that is used to create this shawl.
So if I'm not mistaken, a weaving draft is like an architectural plan, right? That's how it's going to be constructed on the plans.
The threading will show you which heddle your threads will go through, your warp threads.
You're already past me there, but go ahead.
The weft goes across and the warp is the length. And then the treadling will show you what feet to use, what treadle to press to make your sheds go up and down and create this pattern.
See, this is a whole different area of fiber that is just really interesting, but that rarely gets covered because it's kind of stationary. So, you can go and take your knitting and go anywhere, but this baby, you got to sit somewhere, right? I mean, that's not exactly something you're going to take on the subway when you're bored, right?
This is true. All these looms come to the competition pre-warped. Extra points are given if you have a naturally dyed warp, and actually we hand out a special award named in honor of one of our local guild members who has since passed away. He was very into natural dyeing. His name is Don Nervick. He worked at Vassar College, and
so pre-warped means there's a part of this that's already done.
Right. The warp has been put on the loom. It's gone through the heddles, and the treadles have been tied up in such a way that when you press on one, the appropriate sheds will go up and down.
Okay, now I noticed there are 1, 2, 3, there's multiple pieces of equipment here and multiple parts in the process. Would you just point out, kind of maybe go around the circle and say, this is what this person is doing and that's what we call them? Is this the card or is this the...
Well, firstly, each team starts with a clean fleece.
Okay.
But in order to take out the crimp, they will use these hand carders, and they will manipulate the fleece so that it is smooth, all the fibers are going in the same direction.
Little burrito bowl there.
And this way, the spinner will be able to spin successfully, as you can see. Lynn is carding. And then we have Uncle Fester spinning.
It takes a certain amount of patience to be able to spin with that on you.
Yes. Wednesday and Gomez are also spinning. And at some point, they will start plying the yarn. Some of the spinners will continue spinning singles, and then the plier will take 2 bobbins and spin them in the opposite direction, so in order not to take out the twist. And the plied yarn is what the weaver will use to create the weft.
How long do they have to do all this?
In the space of 3 hours, they have to weave a shawl that will be at least 18 inches wide and 72 inches in length. And there are other parameters that the judge will be interested in, the straightness of the edges, whether they were successful in keeping their pattern.
Do they kind of do a little tugging on it, or no? That's not going to happen. I mean, because is it just the beauty of the thing, or is it that it's got to be strong and solid, or will they know that automatically?
Well, you prefer that it have some kind of drape, that there's no errors in the piece, that the edges are even. The first team that gets their shawl off their loom gets extra points. If you are unable to finish, then you could be either disqualified or you could receive a point deduction.
Okay. Now, I'm watching Wednesday over there. She's going to town on that loom. And I'm wondering if you have to train for this, because I'll tell you, I broke my foot earlier in the year, and I've had to kind of gradually ramp up. And I go to events like this, and I think, am I going to last the whole weekend? Because that's the marathon, right? It's like the last hurdle.
Some of these teams get together on a regular basis, and they practice making shawls.
Yeah, because look at those feet go. I mean, she does it 3 hours, really?
Other teams, they just belong to spinning and weaving guilds. They get together socially, and they don't practice necessarily, but they spin and weave for their own enjoyment at home. We usually, the local guilds here usually send teams to all of the local county fairs. And it's a lot of fun.
It looks like a lot of fun, and I really am sorry that we don't get to this end quite so often. We're hoping that eventually that's going to change, where we kind of move all the way around, because there's so many things here. It's not just the breed barn, it's not just the sheep show, it's not just the leaping llamas, even though those are super, super important for the educational component. But with education, it comes in many forms, and skill sets that we have had for thousands of years are
sometimes not as valued as they used to be or not as commonly practiced. And so all this institutional knowledge is leaving us.
And really the point of this competition is not who wins or who comes in last or who's the first off the loom. It's just to show our visitors here how a loom works, how spinning wheels work, how things used to be done in the past.
Yes.
You know, we're doing it for our own enjoyment, not because of necessity.
And obviously for exercise too, because I bet she's got calves that will beat the band.
I always like the double treadle myself.
Yep. I mean, this is beautiful, but this is a really fine exhibition in a really fun way, because you know, it's not just the Addams family here. You have a set of knitters here that's got the sheep breeds on their backs with lock examples.
The dream weavers over here.
Yes.
We have the Twisted Sisters from Rhode Island. We have the unicorns, EWE. They're a local guild from the Elmendorf Guild in Red Hook.
Now this is one thing where they say you don't talk to them, right?
Right,
because they're in the middle of a competition.
We usually say, if you have a question, ask the judge, and if, you know, the old saying, oh, if you'd like to know the answer, there's probably several people who also have that same question in mind.
Yes.
So the judge would prefer to address the whole crowd with the information.
That's my life, right?
Yeah.
Ask a question because you don't care, Lara. I'm not too proud to ask.
I think most of these looms today are 4-harness looms. If you had an 8-harness, you're capable of making more intricate patterns. But for our demonstration purposes, a 4-harness loom is perfectly fine.
Now, we spoke earlier. One of the things I wanted to talk to you about really quickly is this little thing that we've been doing. Now, we focus a lot on nonprofits, but not everything. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's okay. This is a busy place, is it not?
It certainly is.
I mean, this is a very popular thing. I thought the breed barns were very popular, but this thing, we had to fight to get to you over here. So one of the things that we definitely feel is important is that many of these things, if they don't have a purpose or if they're not commercially viable, they fade out. And that's a really sad thing, especially since this is not an inexpensive thing to do sometimes. You have to raise the sheep. People are saying, well, why do I buy a skin? Why does it cost me $50? People in the industry know why it costs $50.
Exactly, yes.
But there's many things that die out because they're in that same category. And one of the things that we were talking to you earlier is about the GoFundMe that we found when we were in Scotland. And so I'm going to just share that particular thing. It's Keep Scottish Bonnets Alive in Scotland, and you don't sponsor that here at the Dutchess County Fairgrounds, but it's a little maybe...
we don't, but I was fascinated to learn about this. My brother and I, when we were young, we belonged to a Scottish pipe band in Cornwall, New York, the Clan MacLeod.
We have a picture of that.
And we used to wear these...
MacLeod?
MacLeod,
okay.
yeah. We used to wear these Glengarry hats when we march in parades, you know, on Fifth Avenue for St. Patrick's Day or different parades in Dutchess, Orange, Ulster counties. Oh my gosh, look what you have here.
So I want you to hold your hands out.
Oh my gosh. Oh, look at these.
Yes, so this is from the tartan shop that we in Crieff that we found.
Oh my gosh.
These
aren't they beautiful?
Aren't they beautiful? They make all types of caps. I'm going to put this. I'm going to display you here. But this is the thing that I was speaking with you about, because some of these they're endangered.
This is the Balmoral that you have on my shoulder.
Is it? You know that, do you?
My father used to have one of these.
Did he really?
Yeah.
So this is the one of those skill sets that's again been around forever, but that's kind of dying out. And we spoke to the gentleman. This is all these came from Crieff in Scotland on our trip, and so I have a little bit of a reverence for them. But he was showing us the division of the factory is that, you know, they still make woolen products at the company, but this portion where they make the hats is one of the I believe it's the last one in Scotland that makes the hats in Scotland, and it's dying out. The ladies that are doing it are getting older and they want to retire, and so this process where they've been doing it is going to be gone here. So he's doing a GoFundMe, and he very kindly went up there and participated. And it's not, again, it's not a nonprofit, but you might as well be at some point in time, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you want to encourage younger people to get into these, you know, shall we say, fashion or slow fashion trades.
Yes.
Because, you know, I have my father's cap at home, and he's been gone for many years.
Yes.
And it's just nice to have a quality Scottish cap.
I have my father's Stetsons that he used to wear on the ranch, and it's something about that, because you remember that face underneath that hat. It's
Yes,
just
exactly.
Yeah. So this is again one of those things where you see them do it, and it's been done over time. And they weave this hat. This is just an example of the caps. They weave the wool, they piece the pieces together, and then they felt it. And so they're trying to do a fundraising campaign. I think he has to raise 60 or 80,000 pounds, something like that, in order to maintain the manufacturing, because it's not an inexpensive thing, and it doesn't just, you don't just teach somebody for an hour and then they're done.
Oh, well, it's a great thing to support.
Isn't
really
it?
Is.
Yeah, well,
yes.
we do appreciate it. So I was going to ask, I don't know if you can or not, they are various sizes, and would you be willing to try one of these on? What would you pick if you had the option to pick it? We'll see if it fits.
I'll take the green. It reminds me of our Clan MacLeod tartan, because we had a lot of green in our...
Out of here. Does it fit?
Here we go.
Oh, it fits. Isn't that beautiful? But
this
you
is
know,
like a throwback.
It is a throwback, and we went to that. I showed you the shots of the tattoo in Edinburgh.
Yes.
The military parade, and all the pipers and the pipe bands and the beautiful tartan patterns are wearing these with their uniforms, and to think that that is going to be manufactured overseas somewhere. I'm all for different cultures and things, but you sort of need to keep a piece of your culture alive in the country it comes from.
You'd like to have, you know, the hometown team still making these wonderful bonnets.
You do. Does that fit, actually?
I'm very, I think I'm feeling very comfortable in this.
Well, we had something to give you. It's a Trader Joe's meal. No, it's not a Trader Joe's meal. But we have a little thing here that has gone through customs and 50 odd things, and this is the only thing that would not allow it to break. But this is one of the things that they. This is from that tartan shop in Crieff.
That's so beautiful.
And so this is one of the things that we accentuate in our knitting is the pins and the buckles and the buttons are really an integral part. It's not part of the knitting, but boy, when you put certain things out. When you put certain things on other things, they really, really stand out, don't they? And they are striking. And so this is one of those things.
Beautiful.
Isn't that beautiful? So that's from us to you. And if you would like to wear it on that hat and represent, we would love it, because we do appreciate you supporting that idea. And thank you for being a guinea pig.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we've really, truly enjoyed this. This is just such an experience at the festival every single year.
Did you enjoy that picture of my brother and I wearing our Scotch bonnets?
13 or 14? I don't know how old you were. Yes.
About 14 years old. My brother was 12.
Yep.
And we marched up Fifth Avenue and the St. Patrick's Day Parade. At that time, it was with the County Monaghan Band.
County Monaghan.
So.
Well, you are going to have another generation here. There's I say kid, it shows you how old I am. He's 13. He's from the Philippines, and he was wearing a woven outfit. Oh,
yes.
And he has said next year he's going to have a plaid.
He was yesterday. He was here with us yesterday, and he won the spinning wheel contest for the youth division.
Oh, he did.
And the drop spindle for the youth division. Yeah.
Well, he has vowed that he's going to do his own plaid, and he's doing the colors from the Philippine flag. And because you can make your own tartan, and you can trademark those, I think. So.
Oh yeah.
We brought a couple back. We've got a Ross wedding dress pattern, and I've forgotten what the other pattern is named, but just beautifully individual with meaning. So he's going to do one from the Philippine flag, and we popped a hat on his head.
Well, the traditional tartans of Scotland, of course, belong to different clans, and the one that Queen Elizabeth would wear when she was at Balmoral is only allowed to be worn by the royal family up in Balmoral.
Know that?
And I always thought that was a shame, because I love that particular plaid. But Anyhow.
Well, that's the problem. Are you one of those people like the lowlanders that the highlanders make fun of sometimes? Or because I am, because I'm saying I just love the colors on that, so I want to wear it. Yeah, but they all have meaning in one way, shape, or form.
And some of the clans, it's not just one tartan. They have a hunting, and then they have the dress.
Yes.
Yeah.
So hopefully, if the hunting one doesn't work out for you, you can just say, well, I feel dressy today and wear the colors that you like. No, I guess it's not like that. But you'll see this kid here next year in a hat and his own plaid because, like you mentioned, this is all a part of textiles, isn't it? It's all a part of the fiber industry, whether it's knitting, weaving, crocheting, spindle.
I'm looking forward to his interpretation of a tartan.
We were too.
Yes, his name is Kai. Kai Salon is his name.
Well, he's a bright kid.
Yes.
And he likes the history of the thing too.
He's very involved with textiles, and for such a young person, it's really inspirational to see how excited he is about it.
Yeah, I thought so too. My niece was very excited too because she said, "Oh, you're doing neat things, pineapple dyeing, and just all kinds of interesting things." But yeah, maybe he will do something in the weaving and looming, and that's how he'll do his own little particular thing.
That could be his vocation in life.
Yes. Yeah. All right. Well, it couldn't be a better place to talk about
Laura,
that. Thank you.
I have so loved your visit, and Rick, and it's just a pleasure to have you back here at the New York State Sheep and Wool Festival.
Yeah, we appreciate your representing the Dutchess County Sheep and Wool Growers Association and being a great guinea pig for us. We appreciate that.
My love to Scotland.
By Stefania Dignam to Canada. The Icelandics are known for their milk, their meat, and their fiber. The rams are 180 pounds. The ewes are 120. They are not good flockers. They are poor. They have a poor flocking instinct. They're known to be highly intelligent and aggressive foragers. Welcome the Icelandic. Who's next there? Is that our Lincolns? Okay, no, our Leicester Longwool. Here comes our Leicester Longwool. Hold on there, Kim. The Leicester Longwools are also from England, from Leicestershire, and they were imported or originated in the mid-1700s. They were developed by Robert Bakewell. If you're familiar with the sheep industry, he was oh, see, we do more tricks. Yay! And if we cheer tiny goats, they might jump like the tiny goats did. So Robert Bakewell is very important to the agricultural industry because he was the first person to develop selective breeding. And Bakewell's improved Leicester was a hit around the world. George Washington and Thomas Jefferson had sheep imported from England to improve their own flocks. The fleece of Leicester sheep is very distinctive and is an important part of the breed. The high luster, silky, and with soft handle, its versatility, staple length, and glow make it highly sought after for spinning, knitting, and other fiber arts. The wool growth for 1 year varies from 5 to 14 inches. They're big creatures. Rams are 275 pounds, ewes are 190. This is Mr. Bingley from Maple Frost Farm in Langdon, New Hampshire. Mr. Bingley is 1 year old, and this is his second year at the New York State Sheep and Wool Festival. Welcome, Mr. Bingley, the Leicester Longwool. Come on, Bubby, we love you. He says, I'm just voguing so that they have. Why? Oh, this is Darcy. It's not Mr. Bingley. Sorry about that. I insulted him, but you're very handsome. Okay, next we have the Lincolns. I just had your paper. Hold on there, Amanda. Oh, see what happens when I move things? Here it is, the Lincoln Longwool with Prado de Lana, the Barcinus family. The Lincolns are also from England. They originated in Lincolnshire, They were exported to the U.S. around 1800. They also are known for their long, lustrous, sturdy wool, as well as being hardy and the largest of all of the United Kingdom long wool breeds. They are also a dual purpose breed, good for both meat and fiber. The rams are 225 to 300 pounds. The ewes are 200 pounds. The Lincolns come in both white and many shades of gray. Their current status, sadly, is threatened, and meaning that there are fewer than 1,000 registrations per year in the United States. And even worse, the global population is less than 5,000. So a lot of these breeds that are here today are in the same boat. They're slower growing because they tend to be the rare breeds, the primitive breeds. It takes 3 years to grow them to full size, and therefore the meat market doesn't want to feed for 3 years. So that's why a lot of these breeds are endangered. So welcome the Lincoln. Oh, these little sweeties next. Next. Hold on, let me find your paper. It's here. Next, we have the Santa Cruz. Ah, I swore I had a paper, Paula. Paula, you want to come and talk about them? Paula's going to take the microphone from me a second. And the little fella, hold on, Paula's going to take this. This is the Garner family. Oh, she couldn't find me on the floor.
People, which is what makes them very valuable against the skin wall because they came from those really. So their wool is actually really, really neat to work with. Excellent for spinning wool.
Welcome to Santa Cruz. Oh, and here come my bad girls. So we're going to see if they'll even come in or if they're going to throw themselves on the floor and ruin their fleece. Next is the Shetlands. And the Shetlands are from the Shetland Islands. They actually originated in Norway. And yeah, see, so we're not going to make Jane. She's Backyard Green Films mascot. And she's sick of people. And in front of her is Ruby. They're only 4 months old, so they're really misbehaving today. They're like, no. So they have the finest fleece of the British Islands breeds, and they're also known to have a versatile fleece. So on some animals, some sheep breeds, the fleece will be the same from one to the next to the next. That's not the case with the Shetlands. It can vary from being next to skin soft to a little bit more coarse and wavy, a nice fine crimp. It does vary. Rams can go 125 to 150. Ewes are 100 pounds. So they're not going to get too much bigger then they're not going to match any of these out here. Their tails do not need to be docked. They are great mothers. They're easy keepers. They have individual personalities. Some, I've heard people say they're not real sheep. They're like dogs. That's okay. I'll keep my dogs and then my big guys. The Shetland sheep are considered a triple purpose sheep, producing wool, meat, and milk. The Shetland wool again can be fine, soft, strong. They come in 11 different colors and 33 patterns or markings, and making them desired by fiber artisan. The meat is lean, tender, and mild flavored. They are charming, calm, curious, and easily managed breed. The sheep is an intelligent sheep and is good at recognizing and remembering human faces. Keep moving, girls, keep moving. Welcome to Shetland. Okay, what do I have next there? Is that my border, Lester? No? What's next? Thank you. Next is coming the traditional English South Down or the other kind of South Down? Who's going? I don't know. So there are two kinds of South Downs. There's something called the traditional English South Down. I believe the one that's coming in is not that because that's the baby doll. Traditional English. So the South Downs, come on in, Katie, with your South Downs. Katie is our youngest exhibitor in the breed barn, and she is a wealth of knowledge. Welcome, Katie, with her sheep. The South Downs, in her young 12 years, her sheep and winning awards. And last year she sat in on the beginning Shepherd's workshop. You would not believe what this young lady knows. It's pretty spectacular. Sorry. Oh, she lost her headband. So, England, they're derived from the chalky south shores of England. They were standardized in the mid-18th century and then popularized in the 19th century. They're a renowned dual-purpose breed, bearing quality medium-length wool and the highest quality lamb for the table. Friendly, easy to keep, the South Downs. Teeswater. Oh no, do I not have my Teeswater paper? Oh, the Teeswater is also from England. The Teeswater, the Leicester Longwool, were what was used to create the Wensleydale. So they're an old breed from England, known for their spectacular fleece, which also grows 12 inches a year. And it is known for its sheen, its length, its luster, and it'll also have a bit of a halo. Hand spinners and fiber artists love the locks because they just fall apart in your hands. They're also known for having the speckled face and legs, and they are a rather large breed as well. Did I get everything? Ooh, that was lucky. And next we have the Tunis. Now I gotta get my phone out. So coming in is Julie Jones with her Tunis sheep. Get that paper. She first arrived in the U.S. in 1799 as a gift from the Bay of Tunis. They thrived in the South until the Civil War, when they were wiped out, but for one surviving flock. The Tunis breed is distinctive for their red head and legs. This gives rise to the phrase, not everything in the sheep industry is black and white. Tunis are medium-sized sheep known for their tolerance and ability to breed out of season. Tunis lambs are born red and likened to this creamy white wool with a clean red head and legs. There are two types of Tunis now, the old-style fat tail, commercial sheep, and the larger modern show type. Tunis are known for their delicate, mild-flavored meat. Tunis cross well with other breeds, and this mild flavor trait carries forward. There's a lot of fluctuation in the Tunis fleece. However, it is generally a medium grade wool with a stable length of 3 to 6 inches. yielding an average of 6 to 10 pounds at shearing. Put this all together, and it means there's a tunic sheet to fit all purposes. Welcome the tunic. Okay, hold on, Tammy, I gotta find yours. So, welcome. Tammy, where to go? Welcome the Valley Flatnose. It's gotta be on the back of something, because I found it here and she put it in my book for me. Anybody want to volunteer to help me next year? I'm more than happy to take that. So these are known, referred to as the world's cutest sheep. Yes, that's everybody says. Tammy, it's handwritten and we put it in my book. Where'd it go? Tammy, can I hand you the microphone? It's here, but it's missing in my font. I'm gonna wing it, but my farm is called Wing and a Prayer Farm, so it works. Sheep are the sheep, and the breed is native to Switzerland. I'll first start. I have a little from Peach Pie and Josie are this year's lambs. They're about 5 months old. Peach Pie is 50% Shetland and 50% Valley Black Nose. And Josie is 75% Valley Black Nose and 25% Shetland. So we are breeding on our farm since 2018 when we bought our first artificially inseminated Teeswater foundation ewes. Now, in 2023, we have purebred Valley Black Nose sheep because we were able to import embryos in 2020. So Peach Pie and Josie sire is Julie is 50% Valley Black Nose sheep, 50% Peach Pie. And she's considered an S1. So Josie is an S2. And so you would fire sheep up to S5. And Peach Pie is an accident, and the accident. Her mom, Peach, is a shepherd sheep, and she's sort of the last one that I would pick to breed up. But she wanted to breed up all by herself and comprehended because he was Jeremiah. So my story is that I watched her, I was on tenterhooks for 5 months with her carrying these potentially very large lambs. But when she did lamb, she had twins and they were very petite. And you can see they're similar ages, but the size difference is really obvious. So that 50% Shetland sort of prevails. But the marking stuff, I love the fleece quality. The Valley fleece is in the first year fine and crimpy, and we use it for next to the skin yarn. But as they get older, we use their fleece because of the filter quality, the rub yarn, the weighted yarn, it's really beautiful.
Sarah, did you find it?
Of course.
Okay.
Right while she was talking.
There are forms are viewed and the field of final shape. These field view and what we're working on is three dots. Yes, I should also say that I'm really glad you know so they are very so if you we share our here on the side and they both have their icons for the evolution of trade before and then the trade again more in my experience, it's great. I'm not having any what to do. Here, I also
Welcome to Valet Black Nose. Give me my paper gun. Sorry, I lost it. It was under the book. So next is the white Dorper, and this is Brent Zimmerman. Woo! Look at, he's going to show us up too. Look at that sheep walk. Yeah, mine will never do that. 4 days, that's it. Yeah, no, my sheep are on 4 days and they're not doing it. So the white Dorper originated in South Africa. It was a cross between a Dorset and a Persian. So the Dorper is the same breed with a different color, but they have black heads. And what? The blackheads drive him nuts. So they are early maturing, fast growing. They're ready for market at 5 to 7 months. They can breed out of season for more lambs any month. They're great foragers, getting great growth on grass. They are very friendly and strong, so not for the faint of heart, but they do have a strong flocking instinct for easy management. Brent doesn't have fences on a lot of his properties. He's got a lot of land, but it's dogs working them and a lot of bells. So they're easy to manage. They are considered hair sheep, which means that they shed. So no shearing is required for the Dorper. And we represent sheep at Sheep and Wool. Yeah. Yeah. They represent sheep at Sheep and Wool. How's that? Welcome the Dorper. So the next thing we're going to do, it's time for sheep selfies. So we're going to walk the sheep out just between buildings 28 and 29, where you're welcome to come and get your hands on them and take photos with them. Yeah, take them now. And please, if you want to know anything else, there are also a couple breeds that were worse behaved than mine. So you can meet us all in the breed barn. Our whole purpose is education and encouraging new shepherds. So there's no such thing as a stupid question. Please come on up and get your photos taken. Thank you all for staying. I appreciate it. That was fantastic. Did you see how bad mine were?
What's that?
You see how bad mine were?
Yes.
Yes.
That was totally
He's like, okay. Press. Come on in for sheep selfies.
To the exhibitors, the white long wool junior ewe-lamb class split has been posted over on the table, on a clipboard on the table with the trophy on it.
Well, first of all, let me say there really isn't a bad fleece clear down here to the end. So that makes my job pretty hard. When you've got multiple breeds, multiple fleece characteristics, things to look at and take into account to separate when you're putting one breed against another. And then normally when you judge a wool show, you've got 2 or 3 good fleeces at the top, and then you've got some sheep that the fleeces aren't very good or well cared for or anything like that, and you can separate things. But that's not the case in this class. I'm being serious. There's really not a bad fleece in here, so then it becomes down to a structural type sort for me. I think you got to work through some things in your head and look at each prospective breed and what wool grade they have, what they have, and where you think they fit, I guess, if you will. I think the one I started with up here in the end, I think just from a skeletal design standpoint, that's how we like to make them. I mean, that sheep's super correct on its feet and legs, really up front, it holds together really well. When we get it out on the move, we walk it around, super sound. And then you look at the fleece for this breed, very high quality fleece, just a logical place for me to start. The one in second, big growthy ram, I think here we get maybe not quite as level out over his dock as what we have here in first. Another one that's rugged built, sound made, just like to straighten him up a little bit. But again, for that breed, really nice fleece. You got to admire the structural soundness he has on his feet and legs. Just wanted to fit in there to second for me. And third, I think another logical decision, I think it closely follows type of kind of the one in second. One that you have a nice fleece on it as well, sound on his feet and legs, really long-sided, really up-headed, just not quite as much of him as what we have here in second, but I think one that fits in there next for me. Then we come in here next to one, here's one that you get a little different breed, different structure, but a fleece is really, really nice, very high quality. I think he works himself in their nets in that regard. Likewise, the one we round out our top 5 with, one that's got a super fleece on it for that particular breed. Just a really interesting class to sort through. Quality the whole way down. Congratulations.
Next in the rank, we have
Can we pet you?
Absolutely, you can.
Oh, you're so soft. What a sweetheart.
She's sweet. They're the friendliest sheep I've ever had.
Is it a certain kind of breed or?
Yeah, it's a white Dorper. So this is the breed talk tent. So we're giving little talks on different breeds because there are a lot of different breeds. And some, you want to know what's good and what's bad.
She's so friendly.
But she's a good one. We got a whole bunch at home. We've been up to 300 right now we're down to about 148, 140, something like that. I haven't counted, and I should know this.
No.
Just gonna check to see if there's a baby.
Maybe that's
And then, but we have all of them are pregnant. So by Easter we should have 400 in the barn.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and that's tough because obviously the hay, but that's when the meat market is. She does. She's like, where are my other 100 friends? You're her new flock.
All right, Bub, should we go find Susan? We were on our way to find a friend and we got
Well, this is a good distraction.
nice, yeah, it's a beautiful distraction. All right, Bub.
Come and see here. Well, obviously the white Dorper is the most popular breed here. Well, they should be. Because. Shall we start? I mean, you could ask anything you want about this breed, whatever you want. I know a lot about this breed. I love them. I'm not an expert. I would never say I'm an expert, but I do know a lot on them. So, are you interested in getting white Dorpers by chance? Why not?
We live in a city. You never know.
You never know. Brava. So I've had sheep. This is the white Dorper. I have lime kiln white Dorpers. Says right there on the hat. They're pure bred. If you go look at my sign, we misspelled bread. But that's fine. So these are a hair sheep. They do shed. She is a slick shedder, which if I only had slick shedders, that would be great. So we don't get any wool from them. And a lot of people ask, can you use the wool that is falling off? Not really. It's kind of nasty. Because when their new growth starts, everything else just falls off. And it doesn't fall off in a big clump. And with so many sheep, I don't have 300 pelts laying all over the yard. So it's not a big mess. They'll just rub against trees or against the tractor and little by little it'll fall off. And the birds use it. They just take it up and make a nest for it in the springtime. So we breed them for meat. Without wool, they are a meat animal. And you can tell that. Without wool, look at her. It's just, when you're looking to meat animals, there's a lot of meat on there. They do live a long time. I've only had this flock 8 years. I was in Italy raising wool sheep for 25 years. And when I moved to the USA, I sheared sheep for 25 years, never sold a piece of wool. Then I moved to USA, and I wanted hair sheep, so I never had to do the wool work again. And of course, I moved in the backyard of Rhinebeck, where the biggest wool festival in the world is. So that was a mistake. But there is no shearing. You're not breaking your back on it. So our only income is the meat they can provide or selling breeding stock, which I am doing. But we can breed out of season, is a huge benefit. So you can plan your lambs when you want them. We don't have a once-a-year birthing. So there is that every 9 months. If we want to push them, we can get lambs every 9 months. If you do that, you're not always going to get twins. So some say it's better to have them do it once so they have twins and let them have the year off. I go both ways. Depends on my market. If I got a lot of requests, I'll breed them. If not, we'll let them have a rest. We have a lot of land. Fortunately, blessed with a big farm, 400 and some acres. So my big flock has a lot of space to go. I don't have a lot of fences. They are very good consumers of grass and lesser browsy types. So when they get bored of grass, they will go along fence lines or trees, eat poison ivy. I like to say they're optimists. They're always eating up here, which is also good for, you know, worm control, whatnot. If you read a breed brochure, they do say parasite resistance, but obviously that's just a management decision as well. If you keep them on the same piece of grass all summer long, they're gonna get worms. So other benefits. I put treats in my pocket. That's what she's got me trained. I will be loud if you don't give me some of that. Here, we'll just do it like this. So I wanted them for less wool work, and then we butchered one for a customer, and I fried some of it up. It is the best tasting lamb I've ever had. Some say because they don't have the wool, they don't have the lanolin, but also when we're going in the sheep business, a product is right here. Look, figure it out. The product is meat, and you have to figure out how you're going to get rid of that meat, how you're going to get top dollar for that meat, and you might as well get a sheep that they like the taste on. Because we've all had a lamb, and you're so excited and go, ooh, that's not the lamb for me, but this one guaranteed. So also very friendly. Not that I'm not one of those people who holds them and names them and all that good stuff. I have so many animals, such a big farm. I don't put a lot of time into trying to domesticate them. But just on their own, at 2 or 3 years old, they will start, you know, you go walking. I do walk them a lot, so they are used to me. But they will come and just be around you. And when they're tired of eating, they will come right under your feet and just lay there. So they feel that protection of shepherdish. But I do spend a lot of time with them in that sense. So the friendliest sheep I've ever met, they also flock easily. They all stick together. So when I open up the barn gate, I don't have sheep all over the farm. And I do help a lot of other people who maybe don't have the same experience with birthings or whatnot. And I go to their farm, and they got sheep everywhere. That would drive me nuts. I'm so used to having just this, 300 moving in a circle. Really? She said you're late. That's not true. They're very smart. They speak English or Italian. Andiamo, ciao. Mangiamo. They're called pecore. They birth pretty easy, but you know, there are animals, so you're gonna have your difficult ones. And some years, the first week of birthing, you're like, I'm not doing this. I will not spend my life doing this. But for the major part, pretty easy birthings. We've had, I've got 32 that are bred right now they're supposed to start birthing tomorrow. And of course they started Friday. So I had lambs Friday, Saturday, and today, but I just walk in the barn and find them standing on the feet, which is good. They are quite, I mean, I don't have small arms, and you can do it without making her suffer a lot. Some do get very hairy on the back. They call them carpet backs, which is not terribly nice to look at, but it does protect them from sun and whatnot. I'm trying to get the whole flock slick shedding like this one does, so they do lose everything. They're not picky. I don't feed them a lot of grain because they're naturally fat. Also in the season when we have so much grass, they are really fattening up a lot. Feet are pretty great. They're outside a lot, but this wet month that we've had, I do keep an eye on them on that sense. From a consumer point of view, my best money making on this breed, the absolute best, is selling lamb meat by the pound, individual by the pound. That's also the slowest income, and it's also the most tedious, and you're never gonna have a big payday. It's just 10, 15, 20 bucks at a time. But you do, overall, you're making the money. My second is selling the good breeding stock that I would want to keep myself at a fair price. You know, I got to get paid, they got to get paid. And the worst is the auction houses, because the auctions go like this. And how a lot of people say, well, how much? And if I say 200 for a baby lamb, they say, well, that's a lot. I say, well, I got to pay her. So if I get $200 for her product for the year, that's 45 cents a day to take care of this. I'm not doing it. So you need a very high number of sheep. So you got to figure out the money side, obviously, of what your market. I mean, I would do it for a hobby anyway, but if you're doing it for business, you got to figure out where that is coming in. With any breed, But I think that's why I love them. And I'm probably never going to change the main breed. And we do have a buyer from Florida who he's hopefully going to see something he likes. And every day that he spends with a Dorper is saying, now, tell me more. So it is a good business. They're the fastest growing breed in the USA right now. Well, for about 6 years now. And it really is a hands-off breed. I love them.
Do they have to eat a certain kind of grass? Or just
Nope. No, I don't know the grasses. I was in Italy for so long, and then you come here and your brain's dead. I don't know what my grasses are, but they do. They're always happy. I've got abandon, I've got woods, I've got shale. They'll go anywhere and just mow it down. They do listen pretty well. I've got a lot of flowers and not a lot of fences, so I can just basically say nah, and you'll see 300 go. All right. I mean, occasionally one.
you just have Dorpers, you said, right?
I only have Dorpers right now, white Dorpers. They also make the black Dorpers, so it's a cross between Dorset sheep, which are huge, and the Persian fat-tailed sheep, which is where they get the shedding and that black head from. Some people love the black heads. That would drive me nuts. So I want these white Dorpers, and truly, I think they are great. I've had 7, this is my 7th breed of sheep, and they are by far my favorite. I was milking sheep in Italy as well, so you have to have you can milk these. Not herb right now, but they have nice size udders. But all that milk needs to go to the baby because that's the good product. In Italy, we had to have our babies ready for Easter. Didn't matter the breed. If you didn't sell it by Easter, you're not going to make any money. Then after Easter, we milked from Easter Day till mid-August. So our money making in Italy was the cheese, but our babies were not. But if you milk these have a higher, like an Angus cow. If you milk an Angus cow, you're going to get much less milk, but you're going to get a much higher percentage. So the cheese might be even better, but you're going to have to milk a lot to make a whole piece of cheese. And if you're milking sheep, by the way, for a cow or goat's cheese, you need 10 pounds of liquid milk to make 1 pound of cheese. With the sheep, you only need 6 pounds. So you are going to get less, but you got higher yield. And it's highly concentrated. That's her friend. The lambs are calling for her. So that's our thing. Anybody have a question? We do sell breeding stock. We do have lamb meat to taste. And if you are going to go into the sheep business and you want, ask them if they're selling lamb, buy a piece and see if you like to eat it. That sounds horrible in these settings, I know, but it's true. I mean, if you don't like your product, better change your breed. And she just started leash walking 4 days ago. We practiced last night going, oh, this is going to be a shit show. But yeah, she's doing great. Oh, so I bought this first white Dorper 8 years ago, and I've still got them. Yeah. So we've been very, very blessed on the birthings, so I don't have a lot of difficulty. I haven't lost a lot in birthings. Coupled to predators. I mean, the problem, 8 years old, 9 years old, they start to lose their teeth. If they don't have teeth, they can't eat, they can't produce. So keeping them on or off the hard pellets, off the salt blocks so they don't have to scrape it. Anything they don't have to use their teeth for inside is better so they can use teeth outside. You just don't want to push their teeth use. But 8, 9 years, yeah, they'll live longer, but what is a skinny sheep going to produce for you? And I'm way beyond the point of running an old folks home. So these also have a very nice salvage value. You got here right when we were talking about meat. So please don't be offended. But the salvage value, because she's a big animal. So if you get her before they fall apart, I mean, you can process them into a nice sausage something. And also we do have a lot of communities that happen to like old sheep. And I was telling my friend Boyd here, I don't know, over the summer, I took a sheep that I'd kept too long. She was very skinny. I could just not get her to recuperate anything. So she did not look good at all. I dropped her at the auction. I sped out of there with pebbles spitting because I did not want anybody to see who dropped off this horrible sheep. I got 150 bucks for her. So maybe that's my market. I don't know. But I love them. White Dorpers. Highly recommend. Minimum of 300. Available for sale now. Anything you'd like to know about them? We just said everything, but you're welcome to ask. These.
You were very informational yesterday in the shepherding Q&A.
Oh, well, thank you. Well, this is what we're shepherding. Sometimes they shepherd me. So these are the White Dorper. They breed young. So at 9 months, I can breed them. So I used to go for 6 or 7 months. So on their first birthday, they had a baby. But I got so many now, I can give them that few extra months. As long as they weigh a little bit over 100 pounds, I'm not worried about breeding them that they're going to suffer or stunt. Just don't want to breed too soon because that will take all the nutrition. They're not going to grow. And if you're going to get sheep, any of you, just be very, very observant because, as they say, the eye of the farmer fattens the cow. And if you watch, and they're fun. I can stand in the barn every night. And with practice, you're going to know, uh-oh, she's off. Just by walking through going, she ain't right. She's not over there. Just observe, 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 because they don't speak English. The history of Dorper, well, they're from South Africa. Good question, Lucas. They're from South Africa. They are the mix of the Dorset, which are big, very large sheep. I love Dorsets. I almost went with Dorsets. And, which are English sheep. And the Persian sheep, which are the black-headed, black-backed fat tail. If you've never seen a fat tail sheep, it's kind of freaky. That tail's about that wide. And it's a delicacy in Egypt, where I happen to spend the summer of August. Not this year, thankfully. So it's a mix between the two. They're from South Africa. That's where they originated. Very arid and hot down in South Africa, so they can handle the arid, the hot. I bought my ram from Texas, arid and hot, and I brought him up here. We're quite humid and wet, and they don't seem to have a trouble. I mean, they got lots of space and lots of barns, and I can kind of see what they're doing and keep them out of too much trouble. But the snow doesn't bother them. Getting rained on, they don't bother too much. Rain cleans them up great, so then you have a couple hundred sheep looking pure white out there. So that's the history of where they come from, South Africa. With our association, we do have South Africans judges who will come to farms and tell you how far off you are in the breed standard. So this is a commercial meaning she doesn't have 2 registered parents. I use only purebred rams that originate from South Africa, the bloodlines, not the actual sheep, to try to keep that, well, the taste and the structure and the character of it. But on that, I have a lot of commercial sheep because I'm not going to go through a lot of the paperwork because I have enough of the breeders who just want a farm sheep that doesn't quite cost so much. And I also have the purebred and the full blood, meaning traceable to South Africa or bred up so much that they are purebred now. And so I do have registered stock as well, lambs and breeding ewes. But this one in particular is a bit bigger than this breed standard. Breed standard is a little bit shorter, and a ram that I just spent way too much money on. He's about 2 inches shorter than her and about 2 inches longer than her. So, and this is the, it's a meat animal. So please be patient, but this is the moneymaker from here to here. Just this. So if we can get them a little longer, a little fatter, that's what we want. Because that's going to get you the big money by the pound. Come here, please. And the circle on her back, I don't know what that means. I must have been marking them for some reason. Or playing tic-tac-toe, I don't know.
You said minimum 300. Is that like you're saying the size of a...
Well, that's mine. I mean, I do that full time. This is all I do. And I would go up to 500 if I could find one little helper. Because it's a numbers game. I mean, if you got the land, it's good, better for them.
What's the minimum land that you could do 300 on?
I could do 300 on my land. Of my pasture land, I probably got 60 acres, but I could do that. I mean, they do have to be rotated. Up here in the Northeast, that we do have a big parasite problem because it rains, it's humid, perfect parasite weather. And these are pretty parasite resistant, but any sheep, you just want to get them off the pasture, crowded or by themselves. You want to get them off the pasture because they're going to go to the same sweet spot where the grass is. You know, you might have all this, but they only like eating here. And that's where the worms are going to come out of them, and 4 days later, they're going to start crawling up grass ready to be reconsumed. So I do try to move every 4 days so I can stay away from the worm problems. And I have a lot of land, so I can do that. I've got 14 pastures which I can rotate through, plus the free land of my neighbors. Yeah, but just keep them, they can't stay just here. They have to be rotated, and if your pasture starts to go, you got to get them inside. Keep checking the eyeballs, and you know, even though I stay on top of it, I'll still have worm problems occasionally. Not the whole group, thank goodness. And with sheep, you do want to stay on top of it because when one goes down, 300 are going to follow. The old adage of, you know, sheep invent ways to die. It happens. I mean, get it out of the way at the bottom. And I do tell people, you know, maybe if you're a beginner, maybe not always buy the most expensive sheep you can find. Because guaranteed, a champion, you buy it, put it in the truck, it'll be dead by the time you get home. And the three-legged one missing a titty, live forever. I mean, so you just have to be very realistic about where you want to start, how much you want to spend, how steep your learning curve is. And there are, maybe not a lot anymore, but there are people out there like myself who have a big farm, and I'm very, very happy to take people on for a weekend or a week or a birthing season. Put on your boots. Let's not make videos and selfies, but let's do it. And you can learn a lot real fast just coming to the farm and soaking it in. And obviously there's so much on the internet. Don't believe everything you believe on a breed, because like this breed will see parasite resistant, but that's also how you manage her. She's not gonna be parasite resistant if I just leave her there. And these can be in your pocket, on my lap, she's got a name, or they could be out there and I don't wanna see it till the truck comes and takes her away. I mean, any sheep can, but you just how you wanna put your, how you wanna do it. Any questions from anybody?
I have one.
Yes.
Sorry, you might have covered this earlier, but you're raising mostly meat sheep. Do you wait till they're a certain age or they're a certain weight before you sell them to market?
This is a big learning curve for me because we are in USA. Do you know how many different tastes there are in USA? In Italy, we had to have it ready by Easter, and it could not be more than 40 pounds. So in Italy, I knew I had to go Easter, go back 2 months, go back 5 months. That's when they put the ram. Always. Had to. And Easter changed, so you just got to keep up with that. Then I moved to USA, and every day of the week, somebody wants a big one, a tiny one, so I have to have a big source, because I don't want to disappoint a customer, obviously. But you got to find your market and stick with it. But, you know, I have so many sheep, and I hate to say no. And walking up here, we had a man call us. He wants a big ram, you know, from a Muslim community, wants a big ram intact. He wants it today. Well, give me 6 months. I mean, plan ahead. Plan ahead. So I forgot your question.
Do you wait like till they're like a year old?
Oh, so when they get around 120 pounds, if you're going to raise, let's just say the boys pay the rent and the girls have a good productive life. That's how it goes. So if I'm going to raise a boy to 120 pounds, that's almost optimum because they will start taking on fat on the inside. So you're spending a lot of money to just peel a lot of fat away and throw it away. So at about 120 pounds, you're going to get nice chops, a very nice sized leg, lots of burger. So we get about, if we, it depends on the butcher or how you do it, we can get about 55%. So if I'm taking 120 and I get back 60, I am so happy. It's a lot. It's a lot. And it's beautiful. And when it's on the table and you lay it all aside, oh my gosh, she's beautiful. It makes you want to cook it. It's super. Well, the butchers are tough because they're going through this whole crisis as we all are. And you know, butchering is such a talent and it's getting so expensive. Because what do you got to pay a butcher now? They're not working for $10 an hour. And for me to process a lamb at home, I'm probably all day on one. I do it very good, but I'm not fast. And it's also, I want every sliver. So I'm peeling every bone and getting as much yield as I can. So the problem with our butchers, they're hard to get into USDA. And they've got to move that sheep through there. They're paying their guys whatever they're paying, 25, 30 bucks an hour. They're not going to allow them to sit there and peel the meat. So you're going to get much less yield. That's just, I've watched it happen. and it's very sad. And they can't keep their help either. So you need to be a good butcher. You need help. You need practice on this. So you can't hire somebody and by next week they're giving you a perfect cut sheep. So this last group, I just took 10 big rams to Cobleskill, SUNY Cobleskill for the students to learn on. They did fantastic, very low yield. And that's how I got to run a farm. So I got very low yield. I won't even tell you how low because I'll probably start crying, but it's beautiful, but it's a teaching school and you just got to accept, you know, someone's going to go in the waste bin. And that's awful because this is a passion. I have such a passion for it and I'm going to start tearing up. I know it. But if I'm out there at 3 o'clock in the morning in January on my belly asking God, please save this one, I will never ask again, and give it my best, you gotta butcher it your best so I can get the best customer who's going to be happy to pay that price. Because it's just, everybody's got to do the job. And honestly, I think we're starting to slack off. And, you know, I go to auctions and the buyers don't want to come to auctions if we're all dressed like slobs and our sheep are limping. Why are they going to come there? They want the best. And so they're paying less, so auctions are now off the table. You go to a butcher, which you're paying $135 for a lamb, each. So if I take 10 lambs, that's $1,300 out of my pocket, and you need to get the yield back, because if they only get 30 pounds back, I just paid $4.50 per pound to get it butchered. So I have to be great at it, the butcher has to be very careful and professional, and the person cooking it has to be, they have to love it. Because it's not the cheapest meat on the market. We're becoming a luxury item. This is the reality. This is supposed to be a pep talk, but we're a luxury item now. I'm supposed to encourage you for this. And I do encourage you. But, you know, we all have to be good because this is no longer the cheapest animal on the farm. Because, you know, when I moved to USA, I was paying $28 a round bale. We're paying $60 now. That's in 8 years. We're not getting more for this. So if I'm asking $20 a pound for certain cuts, we're squeaking by. So everybody on that chain has to do their best. Everybody, including the hay guy, because you got to feed them good to keep them good. It's much easier to keep them healthy and professional, healthy and productive than fix it. And I got so many, and I'm guilty as well. I got a heart. I put so much money and time into trying to save the sad ones. You're like, you got to get to a point, get out of here. I'll save this one. But that's just the reality of it. Anybody else have something? Did I convince you that Ward Dorpers are the ones to go with? If you don't want to shear, I mean, they're strong. They are very, very strong because that is dense. If you go look at my 2 lambs I've got in there, they're 4 and 5 months old. And somebody said, I said, this is going to be a pain because she doesn't lead well. Somebody said, carry that one over. I'm not carrying 70 pounds of muscle who's going to kill me. They're very, very, very strong. So if you work with them every day or just out there and they know who you are, it's easy. If you try to corner her and get her out here by muscle, I'm out. I don't want that game. They're very used to my big guard dogs, so that helps a lot. If there's trouble, they will run to the guard dogs. When they have their babies, the dogs will go over there and start licking lambs or cleaning up afterwards. They don't seem to have trouble with it because they know the deal. I love it. I love the sheep business. So if you're into it, anybody have a question? I have Maremas. I was in Italy, so I brought my Maremas with me. They're big, they're white, they're ferocious, they're gorgeous. I've got them. Mine aren't so ferocious anymore because I have a farm store. Learned the hard way. Customers have to be able to get out of the car to come in the farm store. So that's how we do it. Did you enjoy? Oh, we have a question. Yes.
I know it's just a Dorper talk, but have you been shepherd to other sheep?
I have. This is my 7th breed. So I had, when I got to Italy, the reason I stayed in Italy, I found out you could take a flock of sheep up on the mountain and they give you a work permit. I said, that's easy. Ha. So I got a flock of sheep and went up on the mountain and I thought I'd be there for the summer and I spent 25 years. We still have the farms there. I love it. It'll always be a part of me. I smiled for 25 years. That's a very good thing to do. I highly recommend it. But I first got Bergamasca, which are the biggest sheep in the world. If you look them up, they have very long ears. When all the lambs are running, it looks like seagulls. beautiful. But I was trying, I wanted to make cheese, and I was milking like this way up here. They are tall, they're big. And they also didn't flock very well. And I was up on a mountain, so they kind of ran me ragged. So I traded those for Sardinian milk sheep, which have that long hair, which they make rugs out of, very beautiful. The lambs are tiny, but that's what they like over there. Big, big milkers. Then when my goat dairy started taking off, I didn't want to milk my Sardinians anymore. So I got Sopravvisana, which are like a merino. So they have nice wool, but very wrinkly skin. Beautiful, charming, tiny, but they're on via of extinction. And there's a reason that a lot of these go on via of extinction. They don't have a commercial value. So her wool was hard to get. Nobody was buying wool. Her meat wasn't fast or a lot. So I got rid of them. Then I went for the English Suffolk, which looked like that bale of hay with 4 little legs. I loved it. Now I'll probably get a wool sheep here just because I'm so involved here. And I'm pretty sure in my head I have time to try to learn how to spin and weave. But I don't know. But these for the production side, they're super. They're the fastest growing breed in the USA for the last 6 years. And there is a reason, because all this is beautiful, beautiful, but these people are so dedicated. They're so talented who do this. And I'm not them. I tried crocheting once. Not good. Anybody else have questions? How do you make ricotta? Really? I'll tell you. Okay, so ricotta is the farm saver of all cheesemakers. And we don't make ricotta here. And ricotta, they just add milk and add a lemon. No, ricotta means recooked. So ricotta. So you make your hard cheese, strain out the whey, and strain it very, very good, because you don't want any little bit of the cheese cheese remnants in your whey. So filter very, very good, because any cheese remnants when you're making the ricotta are going to turn into stones. And the ricotta, you just want that cream of just, what did I just eat? Excitement. You don't want to go, there's a stone. So filter. And then in Celsius, I don't know what it is in Fahrenheit because I made cheese only in Celsius for so long, but you can figure that out. So you got to heat the whey, only the whey, to 60 degrees, fast. You can go as fast as you can get it. And keep it stirring because you don't want to scorch. 60 Celsius. Then stop stirring at 70 because you don't want those flakes to be doing this when the cheese forms. So stop the stirring at all of it. Put a dinner plate in there and just stop the movement. At 80, you're going to see the flakes, the snowflakes start to come up. 60, 70, 80. And those snowflakes, they're all at once going to just make a mass, like a 2-inch mass on top of the pot. And when it starts bubbling like a volcano lava, it's ready. Don't add vinegar, don't add milk, because I have a lot of people here, oh yeah, I make ragout, I add milk. That's not ragout. I don't know what ragout is. But that's the best ricotta in the world. So for every pound of cheese here, you get half a pound of the ricotta. So if I'm making 100 pounds back home, I got 50 pounds of ricotta that I can go in the local piazza, open up the car door. I don't know if you know how many kisses you get from ricotta. First you say, how much is it? I say 3, and these old ladies go, so, okay, 250. Okay, ciao, Brent. It's very good. So if you get that ricotta recipe right, and I don't keep secrets on cheese. We're all here to feed and be good, and I can give you the exact same recipe, and yours will be different from mine. Just be good at it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good luck. Bring me some ricotta, please. And sheep's ricotta is the best. If you're going to use cow or goat, you do need to add a little bit of milk, like tiny. For 100 pounds of milk, maybe 1 glass. Or 100 pounds of whey, maybe 1 glass of goat or cow. That will help it draw in together. At 60. At 6 degrees, add that little cup. Otherwise, for her, don't add anything. It'll just happen. And that's the moneymaker, because you have that 50 pounds to sell today.
Sounds amazing. We'll have to try doing some sheep cheese. We've done a lot of goat cheese.
You can do it with the goat cheese as well. Goat's ricotta is better, maybe. but you have to wait a lot longer for it to float on top and solidify, because that doesn't solidify like these do. So you have to wait like an hour of it sitting in the way, and then it will spoon out. If you put it in the basket too soon, it'll just all come out the sides. Patience. Cheese is patience. Learn that one the hard way. Selling cheese with an American accent in Italy. Didn't have a big line the first couple years. But they warmed up to me. Anybody else have something? Round of applause for my little sheep, please. You scared her. White Dorpers, if you want a card, we have lots of flowers. We have olive oil from our farm in Italy, which we bring over every year. If you like olive oil, best in the world. All those little mountains, we have a tiny valley. Every village has its own little olive mill. We bought it 4 years ago, not because we needed it. My friend's dad died, and so we bought it. Best olive oil on the planet. Super. Thank you.
Who the artist is, and then if you have any social media that you want to plug in, we'll do that.
Okay.
Got the ladies. In the office. This is delightful. Thank you both.
You're welcome. Hi, I'm Annie. This is Terry. Well, both of these sweaters were knit with the method is called EPS, Elizabeth Zimmerman's percentage system, where you measure a sweater that you already like and then you knit this one to be the same size. So that's how we went about it. This is knit with a wool called Ivy Brambles. This was knit with a fiber we got over around the corner at Autumn House. And this was knit as a cardigan and then steeked or cut up the center. I mean, knit as a pullover and then steeked or cut to turn into a cardigan. Forever. This one was knit for a while, but it took me a long time to get up the courage to cut it.
Okay, so I'm just going to interrupt. Have you done your sweater shot?
This is, I thought we were doing it together.
Okay, so I'm just going to take this moment, hold this up. You ladies have volunteered in the office how many years now?
In the office for about 3 years, but at the festival for a very long time. Yeah, over a dozen years.
Over a dozen years.
Yeah, we're about to go to building into fiber competition takedown.
Well, let me go because I need to go do my thing. Is that what I mean? But I just want to stop and say, anybody that
Great
might
to
be
be hanging with
listening,
you.
you volunteers are the ones that really make this because there are what, 70, 80 volunteers or ideally.
Yes, and I want to give my heads off to Margie Hedges in the vendor office and Claire Houlihan and Fiber Arts.
You guys every
They
year
rock.
in the office, in the livestock office are legendary with our sound guys. They say
fun.
Well, you do have some fun, and they have said to us that they come out and do this thing for free if they can just do some sort of little reality stuff.
Well, because we have Bonnie Warwick as our special guest star.
I'll tell you, if you ever want to do that, you call us, right? Backyard Greenfields Group is going to be there for you if you want to do the sweater shot reality show, the livestock office, right? The livestock
vendor office.
The livestock office.
Great to see you.
Both.
Yep. Thanks so much. Safe travels, guys.
Because then
No, I just.
Hi, you have about 2.5 seconds because everything got very busy as it happens. Tell me who you are, please.
My name is Kira Weisner. I'm the owner of the Merritt Bookstore in Millbrook, and the bookstore has been doing the Sheep and Wool Festival for the last maybe 15 years, and it is such a pleasure to be here with everyone in Rhinebeck.
Now we see this huge line going up and down, and you've got people to direct and registers moving, so I appreciate your 2 minutes.
Oh my God, thank you.
We hit you yesterday, but the first day of the festival, but boy, life got really busy and it was raining.
It was raining, so we had a lot of people inside,
Yes.
but we have all the authors who are here signing their books, and we had the line moving yesterday really well. It was one of those things that I did to kind of sort of keep everything going, and every year we get a little bit better at the management part of all this, so
Yes,
it was
you
a
do.
great day.
Now, Merritt has been in existence for years, but how long have you had it?
I've owned the store. It will be 8 years in November, but the store has been in existence over 40 years, and as I said, they've been with the festival for at least the last 15, so it's really a pleasure.
Wonderful. Now we're going to go talk to the authors. I see your line is
All right,
stacking up
great.
again, and you
Okay,
have
here
to
we go.
really go. Thank you so much. If people want to contact you, how do they find you?
They can find us online at merrittbooks.com, and we have a full-service website. We have all the craft books throughout the year. We do shipping all over, and we're really excited to kind of sort of bring these books to the people.
And social media?
And social media, Instagram, Merritt Bookstore, Twitter, Merritt Bookstore, Facebook, Merritt Books. Follow us there. We would love to stay in touch with you all year round.
Fantastic. And it's Merritt with 2 R's and 2 T's.
And Merritt RRT.
Okay, is there any limit on your content? What kind of things do you have?
We have everything, full-service bookstore and toy store.
Okay, perfect. And children's authors, which you're going to hit right now?
Yep, we are. Thank you so much. All right, nice talking to you.
I'm going to grab that.
Bye. Thanks.
A little blurb really quickly, if you don't mind. Thank you for speaking with us here at the Merritt Bookstore. You were
Yes.
here yesterday?
Yes.
And the day before setting up. This is kind of a wild event, isn't it?
Yes, it's beautiful. I love it. It's my first time here and I love it. I'm going to be back for sure.
Okay, now tell me what kind of books that you write, or why there's so many woolen products here behind us.
Okay, my book is about babies. It was published by Lane Magazine and it has 24 patterns for babies, but I made all the patterns for adults too. So if you go into Ravelry, into my account, you would be able to get the same patterns for adults.
All right, so now specifically for babies, how's that different from adult knitting?
Well, for babies it's faster.
Well, it's obviously less to make, right?
It's faster, and the babies, they're always wear it because they don't have an option. And I think the idea is that when you make a sweater for a baby, you giving the baby a memory.
Yes.
Because you give him a history of the person who made it, and if he passes it on to somebody else, it's going to be a memory there. So that's why it's called making memories.
Yeah, and that I remember when we were younger, my grandmother used to always send Christmas presents out back to my mom in California, but we would all have a little baby object, little small mittens or a small sweater that she would make to sort of start the process, and my mother would do the same thing. And it's an interesting thing, all during that gestational period, my mother's rocking and knitting, and it's almost like the knitting is a part of you by the end of it, right?
And during you did that knitting, it was memories, it was things happening to you that they're going to be passed to the object. Like small things like this, if they're passed on, they become very meaningful.
Those are just beautiful.
Thank you.
I love this pattern. That is just gorgeous there. Beautiful. Now, the material, the fiber, that is really important for babies because they can have very sensitive skin. So what types of fibers? I mean, is there a specific breed that you really like? Cashmere or Shetland?
I love cashmere, but cashmere is very, very expensive.
Yes,
like something
is.
like this is cashmere 100%. But I don't think everybody can afford cashmere, not just because it's expensive, it's because the way that cashmere have to be treated, you cannot just put it in the laundry.
Yes.
I would think that a yard like this would be nice. I really like Harrisfield. This is not Harrisfield, but I really like Harrisfield here from the US. Something called daylights and nightlights. It's really nice. It's really natural, and it's really good for the environment. Because when we're making something for a child, yes, we want to make something beautiful for that child, but we don't want to damage the environment for that child.
Yes.
So I don't like jars and they're super wash because they have a lot of chemical process and they don't keep their shape. Like something that you expect to be like this can end up being like this after you wash it.
Now, this is obviously not a baby garment, but this, there needs to be a little bit of elasticity to any wool, so you got to have a nice staple length or in the mix, right? Otherwise, the kid runs out in the backyard and there goes the sweater.
Yes, yes. You can use a little bit of acrylic there if you want the sweater to last a little bit longer. But it's not just chilled, it's from 3 months to 11 years. So this one I think is like for probably 6 years old.
Now I'm looking at this and I really have to admire that. I mean that's just
this is very cute.
And so you designed all of these, the collars, the outfits, the whole thing?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. I mean, this is gorgeous. So if somebody wants to find your product, again, would you give us any contact information, a website or social media?
Sure. Here is my website, and my Instagram is Unit Toronto.
All right, I'll look at it.
And you can find me on Ravelry under Claudia Quintanilla.
All right, wonderful. Wonderful.
Thanks for interviewing me.
Oh, you know what? I love the bookstores, but this is the first time we've actually made it here, so this is delightful. So this is your book, Making Memories. Thank you, Claudia.
No, thanks. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
I hope that I didn't make too many mistakes.
No. All right, so hi, would you introduce yourself, please? We're in the Merritt Bookstore, by the way.
Yes, in the Merritt Bookstore. Hi, my name is Robin Hall, and I'm a debut author of The Littlest Weaver, and I'm also a weaver. This is actually a little sample of some of the overshot weaving that I've done, which is traditional to the Appalachian region, where my book is settled. I'm from North Carolina.
Virginia and the camera guy.
Yeah, so the same kind of region. And this book is illustrated by Stella Lim, and it's about a little girl named Laurel who helps a man who has suffered from loss through her art. So it's a book all about healing. Do you want me to open it up?
Yes, please.
See some of the pictures. And it's beautiful art. Stella Lim's from Korea, and she does pen drawing, and then she does watercolor, and it is just lovely.
There's a movie out, this snail movie now? No,
I don't know.
The horse movie. Anyway, there's a movie that I'm blanking on the name right now that has those dreamy watercolor. So I think it's the short that I think maybe won the Oscar. Now that I think about it, last year, or something like that.
Oh, I don't know.
Anyway, yeah, it was definitely a contender because it had these beautiful, dreamy illustrations that this very much reminds me of. This is gorgeous.
So anyway, so that's me, and my book's right here in where are we? Building B.
That is lovely. Here, let me show the cover again. So if people want to find this, obviously they can come to the Merritt Bookstore. Where else might they be able to contact you?
Anywhere you want to find books online, you can buy it, and you can always, if your library doesn't have it, you can ask your library to get it, and you can order from any bookstore or online retailer.
Okay, do you have social media?
I do. It's Robin Hall Writes.
All right, with a W. Robin
Writes,
Hall,
yes,
Writes.
with a W. Yep, that's me.
This day and age, I never know. I have to ask. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Or the camera, either one, but okay. Good. All right, so hi, we are in the Merritt Bookstore for the next moment. Would you tell me who you are, please, and why you're here?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm Katie Howes, and I am a picture book author and poet. And my most recent book, Woven of the World, caught the attention of the Merritt Bookstore when they were planning out some of the authors and illustrators they'd have here today.
Yep.
It is about how we're each a tapestry, woven of various influences into our life, but also how weaving has been one of the art forms that's existed in the world the longest and is influential around the world for hundreds and thousands of years in many different countries and places, and how all of those sort of come together to make it what it is today.
Yes.
So it's been a beautiful reflection to work on that and to work with the artist who did this, Dinara Mirtalipova. who is from Uzbekistan originally and makes incredible folk art, which has really influenced the book, and everything about it is just so beautifully done.
The color is just
the
phenomenal.
colors are gorgeous, and there is a little blue cat on almost every page, so that even little kids have something to look for as we travel around the world and reflect on weaving as an art form, and also something that we pass down from generation to generation. So it's been really popular today. It's made me very happy to see people get excited about things like this.
This is great. The weaving is something that we not everybody does because it requires a little bit more space, but we were just in the other hall here and watching the Addams family spin over there. Have you been over there yet?
I haven't gotten a chance yet,
yes.
no.
They're all dressed up. Everybody has a different kind of thing.
I can't wait to explore. While I was researching this, my oldest child became so obsessed that they started spinning their own yarn, and they're now at school spinning and knitting and crocheting and things like that. So I love that it influenced their life. But,
yes. So if people want to find this you, where do they go?
So this book is available wherever you buy books. It's made by Chronicle Publishers. And I have a website. It's katiehouse.com. So Katie is Katey. And all my books are available there or at the bookstores, at your Barnes & Noble, your independent bookseller, or wherever you like to order books, and especially at Merit Books, who take such good care of us. They have so much fun.
Yeah, we really, really like to support independent booksellers.
Yes.
And because it's a really important thing. My husband and I used to go, because this is what we had in San Diego, we would go down to Borders and we kind of walk around with a cup of coffee. But it's not the same intimate experience. And to me, books are a very intimate thing.
And independent bookstores have really helped me make my way in the world of books. When this one first came out, Be a Maker, it wasn't very well known, but bookstore owners realized very quickly that kids react to the idea that they are makers, that they can make a difference in the world as well as making things, and they started getting it into people's hands, and we really built great relationships over that. So it's wonderful.
Yeah, and I really do think that the small bookstores are more conducive to that whole feeling, at least the feeling that I want to get when I walk in a bookstore, because that was with Borders, no longer with us, but when you walk into Borders, you have all the plastic everywhere, and you have the noise, and they have a band, and the copies, and that experience is not the intimate experience that I want with a book.
Absolutely.
I mean, half the joy of a bookstore is sitting there and perusing the ones that you want. You spend 2 hours there.
You know what book I loved? This one. Can you help me find something else? And they do. They think about it and they help you walk through it.
Yes,
I love that.
and independent bookstores are the ones that really understand that because they do it for the love of it.
Yes.
So this, I'm so glad Merit's
here.
here
This has been fabulous here. They're so good to build a relationship with them.
I think so too. All right, well, thank you.
Well, thank you, and thank you for sharing all of this. It's wonderful to hang out with you.
All right.
Have fun.
Well, thank you.
All right, you want to come on over here? Let's get right in the middle of traffic. Is this for me? I think this little square is for me. No, it's actually the sweater shot square.
Oh, okay.
Okay, who is this?
This is April.
Okay. Thank you, April. Now, introduce yourself if you would.
I'm Erin Brock, Herdwick Farm in Eastburn, New York.
Okay, and you have April here. Tell me a little bit about April.
April is a 4-year-old Herdwick bred ewe from our farm. We have about 74 right now.
All right.
She's 4 years old.
Okay, now I have been recently to England and Scotland, and so I know a little bit about this breed. So I can tell you a couple of the things that are the promo stuff. This is the smiling sheep, right?
Yes.
So tell us, show us the smile. They do kind of have a little smile, don't they? They do have a smile, and they do have this is a lighter coat. Tell me a little bit about the coat.
So when they're born a solid black. In their first summer, the face and the legs turn a bright white. It's called hoar frosted in England. And the first shearing is black. The next year, it's a little lighter, like Lilia, who's back in the pen. And each year, they get a little bit lighter.
Lighter. Now, because when we saw them, it was definitely something that was a dark brown, dark brown coat. But so there's another little factor here.
Yes.
Is this a 100% Herdwick?
It is not. She's approximately 77% Herdwick.
Okay, now I want you to explain that, because that doesn't mean that you're saying, oh, I don't want 100% Herdwicks.
Right.
But we have issues that prevent you from getting there immediately, right?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
So we have a breeding up program, which means the original breeder that we got our first 4 ewes from, they were 62.5% Herdwick. So she had started with completely no Herdwick genetics in other breeds such as Icelandic, Finn, and Suffolk. She imported frozen ram semen from Herdwick rams. Bred those ewes to that with artificial insemination. So those resulting lambs were 50%.
But there's a restriction on almost all sheep coming into this country in the traditional way. You can't just pick up a sheep from Britain and bring it over here.
Right. In 2001, with the outbreak of foot and mouth in England, which resulted in the death of many, many sheep and cattle and pigs and goats, the doors essentially were shut by USDA, and so no live sheep could come into the country at risk of possibly bringing that disease. So that's why we ended up importing frozen genetics.
Right. Now, for the general populace, they might really realize, hey, oh, mad cow, I recognize that.
Right.
And I don't know if they do or do not recognize the fact that ruined the cattle industry, the beef industry, the dairy, everything in England for a decade at least, correct? So many people don't realize that the sheep went through the same thing. We have all kinds of issues that impact sheep, scraping, and it just horrible diseases.
Blue tongue, Schmallenberg, those are all things that prevent import of live animals. And even some years, the genetics. If there was an outbreak in Europe of Schmallenberg or blue tongue, then the door was shut. No imports could occur.
Schmallenberg is a new one to me. Tell me what that is.
That actually causes ruminants to abort if they're pregnant. So that has a huge financial effect on those industries as well.
Okay, now that, and people that don't do lambing also might not realize that's your whole year's crop.
Yes.
You can't go back.
Right. That's your replacement ewes. It's your meat crop for the following year.
So that's kind of like a storm coming in and flattening the whole cornfield.
Exactly. Yes. Yep.
All right. Now to go back to the Herdwick. So then what happens when people want a 100% genetically, 100% genetically, that's not really true necessarily, but they want to get to the 100% level or so close to it that it makes no never mind for most people.
Right. So from the 50%, you would then take the 50% ewes and also AI them to purebred Herdwick semen. Those resulting lambs are going to be 75%. So then the next one, and the jump in percentage slows down the higher percentage you get. So it takes about, if we were able to do it every year, it would take about 6 years to reach a purebred Herdwick.
Yes, because you have to have, and it has to be all on the female side, right?
Right.
I would think.
Yep.
So you have a ewe, and you have to hope that baby that comes out is going to be a ewe, right?
Right. Right.
Because the second you go back to the ram, you're back to that dilution, right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, so you have to have make sure that the first generation of that cross between the AI from the Herdwick and whatever breed you start with. What breed did you start with?
I bought in already crossed ewes, but the original breeder started with Suffolk, Icelandic, Finn, Polypay, and Scottish Blackface.
Okay, and you might start with a certain breed for which reason? Because it is similar, because it's a good mom?
Similar to Herdwick to begin with. And genetic testing done in England found that the Herdwick are the closest related to the northern pintail breeds.
Okay.
And not very closely.
Okay.
But I have found the Icelandics, which are in our flock, throw the most Herdwick type lambs.
Yeah, because you want the phenotype, you want the physical characteristics that mark that animal. Okay, so you got that 50-50. And then the next year, you hope for a year, and then it gets old enough. Yep. And the next year, you're going to have a 50-50, and you're going to bring in more semen. So you got another, just right now, how much does it cost to do that with a straw? Can I ask?
The straws average about $115 each with a minimum 5. The one importer that we used had a minimum 5 straw order, and we ordered in over 100 straws.
This is not a cheap thing that you have started to do.
It is not.
Okay, so then you have to do this 5 or 6 times or however long it takes to get to that 100%. And again, you're betting that you're hoping you're going to get used.
Right.
And then you keep importing, and you're hoping that your supplier in Britain. And this is a little thing that we had to look for.
Yes.
To get.
And that broaches another topic of the difficulty on two levels. They are a primitive breed, so they are slower growing. So you cannot breed the first year of a ewe. So you've got to keep her till she's almost 2 before you can AI her. And it's usually better to AI one that's already proven. So you might want to wait till she's 3 before you AI. So those 6 years get spread out a long way.
Well, they do. And AI and sheep is my understanding. I think I heard somewhere along the line that the cervix is a little differently shaped. So you really have to be a scientist a little bit to make it really take. Is that right?
Well, there's actually 2 different, if I can use certain words, there's vaginal AI and there's laparoscopic, and the laparoscopic has a much higher success rate.
Yes. So if you're going to go through the investiture part there, you're going to want to make sure that it is successful. And so you don't want to ship everything in, put the animal through the stress of, you have to bring it in estrus for it to be for it to take, right?
Right. Yes.
There's a risk in this.
Yes, because you got to time it for when the vet can be there to do the laparoscopic. They've got to be ready to be ovulating right then.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is a seriously complex thing.
It
so
is.
then we're talking about the money. We're talking about the complexity. You're hoping that the strain that you want to pay, if it's a specific farmer, if you want to say, I want John Smith's Herdwicks, one, you have to get a hold of John Smith. 2, you have to get his stuff every year, or you maybe get a tank of the entire thing and then keep working on it.
But there's even a more difficult step there. USDA APHIS requires that any imported ram semen come from the highest scrapie resistant codon genetics. They have to be ARR codon for scrapie.
Why the heck are you doing this?
After my husband and I fronted the last codon testing for the most recent import, which occurred last year, and out of 36 rams, only 6 of them were the correct codon type. It's actually a rare one in Herdwick sheep. We won't give up.
Okay.
We won't give up. So we try, we're working hard to get this to work. So, and then even then of those 6 rams, only 3 successfully collected.
So I am going to ask if it was difficult to find a farmer over there, because when we went to England, you can sheep everywhere. Right. I mean, they're everywhere. You start taking pictures in the beginning of England, and you're going down there, and you go, the little green pastures. And by the time you get to the 3rd day, they're just as gorgeous. They're all beautiful. But you have seen so many sheep by that time that you're thinking, oh my gosh, how can they have this many sheep in this one little island?
Right.
And they're gorgeous still.
Right.
But the Herdwick is one that is from the sort of the peak, not the peak,
furthest
the
north.
Lake District.
Yes.
Okay,
Cumbria.
thank you. And I think they came in, somebody had said that they're like a little Viking drop off. Is that correct?
They're traced to Viking origin. Nobody really knows exactly where the Herdwick come from because they're not closely related to any other breed. Closest are the pintail. but that's not close either. So they're guessing it was Viking based on some other tests that they had done.
Okay, we're going to compete with a llama contest here in a minute. But I am going to ask you why you do this with this breed. Why did you pick this and why do you want it to continue?
Well, I kind of feel that God intervened and said we need this breed here because we were looking for a smaller stature, different breed. And we learned about the Herdwick through a PBS special on herding dogs, and there were black and white sheep coming down the hills. And that bothered me for about a year. I wanted to find out what they were. So I Googled that program and found Herdwick sheep. So I Googled Herdwick, and that's how I found a woman in Oregon had already introduced the genetics initially in 2007.
And this is a sheep that of all breeds definitely needs a little bit of dispersal, does it not? Because it's my understanding that when Scrapey did hit, that and I think I forget it was Scrapey or the
foot and mouth.
Foot and mouth, that was it. Foot and mouth hit. This animal is so heavily concentrated in the mountain region where it is, in that northwestern portion of England, that it really took a toll.
The geographic isolation it was made aware it was a huge threat to the breed as a whole, that if the outbreak had been any worse, they could have lost this breed completely.
Completely.
There were over 250,000 Herdwick at the time that hit, and over 10% of them were lost.
I mean, that's a huge hit with numbers, especially since this is not I don't think this is a sheep where there's millions and millions of sheep.
There's not. No.
Right. So in terms of making the population more stable, more secure in the long run, you need dispersal of lots of different places. So if a disease hits in one, you do have an option in another.
Yeah. Yep. And they started exporting genetics to England, from England to Germany, Holland, Northern Europe.
Just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and now in the day of cryopreservation, AI and all that kind of thing, it's a really good thing that we have some options. But I will say that this is a sheep that if you see it on the hills, its place of origin, and it really seems like that's the spot.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the place it needs to be.
Yep.
In many ways. So have you been there to see them?
Not yet. Not yet. I was supposed to go over just prior to COVID hitting, so I had to cancel. So I'm hoping in the next year or two to get over there.
Okay, I will tell you from experience, it's delightful. It's rainy. It's in the midst of the walking area. Everybody goes to hike. One of the big things was this is an animal that people go about their daily life and do their thing, and it's kind of like the Highlands versus the Lowland. They kind of go, "Yep, I'm doing my sheep. Go away," right? and so it was. You really have to do some planning. On my hat goes off to you that you got material over here from that because this is a sheep where it's just business. You know, business as usual. Off they go. I'm going to eat my grass and leave me alone. Right?
Yep.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much.
Thank
One
you.
more time, if they want to find you, Helder Herdwick's?
Helder Herdwick Farm, and it's www.helderherdwickfarm.com. We're also on Facebook under Helder Herdwick Farm, and we're on Instagram under Herdwick.
Wonderful, wonderful. I have to ask honey, would you grab that right there? I don't know if you have one of these at home, but we found that. Yeah, great. Look, it's your cousin. It's the cousin. We saw that, and I thought of you guys, and all the different colors on them. You notice they do that? Oh, we just
for the shows. Yep.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And thank you for bringing her to
This is April. Yep.
her. Sorry. Thank you for bringing April here
You're
because I know
welcome.
that's not an easy thing, especially for a sheep that's kind of going. Oh, sheep.
She is. Yep.
Yes, thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Fight at the war and was spun by Rita Gear. The weft we're spinning is from a Shetland and Tunis cross called Cece. Both Colleen and Cece are endangered or threatened species of sheep. So, as I mentioned, our theme is endangered species. The breed classification this year is colored fleece and is not a specific breed of sheep as usual. This allowed us to feature different colored fleece. We used the Livestock Conservancy's list of endangered species to choose the fleece that we were using. So why are these breeds endangered? The heritage breeds are traditional livestock and poultry breeds raised and stewarded for generations. Some of the breeds on the list have been found in America for more than 500 years. These breeds were carefully selected over time to emphasize the traits that made them successful in their local environments. They thrived under farming practices and cultural conditions, often very different from what is found nowadays in modern agricultural systems. So we want to support the small local breeders who provide hand spinners fleece. We love getting our hands on different fleece to process. Not everyone, though, is familiar with all the different sheep that grow the hand spinner's wool. There's currently 25 breeds in the United States that are on the endangered list of becoming extinct. Since we're using colored fleece, we used fleece that are either gray or black. The Welsh Mountain sheep is black and a little picky. Santa Cruz Island, Cotswold, and Lincoln log wool are also part of our trim. So what we did is on the trim of our shawl, we wove thick and thin to show off the different fleece. So it's very bumpy. The rest of it is nice and smooth.
I think she's like twisting.
I also put some samples of these breeds in front of our poster and on our poster so you can touch them. I want to do a shout out to the tuna sheep, the Florida cracker sheep, and the Gulf Coast native that are from my former state of Florida. It's beautiful wool.
Move your face out the way so I can take a picture of that.
So sheep as a whole help create a circular, sustainable clothing manufacturing cycle. The sheep do not have any front teeth, so when they pull grass and weeds to eat, they don't pull out the roots of the plants. That leaves the roots in place to make it possible for the plant to grow new growth, grow again. The sheep have split hooves, which help them move about and climb rocky areas. These split provided the warp and was spun by Rita Gear. The weft we're spinning is from a Shetland and Tunis cross called CC. Both Colleen and CC are endangered or threatened species of sheep. So, as I mentioned, our theme is endangered species. The breed classification provided the warp and was spun by Rita Gear. The weft we're spinning is from a Shetland and Tunis cross called CC. Both Colleen and CC are endangered or threatened species of sheep. So,
Okay, where we're from?
Doing here.
Okay, so I'm Katie Jackson. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. This beautiful scarf was made by my beautiful friend Kate. It is superwash wool, Traveler from Dragonfly Fibers. I have no idea what the pattern is, neither does she.
It's a Stephen West pattern.
Oh, it is a Stephen West. Okay, well that works really well. You can go. You can hold.
Hi, I'm Kate Kiokio. I'm from Silver Spring, Maryland, and I am also wearing yarn from Dragonfly Fibers. This is Traveler in, what's the name of this color? I can't remember. Never mind. It's okay.
Oh, it's the gold, I'll work
Golden Compass. This is Bugga DK, also Dragonfly Fibers, and we love that yarn company very much.
And I'm Lori Morgan. This is another Stephen West pattern. I'm sorry, from Charleston, South Carolina. This is Dragonfly Fibers Pixie in Dragon Wagon and Jocelyn. And there you go. Spin around, spinning around.
Can I just ask you, ladies? So this is no, just hold it right here. Oh, okay. So this is a more, would I say a looser weave?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a single ply.
It's a single ply yarn.
Yeah.
I got corrected. Crocheting and knitting are two different things.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
know
Very
that, but I
different.
use it's like saying that.
No.
Yes.
So it's a lace pattern.
It is lace.
Yeah.
So when you can see through it, for us non-knitters, it's more of a lace. You would call it lace,
Right.
Okay. I mean, that's a really beautiful look, isn't it?
Isn't that gorgeous?
And it adds, you can see that under it. You have an evening dress on or something like that where there's a little bit of bareness. It's
I normally wear.
yes, I would definitely do
Yes.
Thank you. You know, I'm casual today, but I don't usually do that.
You dressed up today. The evening gown and dressing down.
Oh, thank you. Well, I would have to agree because this is, I'm touching everybody. This is
called the knitter's handshake.
Is it called the knitter's handshake? So I'm not overly personal.
No,
I just
not
do
here.
the knitter's
Not
handshake.
here.
Okay, I gotta remember that.
Don't do that in the elevator, in the, what's it called, airport?
In the real
I can't do it in San Diego or I'll get like arrested, right?
No.
Okay, well, this is absolutely beautiful. And I just have to say that blue, is it blue or purple or?
It's a blue.
Indigo, maybe? It's just the most beautiful.
It's like a periwinkle. Yeah, it's pretty, isn't it? Yeah.
This is so much work, and I truly appreciate you all talking about it because it's fantastic. And just, I mean, the whole thing, I say shows your sweater, but it's everything in the knitting, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
So everything.
So we want to say thank you. We've been picking people periodically. We also did work with the American Goat Federation this year, and they were not able to be with us, but they are here in spirit, and they had a couple of their members, Dry Creek Livestock, that gave us some soap. So
we love soap.
Thank you. Yes. Yes.
Thank you. We got very
Fun. Thank you.
You took the green one. Is it green? I want the green.
This is really beautiful.
Aren't they lovely?
Thank you so much.
People are pretty fantastic.
Thank you.
Let's talk about the catnip.
No, they're lovely. Goat milk stuff is the best.
All right, we'll trade you. Gave you soap. Take this
Oh.
one. Okay, you want that? I don't want bad news if I don't.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you all. Are you going to stand in with the sweater cam? Yes, you are.
Whatever you want to do, because I have my giveaways from Jamie for the Rhinebeck Doodle. Okay, let me just grab this stuff. And then I didn't know if there was anything else you wanted from the cashmere, the fleece to shawl competition.
Come on in.
All right.
I think we're live. Are we live? All right. Would you look in that pile? Because I want to hold that bag while we do this. Hi. I haven't ever seen you before. No. So would you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, I'm Lauren Slingluff. I run Ruby Wolf Farm. I'm a member of the Cashmere Goat Association and just competed in my first fleece to shawl competition.
That wasn't that crazy thing on the hill, was it?
No, I did
Tell
do
the
a
story
meetup
of the
on the
hill.
hill.
Yes.
So people who love knitting a Rhinebeck sweater, and I love to make a Rhinebeck sweater every year. The designers will usually host a meetup, and everybody who made the same pattern will come and celebrate in that design. And it's really fun to see all the different variations and colors of it. So there was a couple meetups on the hill yesterday, and I was there.
You're telling me we were trying to find it, but just couldn't do it because there's 13,000 hills.
Oh,
And
there's
a bunch of hills.
Too many hills and too many people,
Yes.
but I was there for the Rhinebeck Doodle Cowl meetup, and this is a design by Jamie Lomax of Pacific Knit Co. to celebrate the things we all love about Rhinebeck. Which for me, because
Are you really going to do this as a donation?
yeah, so I am donating this. And this is knit in cashmere, because as a cashmere farmer, I can't not knit in cashmere.
Backyard Green Films needs to bid on this because that is phenomenal.
So this is a cashmere Rhinebeck Doodle Cowl, and Jamie has also very kindly donated the Rhinebeck Doodle card deck. So this allows people to make their own version, to pick the motifs they like the most. If you want to celebrate apple cider, sheep, your Rhinebeck sweater, you can knit it up and make your own version.
But explain it to me. What do you mean a card deck? So is a pattern? What's the?
So Jamie specializes in making what she calls modular patterns, where she has charts and motifs that you can mix and match. So you can choose how you like to use them. And so you can see there's a lot of different charts.
This
and
looks like a
different
Tetris
colors.
game in the back, doesn't it?
So for people who just want to kind of freeform and get the feeling of designing their own pattern, you can go through and pick cards at random, or you can just go ahead and follow in her pattern. She gives you some recommended combos, or you can just, pick a card out of the deck and knit it.
I have to tell you, I'm trying to concentrate on what you're saying in this, but you gave me this to touch.
I gave you a soft, fluffy thing to hold, right?
I'm making good friends with cashmere people for a reason.
It's always good to be good friends with cashmere people.
But that's really, like a Tetris game. It's got all these little blocks, and so this is knitting language, right?
This is knitting language. So if you like to do color work knitting, or knitting like this where you're working with more than one color in a row, It's called stranded knitting.
Can I do the knitter's handshake with
You can do the knitter's handshake. It's my favorite is colorwork stranded knitting. And charts are really easy because it's like paint by numbers, right? You're like on a blue box, I knit a blue stitch. On a white box, I knit a white stitch, and it makes it really intuitive and easy to follow.
It's fantastic. So you met over on one of those hills with one of those batches of people. How many people did you have in your little group?
There was a number of us who did the meetup.
The ones that found you.
We weren't able to find each other yesterday because we were in the middle of the Andrea Mallory meetup, and I was wearing an Andrea Mallory sweater, but she's so popular and well loved. We were trying to find our small group in the midst.
So explain to the general public what the rock star, the pattern people is all about, because people say, "What do you mean? How can they know this?" There are designers that knit that they don't just knit, but they create something and then they send it off to a test knitter, right?
Yep.
Test knitters is like a stunt pilot, right? I mean,
So test knitters is a way that pattern designers will test their pattern. So they're able to say, hey, this is how I knit it, but let me make sure the math works. Let me make sure all of my instructions are intuitive and easy to follow. Let me make sure all the measurements are right. So you open up a call inviting test knitters and a bunch of people volunteer and they give you feedback. I love doing test knitting. It makes me a better knitter and it makes me a better designer because I'm like, oh, here's the best way to measure the amount of gauge used. Or here's somebody who writes really clear instructions. I want to write instructions as clear as that.
Okay. So are you just, and there's a personal little preference I have, a personal reason I'm asking this, because the test knitters are ones that they do things for the professionals of the planet that want to get something gorgeous like this out. But you know how many times I've had people say, how much would it cost for someone to knit a sweater for me? And where might you find someone that would knit a sweater for me? Do test knitters do that or not really because they're so busy doing the pros?
Some people knit on demand. I definitely got a lot of questions of, will you make a sweater for me? And I think what people don't realize is if you're used to buying sweaters in the store where they only cost $20, they cost $20 for a reason. It's because people aren't being paid fairly for their labor, and it's because it's not coming from sustainable, materials. So a lot of us hand knitters, we love working with wool and natural products, things that are sustainable, are ethical, which means that a sweater like this costs me a lot in yarn. So when somebody says, I'll pay you $80, I'm like, the yarn costs more than that, much less my time.
Yeah, we did a podcast a couple years ago and also a YouTube video with Lisa over there in the Scandinavian knits. Oh, she's just beautiful.
She does beautiful work.
Doesn't she though? But I actually had her break it down for me. Actually, Tammy Wing and a Prayer did that too, the cost of yarn, farm yarn. Now the cost of farm yarn is just to get thing to the yarn stage. But then there's the knit stage. I mean, she has a $500 sweater over there and she's making $2 an hour.
I believe it because I do a lot with my own hand spun. So when you're spinning it and then you're knitting it or you're processing and scouring it yourself, the hours really add up. I think a lot of knitters, we do it for the love, not for the money.
My mom used to say that she was a beautiful seamstress. And she said at one point she did start knitting sewing because people were asking her to sew, but she said she lost a little of the joy. So I would think a test knitter that does it professionally is like a stunt pilot, right? As long as you keep getting new planes, you're fine. It's the second you're doing those long haul flights with the 50,000 customers, then it starts getting to be like.
Well, and when you do a test knit, there's a huge community of test knitters that's really fulfilling and enjoyable. There's people, you can see their versions, you can see what they're making. You get inspired by their color choices or ways that they put it together.
Or those beautiful little sheep going
I had to do some little black sheep, right?
Well, okay. So are you in your brain when you're knitting this? Are you saying Herdwick, valet, or are you saying, or actually that could be a set. What are you saying? Do you look at the breeds? Do you look at the colors? Do you look at the shapes? Is there a key? Or is that something that goes into the pack and you say, hey, I'm going to alter it just a little bit?
I usually alter just a little bit. When you test knit, you do need to knit to the instructions though. But I am someone who likes to, tweak things a little bit.
Yes, I could see that. Okay, so now let's go to the cashmere part of this.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about why you're a cashmere person.
So I think I followed the same path a lot of people followed, which I started out as a knitter and I fell in love with knitting and the idea of slow fashion and making things with intention. The next natural progression is I'm going to spin and make my own yarn, and then you just fall into having your own animals. So I call myself a pandemic spinner, learned how to spin during COVID, and we built a barn and filled it with goats. And we love our cashmere goats because you brush them once a year. They're very sweet. They're very, we call them like dogs. They love to get cuddles and scritches, and I love to knit out in the field and hang out with all my goats.
Yeah, we get that a lot. And it's kind of funny, this thing that separated everybody made them get their brains a little together for themselves. So you do have cashmeres.
We have cashmere and Angora and Pygora goats. And then I have one very small Angora bunny. So one year I made a shawl, and there's a very little strip of Horatio at the bottom because he doesn't produce a lot. But he's in there. He did his part.
So tell me why you brought this.
So I brought this cowl today as a giveaway
Take it away from me.
For the fundraiser. I know, it's tempting. Should I tell you there's another one in my bag?
But I'm going to reach and do the knitter's handshake here, and that's going to be bad. So I'll just stand like that.
So I brought this today as a giveaway to celebrate everything that you're doing and looking at sustainable agriculture and supporting farming and supporting the Cashmere Goat Association, which helps people learn more about raising and producing cashmere ethically and how to do so sustainably.
Yeah, I'm so glad that we got connected with it. We spent a couple of days over there at Hulse Hill, and that was also bad. Farm store was bad for that too.
Yeah, but your stuff is very tempting.
Isn't it? Yeah, beautiful stay. I mean, phenomenal. But one of the things that we definitely like was that the Cashmere Goat Association is something that helps all the people that get the products out there so people can, because cashmere is not always easy to find that where you know the source.
Cashmere's not easy, and they produce so little each year, 2 to 4 ounces. There's a bit of a learning curve, and it's great that the Cashmere Goat Association is helping people, help keep them informed. As someone who came from the crafting side and not from like 4-H or animal husbandry, it's been a really wonderful resource for me getting started. And they have the breeders directory and all kinds of wonderful information, and they do workshops, and it's a really supportive group of people who, it doesn't matter what the question is, or sometimes you're like, I have a really gross question and a gross picture. Can you help me diagnose this?
Nothing you can come up with that we haven't heard.
Exactly. That's exactly what they say.
That's wonderful. And goats are something that sort of taken for granted because you're, okay.
Hello, Mindy. I think we're wearing our sweaters.
I'm going to turn around right here for a moment and do this. Am I still in frame there, one? Because that way, okay, we'll do this.
So you're black.
Hi. Again. That's my purpose. So, but it's a really lovely thing that you have a resource, because people say, well, we'll just, it's a goat, so I'll let it run around and eat twigs. They can subsist on things like that. A donkey can live on straw, but it doesn't mean it's going to live forever, right?
It's really important to get that nutritional value honed in, not only for the sake of the animal so that it can be at its best and help avoid diseases, but to produce good quality cashmere, there's an assortment of vitamins and minerals they need. They can browse rather than graze, which I love about cashmere goats. And they say that I have my goats eating poison ivy and turning it into luxury yarn.
Isn't that fantastic?
They eat all the invasive plants on my property, and they love it.
Yeah. On a beautiful thing. So your Cashmere Goat Association helps you with things like that, but it also helps you maybe to market, I'm assuming.
Exactly. No, it gives you ideas of people who have done it, or what mill have you used? Do you remove the chem? How are you selling it? Are you doing it in ounces? Are you doing it in roving? And they're just amazing at sharing information and helping people. It's not a competitive industry. It's really a collaborative one where everybody wants everybody to succeed.
Yep. Okay. So now I'm going to get down to the nitty gritty. Cashmere Goat Association is one that we've been trying to sponsor a little bit here.
Yep.
But we have this opportunity. We've been partnering with a nonprofit organization called the RE Synergy Foundation, and they're going to match whatever the high bid on this one is.
Ooh, okay.
Yes. So in the upcoming, I'm going to say the upcoming week, we are going to put something out on Backyard Green Films. We're sort of the middle guy here for this. We're going to put it up on Backyard Green Films, and we're going to have everybody bid for this particular item.
I'm doing my best Vanna White here.
Yes, yes. Ding, ding. Do I need to touch that again? Ding.
You're never getting this in the auction.
So just tell me, if you had to sell this, what do you think this would sell for?
So I do sell my hand knit sometimes, and while this is a smaller size, it is made with beautiful cashmere yarn, sourced and made in America. So I generally would sell this for something like $75 to $100.
You're getting underpaid there.
I know. And then the doodle pack is $20. So I would say that this is coming in. If you got this for $100, you're getting quite a steal.
Okay, so we're going to post this on the Backyard Green Films social media site. And so I will say that if we get certain bids, then we're going to say who the winning bid is at a certain period of time. And whoever that is, they'll go to RE Synergy and they will make that donation and we will send this to them, because this is one of those things that the Cashmere Goat Association is really, really important.
I think so.
They do a lot for their membership, and their big target is education, but also to keep small farms alive. So does that sound like a good, I think that sounds like a plan. I have to ask the boss there if that works.
I think that sounds great.
But if people in the meantime, we have a couple of other things here for the Cashmere Goat Association too. So now, are you a member? Are you a board member?
I'm on the board of the Cashmere Goat Association. Yeah.
So there's all kinds of things that I want to talk about. When we went to Scotland, thank you. I had to put everything in plastic bags because boy, oh boy, yesterday was a little.
What goodies you have here. This are tempting for me, and I have my access to my own. But that is some beautiful yarn from Clean Cashmere, which is sourced from all kinds of American farms. And Heidi and Christine do an amazing job with Clean Cashmere.
They put farms
building
together.
an American industry of domestic cashmere, which is really, really impressive and hard to do. So they're doing great work.
Because otherwise you're doing 50 people who are doing 50 different things. So they've kind of put something together where I believe people get paid for their cashmere even before Clean Cashmere does. Is that right?
Yeah. So they go out and actually can visit farms and help give them information, help support them in how to best set it up. And it makes it a lot easier for people to get paid for raising cashmere. So they do it like a co-op model. And it means that it's easier for people in the US to get domestically sourced cashmere from a variety of farms, but coming together under one label.
Okay. So we're going to have different things in the Backyard Green Films universe coming up. But one of those things we're going to have is the option to bid on this. One of the things we're going to have is the option to bid on this beautiful thing, which is from Scotland.
Lunan Bay Farm, right?
It's not easy to get that back here in.
Excuse me if I just reach in. Knitters, we can't resist a good yarn, and I've never felt theirs before.
Yeah, I think that's one of the.
What do I have to bid to get a trip to their farm?
Yes, you can. Well, I hate to tell you, you have to go to Scotland for it. But talk to Julian; she's phenomenal, and trust me, you want to die and come back as one of our girls.
And this is really special because it's hand spun. So it's hand reared, harvested. So you know that every element of going into producing this was done ethically and sustainably. And that's just wonderful to see.
Yeah. And she's doing a little bit of a process to try and get the infrastructure up over there in Scotland as well. They're having the same types of issues that spinners in the infrastructure.
Yeah, it can be hard to get that going.
So we'll have that up as well. And then this, I think, is the coolest idea ever. They've also had this. I have serious self-control issues in that shop there at wholesale. So this is the guard hair. Is that correct?
Yes, so cashmere is actually the down or the undercoat of the cashmere goat. And their outer guard hair can be really prickly. And so when you're brushing or shearing them, you want to get as much of the down, but you want to lose the guard hair because nobody wants prickly guard hair when they're wearing their cozy sweater. So there's different ways that you can handle that. And they have come up with a low waste solution where instead of saying, we're getting rid of the guard hair or throwing it away, you can use it for seed mats. And both sheep's wool and guard hair are great for composting or as a weed blocker. So if you put it down in your garden, when I shear my fleeces and they're not quite up to snuff, I can put it down as a heavy layer and a weed blocker.
Okay, and I think this is fantastic. The little seeds are
all
embedded
enmeshed in there.
This one is columbine, and this one is pollinator mix. Okay, and Christine says she puts them down on the table.
And then it doesn't matter if people get them dirty or not. They can take their little placemat home and plant it.
Isn't that smart? You
I
get
think it's
multiple
beautiful.
uses out of
Yeah.
a product that otherwise might be wasted.
I agree. So you can buy these if you want to go to Clean Cashmere, and they do have them. These are the gorgeous things too.
Oh, these
But
are
all of
pretty
these things are gonna go toward that fund. So we'll figure out if we're gonna be doing an auction here or if we're gonna do a raffle. But that's all gonna come up in the next couple of weeks, and it's all the proceeds are gonna go to the Cashmere
I
Association.
instantly know what I'm going to have to bid on because these tiny little skein earrings are too cute, and all knitters, we love yarn and we love things that look like yarn. So these are pretty tempting.
It's beautiful. And this is look at that.
This beautiful necklace. So that's made from a knit I-cord with then the button attached. And that's really lovely. I-cord is a fun technique when you're knitting. It makes a beautiful binding, but it's also just gorgeous on its own. And I love seeing it used for jewelry.
And it has that little magnetic clasp, which I have here too. I've got one that's a bracelet I couldn't resist, and it just comes apart and it goes
I
right
love
back together.
that.
I'm getting that little clip on there. So.
You need something that's easy to
Yeah.
get on. Right?
So these are also going to be here. Weird, huh?
The knits.
So you want to see to hit the bottom of that, because I think it lists a wholesale put one in, and I think we had another one from. You can see the bottom of that. So both of those and this and all of these products are going to go to help the Cashmere Goat Association. It's so nice that you have your members that are willing to pitch in and say, hey, this is important.
We all love it. You know, it's a volunteer organization, and we do it because we love it. We do it because we love the animals and we love the community, and it's just been really fantastic.
Yeah, I'm making him put that one back because that's going to be for my hat. There are many things that we love, but the fiber and the manufacturing and the knitting industries that are going through the same things that we have here are really important. They had a Scottish hat bonnet company.
Yeah.
They're doing a GoFundMe because the last of the Scottish bonnet makers, it's my understanding, they're kind of going to cease what they're doing.
Skills that are dying out. And I'm very happy to share that in terms of really vital skills, I was just one of 5 teams that was competing in the Fleece to Shawl competition. And that's where you have 3 hours to take raw fleece and to flick it or process it, open up those locks, spin it into singles, ply them together for strength, and then weave it into a shawl that has to be over 72 inches long and 18 inches wide. And I'm very excited to share that my team won. Yeah. My team was Yankee Fiber Friends. We are a fiber guild in Connecticut that meets monthly, and there's a mix of fiber enthusiasts, but it's a lot of people practicing those vital fiber skills of spinning, processing fleece, weaving, knitting, sewing, crochet, and it's nice to see so many different handicrafts in one space.
Yeah, and I used to have this picture in my mind that knitting is this thing that little old ladies do. My grandma did it, and so you always associate that, or my mom when she was doing something peaceful. But you guys are kind of wild. I mean, we're watching the Addams Family do weaving projects down there. I mean, it was something else.
I know, weren't they fun? That was Spin City, and they're a great guild.
Yep.
Yeah, and there's a lot more people. You know, knitting can be a really inclusive hobby, and there's, you know, little old grandmas and people with purple hair and finger tattoos that say knit purl.
Yes.
There's space for everybody in this hobby, and I think that's what's awesome because we all get to make our own things.
I think so too, and it's such a the fibers of our lives, you know. We can be wild and crazy, we can be nice and calm, or it can just be a memory thing, you know.
Yeah.
This is a piece of something that will exist. If you're good, it's going to exist maybe 40 or 50 years from now.
Yeah.
So
made with wool, made with care, made with love and intention, and you know, the opposite of fast fashion. So celebrating slow fashion.
I agree. Well, the llama show is going to come out here.
Thank
pretty
you
soon,
so
and we
much.
are
You
gonna
can't
be
miss those llamas.
Wiped over. No. But we definitely come on in, Rick. I'm going to make you come in.
Oh, she's making me a camera.
Nobody ever gets to see Rick. Come here. Go ahead.
Just tell us your social media so everybody can look you up.
Here, so it's Ruby Wolf Farm, all one word, and I like to say it's wolf, not wool. Ruby Wolf, like the animal that eats sheep. Ruby Wolf Farm, and that's Instagram and TikTok
and the test pilot. No, I'm kidding. You don't do that. I might work on you for that later, though. And thank you for coming to support
Oh,
the
thank
Cashmere
you so
Festival.
much. And
Yeah.
thank you for all the work you're doing
Yeah.
supporting local agriculture.
Yeah, if I get to go stay at places like we stayed this week and maybe bid on that sweater, I think it'd be worth it.
Thank you. So good to see you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Which hill? The other hill. No, that hill.
Which hill?
Filtered out by the oysters, and they're eaten by fish, and they're eaten by lobsters. So microplastics have found its way into the food source. Microplastics come from the polyester fabrics that you wear and wash. And in my town of Belfast, Maine, on the Penobscot River, we have a public sewer system, and all of the polyester, wonderful microfibers that they want to sell you as some magical, fabulous thing are, not necessarily filtered out. They go right into the bay. They go right into the food source, and you're eating them, and you're now have microplastics in your digestive system and in your cells. So it's another reason to wear not only wool, but other natural materials, so that we start using sustainable, ethical fashion. Fast fashion is cheap, and I run a shop that everything's handmade and natural fibers, and I'm told it's too expensive. But how expensive is it when you buy that, Chinese-made polyester at, one of these inexpensive stores, and you wear it twice before it starts looking like a dish rag. It goes into the waste stream. The fibers go into the water. And how expensive is that? So talk to your friends and neighbors. They're going to think you're crazy about using natural fibers, spending more money to buy products that are quality made, sustainably made, ethically made, because it's going to help the planet for everyone. And it's not just a fad, it's a lifestyle. Sustainable, ethical fabrics led by our own wool right here in Dutchess County and in New York State and beyond. All right, who's got? this is the most exciting time of this competition. If you'll notice, the girls over there with the gnomes, I'm so excited I'm stuttering. They are down on their hands and knees. They're not praying, I don't think, but they are, oh, here it is, the first to finish. Woo! The Yankee Fiber Friends are first to finish. Yay! I am bowled over. They were the last to start weaving and the first to finish.
Spin faster.
I'm totally out. You got some weird buildup at the bottom.
Oh, here, you want to take it?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Your podcast.
In a sense, it's like having an artist with a palette of colors. You want all those colors available to you on your palette to paint a picture.
An epizootic goes through, and the fact that all the Holsteins come from 12 original animals, that it'll wipe out the Holstein.
It's calculated that we have 9 billion chickens a year in the earth that are killed every year to feed us.
The characters are much more defined than the improved breeds. They've bred out of them all the character to put them into a box stall or into a cage or into a farrowing crate.
But today, a chicken has white feathers. It stands around. A turkey is white feathered. It stands around and waits for the day that it's slaughtered.
Regardless of the fact that you're either eating these animals or you're a vegetarian, biodiversity is important to everybody.
Keeping that biodiversity amongst breeds that might be the salvation for some of these breeds is absolutely critical. Lose that, and you lose the one key tool to keeping everything going.
I think it's important, unique breeds of animals, all different kinds of animals. It's important to save them, because if you lose that genetics, you have lost it.
American Goat Federation, representing all goat production. American Goat Federation, representing all goat production.
Hi, I'm Christine, and I'm a board member of the Cashmere Goat Association. The Cashmere Goat Association is a non-for-profit organization with the goal of providing education about cashmere goats. CGA brings together breeders, fiber artists, and others interested in raising these majestic animals. The Cashmere Goat Association is dedicated to educating about all aspects of the cashmere goat, including its fiber, meat, pelts, horns, ability to serve as pack animals, and silver pasturing. The Cashmere Goat Association is a proud affiliate member of the American Goat Federation. To find out more about what our association can offer, go to cashmeregoatassociation.org, visit our YouTube channel or any of our social media sites at Cashmere Goat Association.
Cattlemen's Texas Longhorn Conservancy, preserving history.
Clean Cashmere is growing the American cashmere industry by sourcing cashmere directly from our American farmers to create a natural, high-quality luxury fiber. By working directly with our cashmere herders, we created a beneficial relationship where we help farmers generate income from their herds while we get high-quality cashmere in return. This approach ensures our cashmere is traceable all the way to the deherring mill. We work to protect the planet through these partnerships and are committed to ethical and environmental standards, keeping a low carbon footprint, and all while enhancing American regenerative agricultural practices. 2 of our cashmere yarn lines are blended with other American-sourced farm fiber, creating a bespoke yarn. Visit us at cleancashmere.farm to learn more about our American fiber journey and the extraordinary luxury fibers we created. We are Clean Cashmere, growing the American cashmere industry one farm at a time.
Every fall since 1980, the Dutchess County Sheep and Wool Growers Association have presented the New York State Sheep and Wool Festival. From raw fiber to animals, products, and goats too. Fiber farmers, vendors, shows, equipment auction, workshops, and even a llama parade. So please join us again in 2023 for the New York State Sheep and Wool Festival. You'll be glad you came.
talk. And I'm going to talk about, because it is a real story, the history of the breed. It's a fascinating history. And then I'm going to give it over to Carrie, and Carrie's going to talk about
the fiber and the
that stuff, the actual fiber itself. So I'm Jack Mastriani, and my wife and I have Maple Frost Farm, which is in Langdon, New Hampshire, and we actually have two of our Lustalonga sheep with us. We're right over in the breed building, like right over there. And we have Darcy and Bingley with us, and they're 2.5-year-old wethers, so castrated males. So let me talk about the breed, because this is a fascinating story. So in the mid-1700s in Leicestershire, England, Robert Bakewell, who was not university trained, but kind of a local farmer, but he had this intuitive sense and the drive and the will to create a good all-purpose breed. And you know, he looked around, and in that area in England, there were sheep breeds that had been there for millennia. There were some breeds from the Roman occupation of England that were still there, kind of the classic Roman sheep. There were Celtic breeds that had been there for a couple thousand years, and sheep even before that. And none of these breeds were really great at a lot of things. They were really good at one thing or another, but not everything. And he said, well, I want to create a breed that is good at a lot of things. All-purpose, a versatile breed. With mothering instincts, herding instincts. So what he did was, he used this general sense, and over time, created the Leicester Longhorn, created that breed in the mid-1700s. And the beauty of the Leicester Longhorn breed is that it does have very good characteristics in just about everything you could think of for sheep, but not the very best in any one thing. Now, in the 1800s, just like everything else, agriculture got specialized. The era of specialization came in with the Industrial Revolution. And you look at a breed like the Leicester Longhorn, which was good at everything but not the best at one thing. Like Merino had the best wool, fast, a lot of it. And the Merinos were brought to the United States by the ambassador to Spain, who actually grew up about a mile from where I live, in Derby, Connecticut. And he brought Merino sheep in, from Spain. And in 1800 to 1850 in the Northeast, there was the Merino craze. Every hillside in New England, 1800 to 1850, the woods were cleared, stone walls were put in, and Merino sheep were everywhere. Everywhere. The Merino craze. It was very profitable to raise wool in the early 1800s. There were textile mills everywhere in New England, wool mills, and the farmers made quite the living. So Leicester Longhorns were a breed forgotten. So from about the 1880s to the 1980s, there were no Leicester Longhorn sheep. Now Colonial Williamsburg, their goal is to recreate Tidewater, Virginia in the mid to late 1700s. You know, that's what that museum, that living museum is all about. So they did research and read diaries of the planters that lived in southeastern Tidewater, Virginia. And what they discovered was this Leicester Longhorn breed was like the breed to bring in as a crossing sire to impart all sorts of positive qualities to the existing sheep that these planters had. So Colonial Williamsburg said, okay, we need to get some. There weren't any in the United States. So they had to go, I think it was Tasmania, New Zealand, to bring some back and reintroduce the Leicester Longhorn breed to the United States starting in the 80s. So without Colonial Williamsburg, there would not be any of this breed that we love here in the United States. So if you go to Colonial Williamsburg and you see sheep, it's Leicester long wool sheep. So the breed that we love, so the sheep that Carrie has, the sheep that we have, thanks to Colony Williamsburg. They run our breed foundation. When we did research on what breed of sheep we should have, we looked at 20 or 30 different breeds. One of the things that's very important in getting sheep is, what's your breed association? How much support do they give you? Colony Williamsburg has resources. They have a marketing budget. They have a breed and livestock, a coach in livestock, a division. So there's resources there. There's people with PhDs in animal science, and they absolutely have helped our breed go from, it was critically endangered, less than 500. Now it's threatened. So it's between 500 and 1,000 in the United States, but less than 5,000 locally. So it's still threatened for sure.
How many flocks
In the United States? Flocks. Probably not more than 20 or 30 maybe.
From Underhill in western Pennsylvania, they're popping up more and more. Yeah, and it's great. That's exactly what we want. We want them to spread and get around.
So without support of people, and it's a wool breed, you don't want to have it become a meat breed. You know, it is good. The mutton is good. But like, don't tell anybody. Because the breed. The breed will be in. And that's it. Any questions about the breed before Carrie talks about all the fiber, everything related to it, or handling and all that? Any questions about the breed history?
Do they tend to be like bacteria resistant, like parasite resistant? Sorry, that's a breed.
Yeah, they are. They are there's always years like this year was a bad parasite year. So any of the lambs, I'm sure to put on the higher hills where there's no blood and that you take precautions. But I think once I've only had the little ones, succumb to parasites. The adults I've had adult sheep that have not been dewormed. I use Formancha, and I look at them and do parasite testing, and I have not dewormed them in 8 years. They have their living load of parasites, but nothing that's going to harm them. So they are, and they are hoof resistant. I have never had hoof rot. Have you in your farm? No. We don't keep them in mud either. Both of our farms are large enough where we can rotate them and keep them out of the mud. That's basically, we don't want them to have wet feet. But some of our pastures have water in them and still have hoof rot.
And this year with all the rain that we had in New England, Carrie's in Connecticut and we're in New Hampshire, boy, if there would have been a problem.
Yeah, it would have popped
This year was the year.
Yeah, and they still I do feel they're really hard to breathe. They're small enough for me to handle, which was a big plus for me. It's not, my whole family isn't into this, it's my age, so it's just me that takes care of them. And I can still, they're small enough that I can tip them or do whatever I have to do with them, with their feet, break them up, collect them in, that sort of thing. I can do that myself. And they're pretty docile. But that's not to say they're not like puppy dogs unless you can't raise them. Some sheep are. There's other breeds. My Teeswaters are a little more puppy dogish, and so are Finch sheep. Leicester Longwolves, they sort of take their job as sheep seriously. I have had my friends bring pet dogs over when there's lambs on the ground and the ewes are out with their lambs, and they will form a circle, a half circle around their lambs and stamp their feet at the dog, which I don't know any other people that does. But they will stand their ground rather than run first thing at kind of. They're pretty interesting.
In a way, it's a classic English sheep breed. If you think about the way they were developed, it's like the Leicester Longwool is the culmination of pre-Celtic, Celtic, and Roman breeds, all embodied in this breed. Took the characteristics of all of those. So it's a sheep breed. They're not puppy dogs.
No, they're not. They are.
The other thing I wanted to ask, since there are so few of them, does have to deal with a lot of genetic issues as far as you have to watch that for sure. And most of the breeders out there are really helpful, and if you're part of the breed association, you can get on their page and be like, is anyone coming from Michigan to the East Coast within this amount of months? Buying, purchasing from out there. There's a lot of folks. I was just talking to the gal from Ashford Heights, and she's bringing in semen from across the water, and she's doing a lot of AI and even embryo transfer. So there's all that out there too.
I remember we brought in a ram from Oregon.
Yeah.
It's a great tour, our flock.
Yeah, so, and it's getting more diverse as we're up to. When your farm and my farm started, it's been almost 3 years, I think. So the numbers were smaller, and we really had to look at absolutely everything. And we still do, but there's more options. There's more options now. So that's
The Breed Association is very supportive of that.
They are.
And they use the electronic records, so you can actually go into and see the genetic line of the different breeders and what they carry. So if you were looking to change your genetics, you can do that. As a new breeder into it, we're kind of finding that out, but it's actually very, the association is very different than the other association.
It makes a big difference.
And it makes a big difference, but they're very, very supportive. So.
And that's the key.
Tony Williamsburg runs our breed association, and it's a real differentiator when you look at getting a breed of sheep, because you want to have very strong support, and they have all the support that they can want. They want to see this breed do well.
On another note about husbandry, because I have had other breeds on my farm, and I am a veterinary technician too for large animals, so I see a lot of breeds. The Leicester Llamas, they are great mothers, and boy, do they come into milk. They come into milk like nobody's business. So much so that you have to make sure that your lambs can get around that teeth. There are some of my sheep that they're just so bored. I have to milk them out a little bit, make sure that little lamb can get onto that teeth. So they do take some shepherding those first 3 days. They've been domesticated forever. So they're not one of those land raised breeds that will just look out in the field and say, oh, there's 2 more and they're going to eat 5. You really do have to shepherd them those first 3 days, and then after that, boom, they're good to go, and then back out on the field and that sort of thing. So, they're good, but you do have to watch that part.
We experienced that this
Yes.
year.
Yeah.
It's
So
like that's teeth is like a cow.
it's amazing. If you were after milk, I swear they could be a good,
Yeah.
really good milking sheep too.
But after the first day or two, the lambs really get it, and the moms are really good about standing.
Very good.
They're not antsy about what are you doing. Even first time moms.
Yeah, no, and
really
I've
good.
had to milk them on occasion, and they really do take to haltering and things. I've all mine can halter and walk, and so it is a great thing to teach your sheep at a younger age how to walk on a lead in case you have to. And I can tie them up and milk them and all that stuff, so that part's good. And besides, they do make good meat. So I've heard. I don't really eat time, but you can't, and that's a good thing. That's gonna make it.
We had a couple of rambunctious rams that we put into the freezer.
Yeah.
It was tasty.
And the pelts are amazing. Those pelts, when you get them, tanned, they're absolutely stunning. So, as far as marketability, you've got that part of it as well. What they also make are the lovely, lovely locks. So,
Here we go. Yeah.
So I have
The fiber.
They take dye like crazy. It's wonderful to work with dye, and I sell it in every form. And that's an adult wool too. This isn't like a youngster, because the youngsters will be even longer, but that's about a 12-month staple on like a 4-year-old, 5-year-old. And it's lovely, and you can, if any of you are hand spinners, it absolutely spins like butter. You can just draft it right from the lock, so I'll often spin right from the lock. And you've got such a long fiber, you can kind of really spin it loosely
but you can't break it. Like, it is so strong. So what you knit with it lasts a lifetime. You're really knitting an heirloom piece because it's going to be around forever. This sweater is all Western longwool from one of my rams, and you're welcome to come up and touch it because it's really
I'm very
soft.
jealous, Carrie.
Yes.
Unfortunately, mine's not.
Yeah.
I need one.
Well, and it's a little bit rustic because I did hand spin it. My mom, but I have Irish knit too, and the cables come out. They keep their form, like the cables that you knit. Which is great. It's really fun. And I can't even stop.
Is that an acid dye or?
So this is, I use greener shades, which is made in Germany actually, and it's on the World Trade Organic certified, and I use citric acid as my bordage. So it's just citric acid, it's not alcohol or anything like that, and it's really easy. Do it in your kitchen. Totally easy, very, very fine. Like dyeing is like this for me for a while, and then once you're in, you're just like, you want to dye everything.
I have heard that, and that's why I've been a little bit leery about starting because I feel like I'm going to go nuts as soon as I get to it.
So if you look greener shades up, they have a nice little starter pack of a small amount. That'll get you going, like a gateway.
That's not the. I don't need the gateway drugs.
And you can do just about anything with the Leicester. And then you can feel this too. It's a very dense fiber. It's got weight to it. It makes gorgeous things that drape. You can see this. Yeah, it's just got the drape. But this is a sample of this. It's a 3-ply. Yeah, you kind of get a feel for it. It's got a real silky feel to it.
Is your sweater 3-ply or 2-ply?
2-ply. Yeah,
Okay.
and it's hand spun.
That's okay. That's great.
Yeah. The Leicester longwool, when you spin it or when you have it spun at the mill, first of all, you do have to watch the length. Most mills won't process it if it's over 9 inches because it gets tangled in their kit. So you have to kind of watch that. But that being said, you can get a lot of staple off every 6 months if you want to do, every 9 months. You can wait and do every 12 months. I'm a sucker for the long curls. I do a lot of felting, artwork and stuff, and I love to sell to the artists too. So I have a lot of locks for sale. But the yarn itself, when you're spinning it, because of the length, because of the sheen and luster, the density, it likes to lay flat. So you can really do something super thin with it. And most of our yarns, you won't see them all bulky unless it's like this, which is coarse spun. So the coarse spun yarn, that's all Leicester. And it's actually got a wool cord inside it too. Most of our yarns, it's lovely, and again, it's going to be durable, so you can make rugs and things to step on. It'll work fine and last forever. You guys want to feel it? Yeah, we want to feel it all. You want to feel it all? And it's got quite a flap on it. Yeah.
You don't call them longwool enough.
Right.
What's the average staple length? Did you say that? And I missed
So when they're young, if you took a lamb and let it grow for a year, you would have over 12 years.
That is long.
It's a long haul.
Even in their second year. And then with the lamb, you have to be careful. It's a little bit finer, so it can felt up on the animal itself. So sometimes a lot of people with their lambs will shear them at like 6 months or 7 or 8 months. Yeah, so don't get mad at it. And then the following year, the August year, that's like
Thank you.
Here's a few more. These are from Deer Farm. And those were spun in the mill and dyed in the mill, and they're just, you can see how they drape. Yeah, and the colors are great.
The mill we use, there's a mill in Connecticut near Yukon called Still River Mill. They do a nice job.
Yeah, they do.
What mill?
They might be here.
Still River.
Still River.
Yeah.
Ashford, East.
Do they have minimum runs?
Yeah, the sheep maintains
She will
itself
do
when dyed.
like a
It
single,
maintains its
like
luster.
2
Very
pieces together,
lustrous.
10 pounds is fine.
You're here for the mountain.
I think it's Green Mountain Scenery.
Yeah, of course. And I know a course. Yeah, I mean, what does coarse spun mean?
A coarse spun. So there's actual. If you feel that, can you feel the center? So there's actual wool yarn that then is wrapped. My fiber is wrapped around that. So it's coarse spun.
Coarse spun.
Yep.
Not coarse.
Right. You said a rug or a mat or something.
Yeah, and there's a lot of like high-end artists. I just sold 10 skeins of 2.5 pound skeins to a high-end artist in New York. She does these wild sweaters and things that are really open and ropey and huge, you know,
those big blankets are.
Yeah, those kinds of things. Yeah. I know.
Yeah, blanket as sweater.
I respect it. And the arm knitting, they do the arm knitting.
You can do the arm knitting with that. Yeah. And you can also dye it. I have some little heads dyed.
Did anybody see that?
Came over, yeah.
Is there anything?
There are a lot of lessers.
Blue-faced lesser.
Okay. There's blue-faced lesser, which is a much finer staple. A little bit taller too. So I found them at my farm to be a little bit harder to keep because they were taller. They needed more food. That's one good point about our lesser long wools. They do fine on pasture. Like mine never get green, any of them, unless it's the month before giving birth and then the first month of lactation. And other than that, they're on pasture and grass with newborns. So they're pretty easy keepers. And keep their weight on, and I love that about it. There's also, there's blue-faced Leicester, border Leicester, what are the others?
Those are the main.
Yeah, and they are, like, the border Leicesters, kind of in between the blue-face and the Leicester long. The stable is a little bit bigger, but still has that cute.
That's a great point about the forage. So they don't need perfect grass. They can do well with all sorts of different types of forage. You know, Queen Anne's lace and goldenrod, and our fields have a lot of that stuff. You know, they will eat it. They will eat forests and shrubs. Not like goats, but they can do well on not the best of it.
It's like a rough estimate of how many sheep that I'm putting.
1 acre of open land.
Yeah.
You know, so of grass.
Meadow.
Maybe a couple weathers.
I would do
2 or 3.
3 is a really good number because they feel more like a flock, and that's where they're comfortable. And if anything happens to one, they still rest.
So 5 acres, you would have 10, and that would be okay.
And electronet fencing is your best friend.
Okay.
Portable fencing that you can move around with, like a marine battery to keep it charged, to keep the coyotes away, which the coyotes will want to make trouble.
We have those too. I was, I haven't done this yet, but I want to get sheep because of the grass. I mean, basically we're just wasting our grass.
And they improve where they've been.
Right.
So that bit of pasture, and it's very easy. They make wonderful grass. They really do.
They say it's something about the way they bite the grass too and chew it, and it's different than a mower. They don't work. Yeah.
It makes for wonderful grass.
So do you have dogs? A dog?
I don't. But dogs work really well, and dogs are a great protector of sheep. I have a lot of dog days. Yeah, I've had trouble with the past years too. Nobody goes in with the donkeys there, but the donkey doesn't love the dog guarding, and I love the donkey. So I'm kind of torn. There are times where she's out with the sheep. If it's in a place in a pasture that she likes, I'll specifically bring the sheep in with her. But the dogs, the big guard dogs, really do like that.
Is the donkey as effective keeping away the coyotes as the dog?
That's, I think, an individual thing. I found it easier to keep a donkey than it would be to keep the dogs.
it's a different feed, it's a different whole setup. And if you love dogs and that's what you want to do, then you should do the dogs.
We had the llamas.
Yeah, I have had llamas
For years
too.
we had llamas.
Work really well.
Yeah.
They work well too.
For guarding, the llamas
Yeah.
Guarding,
Yep.
they don't like coyotes.
And there you don't have to have any different feed because
bigger.
Yeah, the big guys, not the activists. They do work well. I have had them, and they work best if you only have one and not two, because then they bond with each other and not your sheep. I had one female llama that was huge. She was 7 feet tall, and if lambs were born, he couldn't get in there. Oh yeah, she came out this way. Yeah,
She was protected.
She was protective. And they're individual like that. You might get a llama that, there's coyotes out there. I've had those too. You know, they don't really care. But she would not let it be.
It is fun. Cows are extremely protective. I've seen cows take a dog that was just neighbors with their horn and whack it like 20 feet away.
Yeah.
Is that a seat up there? Is that a seat?
You can sit down.
Okay.
In the last few years, we haven't had llamas.
sit on the seat over here.
That fencing, that electrode fencing.
I know. I can't hear back there.
It doesn't.
I think on the topic of coyotes and predators, I always tell people nothing is 100%. Nothing. A combination of things and changing it all the time is what really does. And, you know, sometimes it's just,
Where do you buy that fencing?
Premier fencing.
Dave,
I think are they here?
They're here.
Yeah.
I saw
They are
them
usually here.
in somewhere over there.
Yeah. Yeah, you can talk to them. All right. And you know what? Try it. You can always sell them if it doesn't work out.
Yeah.
Is this the handle of one or is part of the 135?
Yep, that's
very tight.
Oh,
Very.
I'm here for the next one.
And if you had dogs too, like you always have to add something.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. 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 And the donkeys actually for this part of the country, it's really opposite of what a donkey needs. So I do feel guilty about that too. The plush, lush fields that we have are the exact opposite of what they really should be eating. So, and they can get overweight very quickly. So, yeah. So that part is kind of hard on them. But that said, I've never had a problem with the donkeys with the sheep.
Have you guys ever had to deal with oil beetle infestation? It seems like you're very good.
Thanks. And I take it you move them frequently so that get rid of them. Yeah.
That's,
Is it
that's
easy?
important.
Yeah. I mean, I always leery of buying farmers' lamb to eat because of all the pesticides they use.
Oh, yeah, I don't use any.
No.
We never have.
It is possible to get away without ever having to use that stuff.
You mean on the sheep itself?
Yeah, I mean, I
The
guess
dewormers
it's
on the sheep.
dewormers.
We use garlic and pumpkin.
Nice.
We grow both, so we got a lot of garlic and pumpkin. It's a natural dewormer. Both of those things are natural.
They eat it, and
Well, they love, so the garlic is a drench. So you buy the garlic barrier, it comes like in a gallon, and you drench it, you give them the oil. And then the pumpkin, they love pumpkin. I mean, they go crazy. So we just feed the pumpkin for October. They go crazy.
We find that the Lesters do not challenge the electric fence. When you say no, it's electric, they don't.
They're very smart.
And even if the electric is on, they're like, yeah, that's the fence, I'm not going over there. Versus other breeds that are just like, is it on? Is it on? Can I push it?
They are
Lesters
more
very
serious.
calm.
The sheep, they are not goofballs. Like the Finns were goofballs that I had.
They're
Adorable.
not risk takers.
But yeah, no, they're not. They're serious. Yeah, I love them. I can't say enough good things about them. And in the winter, you know, when I first got them, I'm in Connecticut, and we used to have winter. So in the winter time, I was like, they had run-in sheds and things, but they'd never be in them. They never
It's
went
not
in
a
them.
matter if you have them, it's a matter if they'll use them.
Right? But they didn't need them either because I would find them, you know, crouched down on the ground, all curled up,
they would get up, they'd have 6 inches of snow on their back. That's how much their wool insulated them, that it did not melt. And then underneath it was green grass. You know, like if it was the first snow.
They're hardy.
They really are. And they're sort of wearing their sheds. They're kind of wearing their protection.
You don't need a barn. You need a 3-sided shed facing south. That's ideal. Let that low angle winter sun go right in there.
Like if you bring them, there have been times, obviously, if it's a medical necessity, that they have to be in a barn. But honestly, the time because we quarantine, all of you do quarantine when you first get a new sheep, and that's the only time I've had pneumonia is when I was forced to quarantine. Yeah.
So you mentioned that you're a vet tech.
Yeah.
And you mentioned also that you guys have never had to deal with like an American oil needle issue with any of your hay or anything like that.
No. In the vet world either, I haven't seen it with any of our clients. Have you?
Actually, our entire property has issues with like an infestation of we have a huge ground bee population in the spring, which is fantastic. Love the ground bees, but in the fall then we have a huge American oil beetle infestation because they are parasitic ground bees. So like I've been considering the whole sheep thing, but remembering this now, I'm wondering if there is anything that we could do to potentially protect a sheep or like a small flock against American oil beetles and potentially like the damage that could be done by ingesting the honey, something like that would be very, very, very bad.
You know what? That might be a good question for the breed association because I've never dealt with it, and honestly, it's the first thing I'm going to look up because I don't know enough about it. I've never had trouble with it. So,
I know I've had to look up a lot about our dogs, so I can tell you what to do if you ever run across it. But yeah.
And I suppose it's worse when it's wet.
It's mostly it takes very few to actually kill an animal of substantial size, and they love hay. So the very first recommendation, there's no cure for the like poison that they produce. So you actually want to use activated charcoal in a gel form to get it in as soon as possible, and then it's a combination of making sure that the animal has enough fluids and then it's in the houses. Other than that, it's.
And where are you?
We're over in the Rochester, New York area.
Okay, thank you.
Like beetle populations and ground bee populations.
If you want to go see some, I've got 2 right in the breed building.
All right.
Darcy and Bingley.
It's we had never seen them before until we moved into this house that we're living in, and we saw the beetles one year. We're took some pictures, figured out what they were, and then we're like, it's like I want to say it's like 1 to 2 grams of beetle can kill a horse. So it's not. Yeah, they're dangerous little buggers. They're fairly large too. They can get to be.
Yep. And you do that for the fame?
I do that for the education. I want more people to fall in love with this sheep as much as I do.
Okay, well, but you produce a product too, so where do people go if they want to be able to pet this on all the time, their own little skein?
So we have our farm page on Facebook, which is Never Enough Time Farm, and we also have our Etsy shop, which is the same name.
Okay.
And we have washed, unwashed, we have our yarns on there, we have a mixture, we have also done a couple of runs with alpaca. And so one time we did a 70-30, and this time we did a variegated.
Holy cow.
And it's very lovely.
Okay, so this is a long wool. How often can you shear this?
These can be sheared twice a year.
Wow.
I keep some that I do once a year for my doll makers because they like the 12 inches. They do grow an inch a month, so you tend to have 10 to 12 inches by the end of your year, and they like that because then they can dye it and use it for the wool.
Well, and I'm thinking maybe this is the sheep, those little ears that we see running around with people have the ears on. I'm betting this is a primary sheep for that. No, because look at the curl.
They use a Cotswold or a Lincoln, or they also, I want to say they use the Coopworth.
Well, you
I
know,
was
but
surprised.
you needed to be out with our little sheep shaming crew because they were talking mine is better than your kind of thing, and this can. But,
Mine's better than theirs.
Okay, I'm going to leave you before I get shot by somebody.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you being here.
This one does kind of have a fuzzy butt, though, doesn't it?
Very helpful. Like, you know, I'm always looking for kids to help me show because I don't want to be in the ring. So I like if I can find a 4-H kid that, you know, like they're going to show like a breed or two later. I'll say, here, you want to do this? $10. I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll show. So you may be able to find some, you know, some people that are willing to let them show that way.
Look how sweet she is.
She's doing fantastic.
Marie, can we get in on this a little bit?
What's that?
Can we get on this a little bit?
Sure.
All right, just for a minute.
Hey, good to see you guys. Nice to meet you.
You feel free to stay. This is the sheep moment. So now tell me. Here, I'll actually clip it. I'm not going to clip near that one.
You can swing on by anytime.
Don't touch the sweater, right?
Oh.
So tell me what we have here.
We have a Rommeldale CVM little ewe lamb. She's about 4 months old. And the CVMs are known for being a colorful breed. We have everything from white to black base, which you can sell that she's a black base based on that nose. And if you look at her fleece inside, she has some gorgeous gray and really nice crimp. And it actually is darker even at her shoulders. So she will go from this very dark to the lighter to dark at her hips again.
Well, now we just came from the Teeswater bunch, and that curl is like a longer, wider curl.
Right.
Look at the crimp
Yeah,
on this. That's such
crimp.
a narrow.
Yep. This comes from her. The background of this breed is a cross between the New Zealand Marsh Romney, and Romneys don't have a lot of crimp. They've got more of a wave. But they were crossed with the Rambouillet ewes, and Rambouillet, of course, is a French Merino, and the Merino does have a lot of crimp. And so they got the crimp from the Merino. They actually have a fairly long fleece. At about a year, many will have like 4 to 5 inches. I have an occasional one that will have longer than that, and an occasional one that is much more like the old-fashioned Merino at only 3 inches.
Yeah.
But it's a fairly dense fleece. It's easy for hand spinners to work with because it washes up really nicely. A lot of the, especially the Merinos, are very, not only have the grease of lanolin, but almost like a waxy coat, which is hard to wash at home. Whereas this is not. We soak it in water. I usually use cool water for about 6 or 8 hours, and then, you know, usually one wash with a wool wash is enough to get it clean enough that I can then do the flick carding and start to spin.
Yeah. So now I do need to ask though, because this is one of the really fantastic things about life is that we have all of these original ingredients. But I have a shirt that says Hybrid Vigor, and it's a band, and that was our tour when we went running around talking about heritage breed animals. But in some ways in life, we want the original breed, and then through our livestock history and ancestry, we've made something else. We kind of bake a different cake and stick a little more sugar in, or a little more. And this is one of those, correct?
Right. You took 2 very well-established breeds, crossed them, and then spent several generations of sheep to get to another breed.
Yes.
So the originators of this breed really were quite, I consider them quite brilliant at their idea of what they were trying to accomplish, because you know the Merino breeder saw these New Zealand Marsh Romney rams that happened to come into the Pan-Pacific exposition in the early 1900s, and he said, wow, it's a finer fiber than the American Romney, but it has such length that a lot of my Merinos don't have. I wonder what would happen if.
Yeah.
And so he was willing to buy those rams from the New Zealand farmer and took them home and started using them on his Rambouillet ewes, and it was a very successful process. Early on, they were all white because, of course, most of the big sheep ranches, that's what they're looking for because they're going to sell their wool to a mill. But along the way, because of some of the recess that go to color, a colored sheep was born, somewhat like this, probably a lighter nose from the description that I see. That the original ewe had a lighter nose, but had these eye markings and the darker legs. And then a year or so later, a ram lamb was born of a different line, and they went ahead and started breeding those, and the color and pattern bred true. So that's how they ended up.
Yeah, and the breeding true part is a tricky thing, right? Because you're dealing with recessive traits, you're dealing with, and you're also dealing with different characteristics that you're looking for as a, as a cake maker or a scientist or whatever you want. You can stick a bunch of stuff in the petri dish, but it's not. I'm crossing my metaphors here.
You don't always know what you're going to get.
Well, and you don't know when it's going to stick because a lot of people want that hybrid vigor of the first cross, but then they keep their breeds separate so they can continue to do this. Because sometimes when you get down to this one, you lose whatever it was you got the first. Right?
Exactly.
I mean, you're a scientist, so you you probably do this from a scientific method. But this animal has, and when did the breed kind of solidify as this is what?
Probably, but really about the 1940s was when they began being raised in fairly large flocks along the West Coast, and then of course it was the early 60s that the colored ones were first born, and there's some suspicion that there had been a few born earlier that just didn't grow up. But at this one farm, who's Hank Sexton was the owner, and I shouldn't say farm because out there it's ranches, but at any rate.
West of the Mississippi.
It's ranch versus farm, but at any rate, on his ranch, he had a young daughter. She was about 5 or 6 at the time when the first one was born, and she thought that it would be really nice to have this little girl ewe, she named Butterfly. But at any rate, so Dad let Patty have Butterfly. And then when a year or so later a ram lamb was born of similar patterning, he was what I consider brilliant and far-sighted enough to say, let's see what happens if we breed these two.
Yeah, because oftentimes what happens in the animal breeding universe is that they lose whatever you want to carry early on because you know what, I don't want to cast that thing later. And then you say, hey, this is pretty...
Right, and so so basically the first probably 4 or 5 years from what I understand from Patty, as she remembers it as a child, all of the colored sheep were kept on their home property. They did not consort with the white sheep.
Consort. I'm going to have to remember that. I like that ring. Okay, so I'm going to ask you a trick question. And well, it's not a trick question, but it's sort of one of those things. Everything in agriculture is not always one thing, and there's not necessarily always a good or a bad answer depending on who you are. It's just a different answer. And I know you work with the Livestock Conservancy, so this is important. Are you board member still?
I am a board member again, actually.
Yes, again.
Yes, I was
all
off
the
for a
people
couple
that'll
years.
volunteer always get grabbed again.
Exactly.
Yeah, we'll keep them until they drop.
Yep.
Okay, so one of the interesting things to me is our heritage breed animals are super important. But heritage breed can mean a Jacob sheep and a biblical lineage, but a heritage breed also sometimes is, Nettie Metcalf and a chicken that might be from the 40s.
Right.
So how do you determine what is a heritage breed?
Well,
because is this a heritage breed?
Well, she is considered a heritage breed because they were developed as an American breed, and so she's one of the and there's actually very few sheep breeds that were developed in America.
People don't really realize that. Think about all we had is turkeys and a couple of other things here. And horses, it was what, the American Cream Draft? Yep. And then I think the Mammoth Jack, they kind of, but even that was a mix of things.
Yeah,
that came
and that basically the Livestock Conservancy works to preserve a lot of these older breeds and some of them are actually ancient breeds from England or otherwise other places in Europe or whatever. Some of them are American developed breeds.
And even the ones that are American breeds can be. So I'll tell you, we went to England. We went to the United Kingdom. We went to a little show, a fantastic show. The Kilnsey show was fantastic. But we met a gentleman up there who was very, very well spoken, and he had Jacobs. And in my brain, I automatically see Jacobs American because that's, no. A Jacob from
started-
there is different from the
The-
Jacob American here. There's
Yep.
just a little something that changes it
Yep.
to make it distinctly American.
Yep.
So.
Well, and with certain of the breeds, the registration of an animal will not be allowed if it is British versus American. So they like an American Jacob probably would not be allowed to be registered with the British Jacob Society. Some of the societies of the various breeds and species have started working more together, and for many of them it's probably a good thing because the numbers are so small on both sides of the ocean that if we can start working more together, we can start beginning to exchange genetics, and that would probably strengthen the species.
And this year they're letting you do a little more of that genetic exchange from England, is that right? Yeah. So what an exciting time it is.
Yep.
Well, I'm glad we ended with our little sheep shaming moment with you because boy, there was a crowd here. But if people want to find more out about this sheep, what is the organization that
The
supports that sheep?
National Rommeldale CVM Conservancy,
All right.
NRCC.
Nonprofit?
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
And also, you tireless board of directors person, where is the organization that you also?
I actually have a farm called Marushka Farms
Yes, you do.
in central Pennsylvania, and this sheep is actually from Jimmy's farm, and Jimmy actually stepped away, but Jimmy is Woolly Meadows in New York State.
We're baking cakes everywhere. aren't we?
Yeah,
One from here, one from there.
and our particular breeder organization works hard together as much as we can to really spread the genetics around so that
Spread
everybody.
the joy. Yeah,
Yep.
wonderful. Thank you so much for
You're
speaking
very
with us.
welcome. Yes, Hazel.
Well, very
thank
well behaved,
you.
Hazel.
Yes.
Thank you all for joining us this year, and we hope to see you again in 2024.